Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Aspects, a lit RPG cultivation saga, by Yvonne Cal, narrated by Phil Thron. Chapter 1. Carer. The endless desert stretched before them, the scorching sun bathing the sand dunes. Neha was unaccustomed to it, the heat, the dry air. Her body was resilient enough that she didn't have any real trouble, but she did not enjoy the experience. It was not truly an endless desert, of course. They were close to the end, to the northern borders of the empire, and the lands of grass and forests, of mountains. She couldn't wait to leave the desert behind. Her home world had no deserts, only sprawling jungles and high mountains. She barely remembered that time. She seldom thought about the distant past. It was like snapshots of emotion and memorable moments. Her first hunt, the day she received her first spear directly from her father's hand. She remembered his pride and her love. The day she learned how to care for her claws from her mother, knowledge that she no longer needed with her body and powers, and yet she still practiced for the memory of her mother's kind eyes. The day the framework arrived, the confusion and death. The day her village died, her class, the fighting, people cheering her name, loving her, the hope in their eyes and the gratitude. She had lived in that world, in that life, for decades, and now what she remembered was barely a couple of minutes when it was all put together. Today she was over 500 years old. It made her understand Zack, how he could have forgotten. 5,000 years was so much more time. They had taken their time as they traveled, tried to save people as they pushed north, finding groups that were left behind, the weak and the injured. They rarely arrived in time to do anything good, and when they did, people were not so trusting, not in these times. They helped them and walked with them until they felt safe. Then they left them and continued on. The lands they had passed through had a few monsters remaining, though the main force was further north, and even that was weakened, less than it was, if the stories were to be trusted. And yet those numbers had broken the empire, forced its people to flee. The sacrifice of the emperor had taken out the monster's claws, but they could still bite. The taken were the worst, seeing people, or what used to be people, doing such terrible things. They had spoken with some, Zack holding them down, asking questions and getting evil answers. Even with Hastur dead, their minds, they didn't think right. She could hardly stand to look at them, to listen to them. Their words, it reminded her too much of her own past. Neha had a lot to make up for. She had done things just as terrible, back when she was someone else, the night horror. Oh, how she wept when she knew no one could see. She knew what she had done. It was a gift that Zack had given her when he helped remove her cultivation, when he helped her fight her madness, and yet it was a curse. She knew now how twisted she had become, and the worst part were the urges that still showed their claws, though they bothered her less and less. But when they came, she felt good. They filled her stomach and mind, and whispered that it was all good and great. They whispered of pleasure and power, and when the episode passed, it left only the knowledge that it was wrong. She felt sick to her stomach, and tried so hard to resist. For Zack, for herself, for all those that had died at her hands. To do good, to be better today than she was yesterday, that was what they had decided. It was why they had come on the mission to kill the Dome Leader, to do good, to seek power to enable them to do more. She couldn't have refused, no matter her insecurity, her questioning. She knew that she had to atone for her sins. Once she had been hailed as a savior, beloved by her people. She couldn't let those whom she had failed, those who had believed in her, down, sullying their faith with her evil. And now she was left without her pillar to lean on and hold close when the receding madness tried to pull her along. She glanced at Zack, sitting with Hero, talking in low voices, explaining how a class worked. The poor child had little opportunity to learn. His family was poor, from what Neha understood, and the basics that the Empire taught were solid in some ways, but the war had come before the child could learn more. Zack had taken it upon himself to finish his education. The young man's class was Survivor, a simple class, and one that was earned. It would grow, she knew. She saw how Zack looked at the child. He wouldn't let him go. He took responsibility for him more than any others that they had saved. Those others were many, groups who had people to rely on, people who had power of their own. To them, Zack had been only a helping hand. Hero was different. The boy had no chance on his own. How much this man was like the Zack she had used to know, and how different at the same time. He didn't know how she struggled, didn't see it in her the same way he could before. She had been left to fight it on her own now. Instead of him supporting her, she was the one supporting him. How their roles had changed, and how much she needed to endure. She couldn't fail him, couldn't fail his faith in her. Like the skinwalkers, the old gods of her people, she had to change and be what was required of her. She had to be strong and steadfast, to endure and resist. She had to be a carer, a mother, and a lover. She had learned quickly that Zack, for all his power, had lost much. He would often forget to eat, to drink, as thirst and hunger barely bothered him. Pain barely affected him. She knew why, as he had spoken about it. In that wretched world that Hastur had thrown him into, there was no death. Hunger and thirst did nothing but cause him agony, and he was used to them. She had to care for him, to remind him when to eat and when to drink, to watch him and tell him what all the things around them were. And yet, in his ages of false life, no, it was real to him, and that was all that mattered. He had been granted a kind of knowledge, theories. Yes, that was a better word for it. He had all the time in the world to think, to theorize, and toy with the world that Hastur had created, a false world, though it had been built to be like the real one. Essence fascinated him, she saw, and he had some insights into its nature, though from his skills or his long life she didn't quite know. He was different, and he was the same. So she sat beside him and listened as he taught and explained, trying to suppress the desire to bite and tear them both. She held on to his words and voice, held on to him, because without her he would forget to eat and forget to drink. It was her turn to be the pillar, and she couldn't fail him. 2 years? Likely more. She wasn't quite certain, as she hadn't kept track of time, a mistake on her part, and she cursed herself for it. She had forgotten that their stay in the Empire, their preparation for the mission, had been so long ago. They had spent months training in their time chambers. It had been more than 5 years since he had taken the elixir, she was sure. Nevertheless, 2 years was how long it took for them to finally reach the end of the Empire's territories from the place where they had killed Hastur. Now a forest spread before them, a valley with a large river splitting it in half. She sat under the moonlight, near the fire, looking in the distance over the cliff where they were camped. The enemy was on the other side. Their back line was made up of a couple thousand of monsters and taken. She could tell that they were pushing north and east toward the core, though she didn't know why. Beyond them, far to the north, was where most of the others had gone, to the Twilight Melody sect. Neha and Zack hadn't yet decided where to go, but they had been leaning toward the same destination. Zack wanted to talk with Ryun, to learn from him what past they shared. But now, their plans didn't matter. Zack was what mattered. He had gained so much power, had changed, having lived for so long, and that had masked it from her. She hadn't seen it. There was a madness there. The elixir had granted him 5 years of safety, 5 years of holding off the madness, and that time had passed. Yet it couldn't have been more than a month, 2, a handful at most, since it had expired. It was too soon. He shouldn't have been like this. She watched him staring at the fire, muttering to himself. It came in these moments when he had the time to think, when things were silent. He stared at the fire, and she knew what he was doing, studying it, thinking on all things related to the aspect of fire. His madness wasn't bad yet, but it came from his desire to learn, from a skill that let him perceive flaws and one that dealt with time. They synergized with his class and the need to rule aspects, to know and understand them. She didn't know in what manner it could turn bad, but she knew that it would eventually. They didn't have the time. They needed to find for him the same thing that he had found for her, and she knew only one person that could help her. East, then, she decided, away from the monsters and the fleeing empire, away from the sects. The storm raged in the distance, thunder roaring and lightning flashing. Zack stared at it intently, with unblinking eyes. "It sings to me," he whispered. She saw him raise his hand, which turned into a blade. Then lightning chi flashed along it, pulsing in time with the lightning in the distance. "Light and power. More? What is it made out of, I wonder?" he murmured to himself. She wanted to speak, to try and break him out of his trance, but decided against it. She wished she had a way to help him further. She woke up to a touch on her face. She looked up and saw Zack above her, his hand on her cheek, his eyes staring intently. She was surprised. The intimacy between them had disappeared since his change. Love and passion, those things were not with him, not yet, at least. She had been heartened when she understood what his remembering her name meant after all those years. She had hoped that this would... She noticed his eyes looking at... well, not hers. He was staring at her cheek, his finger trailing a line over her jawline, touching the few errant scales that framed her face. He was muttering to himself, low, but she could hear him. "Changing essence? How? It is flesh and bone, scale and skin, but it can change," he whispered, and her heart froze. "Zack?" she whispered, but he didn't respond. He tilted his head, raised his other hand, and touched her face again. "How does it change? Flesh to bone at will? Is it all mind essence still?" She tried to move, but he pressed, his strength keeping her pinned. "Zack," she said louder. "Are you real?" he whispered. "Is this flesh or mind?" "Zack!" She reached up with her hands, grabbing his wrists, but he didn't move. His fingers pinched her skin and pulled, hard. "You're hurting me." He blinked, stopped. His eyes clearing, he pulled back and let her go. He shook his head and looked at her, then at his hands. I... She rubbed her cheek for a moment, glanced to the side and saw Hero sleeping. He hadn't heard them. She stood and walked over to him then. Like her people's gods, she had changed, even though she was afraid she was becoming someone she was not, someone who was a strong pillar. "Zack?" He raised his head and met her eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, but there was confusion in his eyes. I don't know what came over me. This isn't like before, how I lost my mind in the prison. It was me?" The way he said that last part, there was disbelief there. She didn't know what to say, but she remembered how it was for her. You don't lose yourself. You become something else, and each step seems logical at the time. "It's okay. We'll be there soon. We'll find a way to help you, I promise," she whispered. She hoped she wasn't lying to him. She watched him stand before a group of people, Cretan and human with a few Ravzer, all sitting on the ground. All were young as Hero was, who was sitting at the edge of the group. All of them were looking at Zack with wide eyes, with awe. He was a hero, the same as a high ranker, perhaps even more than they. They knew his name. It was on the notification that all the world had seen. And here he was, standing in front of them, talking and explaining. Earth essence is not just one type. It is an amalgamation of many different types of essences, crystals and dirt and minerals and more. He bent and scooped up the earth with his palm. His strength was high enough that the ground of this territory parted easily. Earth is one of those essences where they do not mix properly, do not turn into something else completely. It is a jumble, a chaotic mess. That is why it has so many different types, and why it has so many flaws. It is not all same tier of essence. If you want to get through Earth efficiently, drilling and digging can be enhanced with targeted application of force on the weakest parts of Earth essence. She turned her head. It was hard for her to look at him like this. He seemed good, like an excited teacher, but she knew just how easily his fascination could turn to something else. Obsession. That was at the core of his madness. "Do you see it, sir?" Neha asked. The tall Cretan met her eyes for a moment, then nodded. Gemhart turned his gaze back to Zack and studied him for a while more. She had turned them east as soon as they had reached the frontier, straight for Gemhart's home and the territories held by his company. They were lucky to find a teleporter that worked. The situation in the core had changed. The wars had run their course, the strong survived and conquered, whereas the weak were conquered or dead. A few wars still raged, she knew, but much of the core was again stable. The Taken had made their move, it appeared, along with the monsters in the inner core, but that was a worry only for those who were near them. Even after everything, the core remained so self-involved. The Dome leader was dead, and what did the rest of the settled territories care that a piece of the core had fallen? The settled territories spanned 10 times the size of what the monsters had taken, with unknown billions of people who had never even seen a Taken or a Dome monster. No, they cared about the enemies that they knew, not some threat that they couldn't even see. She had come to the one place where she knew she had allies, where she hoped to find Gemhart. She had been lucky enough to find him, lucky enough that he wasn't like the others, and that he was in his home, preparing for what he thought was coming. "How long?" Gemhart asked. Neha grimaced. "It's been a few months since the elixir stopped working. It is happening too fast," she added. Madness came over years, decades even. Zack was spiraling too quickly. "He is highly imbalanced. One focus pushed to the end, another more than half, and his cultivation." "I know," Neha said. "Can you help us? I know that it is too much to ask, but You've done what we've asked of you. You have killed the Dome Leader. I would help if I had any means. I have no elixir to give, and I have no way of getting another." Neha bowed her head and closed her eyes tightly. She had put a lot of her hopes on this. She had rushed them here as fast as she could, knowing that every day he was getting worse. Nonetheless, she hoped. There must be something. Gemhart didn't respond immediately, and so she opened her eyes and found him looking at her. "I know of 2 people who had a focus-removing elixir. Both are dead, or close enough that the difference doesn't matter. Still—" He shook his head and folded his forearms across his chest. "Elar Treekeeper, the ruler of the World Tree Kingdom in the far north, had one 200 years ago, if he didn't use or barter it away by now. He had ignored my messages when I was trying to purchase one for you. But his kingdom was at war, last I heard, and I have heard no news from his lands. No teleporters have turned back on, and messages are hard to carry these days," Gemhart said. "The other was Yrel Ansi, your warden commander. She had one in her vaults, keeping it for someone it doesn't matter who now. She is dead, and a monster wears her flesh. The elixir might be in her vault still, but the Taken rule there." Neha wondered if she could sneak in, shape-change into the Taken. Could she fool one of them? She still had her warden's badge. Perhaps she could gain entry to the vaults. "No," Gemhart said. "Your best chance would be to seek out an alchemist who could make it for you, one of the great ones." "Do you know where I could find one?" Neha asked, trying not to get her hopes up. "The wars have changed many things, but the sects would be your best option, I think. Their wars had been as many as in the rest of the Corps, though theirs were less violent. Twisted honor they might follow, but it makes for easier wars nonetheless. They have lost the fewest people. Even if some wars still go on, you will not be in as much danger there, and their alchemists are some of the best in the world. The Dragonheart sect still stands, and the head of one of their branch families is lauded as a great alchemist. You might find what you seek there." The Dragonheart sect. They had passed so close to their lands on their way here, and yet she had a way, something that might not be suicide. She glanced at Zack, then nodded to herself. The Dragonheart sect, then. Chapter 2. Stories. Ryun brought down the hammer on the piece of dark blue metal on the anvil, then raised his hand and repeated the motion. Over and over he did this, his mind clear of everything but him and the metal that he was working. It was coming together. How quick, he didn't know. He had abandoned trying to keep track of time. It was pointless, but it did feel like it had been a long time. Finally, as his hammer came down once more, he felt that it was done. He stood and walked over to the forge that blazed with the fire of the stars. He took a glance at the blade and then threw it in. The fire flashed, and the metal turned to a liquid that was swallowed up by the pure white embers. It wasn't real, as nothing around him was, proven by the fact that he saw the colors as his eyes once could. But he hoped that perhaps it could become real one day. He was inside Bright Star's realm, a mental world in a way, a place inside his soul where his awakened forge lay. He had many discussions with Bright Star over his plans. He didn't know if it would work, but they would try. "Not bad." Bright Star's voice came from the hammer in Ryun's hand. "Not good enough, either," Ryun said. His connection to his awakened forge had been repaired as he had healed, and since then Brightstar and he had grown a lot closer. Being the only other being with which Ryun could talk and alleviate the boredom meant that they were talking a lot. Still, Ryun didn't know how long he had been recovering. Time was hard to tell. He spent his time cycling, or he had been, at least. He had cycled through his core fully several times, too many to count. His core had deepened and his chi reserves increased. But, as he had come to realize, few things came without a price. Focusing on cycling, using his will to push chi from around him into his core, had a side effect of slowing down his recovery. The more time he spent cycling, the slower his body recovered. So he had to take breaks, during which he spent his time in this starscape. He had fed many items to Brightstar, and their bond was deep enough that he could use this mental forge. He could practice with any material that Brightstar was familiar with, that he had fed to it, or that Ryun himself had used before with the forge. It gave him the time to practice, to hone his craft. He would never be a great smith. He would never create wonders, invent new alloys. He had no skills or perks that could grant him great insight or give his works incredible power. But with Brightstar, he could copy, could create works that were at least average. "Hey," Ryun said slowly, deciding to ask about something that had been on his mind for a while. One had a lot of time to think while hanging in between life and death. "Can you forge other types of essence, other than metal, I mean?" "Of course you can," Brightstar answered. "Forcing essence into different forms is easy. You do it every day." "I do? What do you think you do when you create those walls of void?" Ryun blinked. Ah, he understood. He crystallized the void chi, changing its form. "How do you think that all those fancy items get their effects? You can carve formations, true. That allows the item to manipulate essence in many different ways. Or if you want a fire sword, you forge fire into it. Simple." Perhaps it was just that, simple. Brightstar had gotten more and more knowledgeable about the forging process as their bond increased. Their bond was much different than how it had used to be. He was even teaching Ryun. Still, the forge was still greedy and remained pestering Ryun to get it more items. He walked over to the racks and looked at the items stored there. He had copies of the 4 mythic items that the Empire had crafted for him, as well as the original. He had worn one of the copies, as he always did, for his important items. There was no need to risk losing the originals when the copies were exactly the same when used by him. The rest of his 5 slots were taken by a few weapons, javelins and 2 swords that he rarely used. Each item could have 12 copies now, which meant that he had a couple dozen javelins to throw. They had seemed smart to him before, but in reality, having had the chance to use them, perhaps against weaker opponents it remained so, but he had already come to the conclusion that he had to change things. He had spent a great deal of the time thinking about everything. He had a few ideas for his techniques even. He just needed to heal in order to try them out. He could feel it, closer and closer, nearly there. His body had nearly recovered. He waited patiently, not doing anything to slow it down. It had already taken so long that he was beyond bored, even with Brightstar as company. And then it was done. He felt himself pushed from the void around him, almost ejecting him. It didn't hurt him. His body was now equal to it, as it had been for a while. The void felt almost as if it was joined with his body, as he was a part of it. Then he was out, the sky and the ground spreading before him as he was falling toward it. He had dropped from the void above the sky, and he closed his eyes, focusing. Taking in a deep breath, he opened his eyes and looked at all the different essence as he fell down to the earth, naked and with arms spread wide. The feeling of the air on his skin, the scent of the world around him, the heat of the sun. He had missed it. The first thing that snapped into place was the bond in his mind, the link he had with Celia. She felt far away, very far. "Ryun?" she asked, her tone relieved. "Celia," Ryun answered. "We won, then?" "What? Oh, yes, we won." "How long was I out?" "Around 3 years. Ryun, there are things that you need to know." "Where are you?" "Consequence." "I'll head back soon," Ryun said. He lessened the pull of gravity on him and bled his momentum to slow down. He pulled out his robes from Brightstar and equipped them. He traveled down slowly and saw where he was. The same place where he had died, the Dome Leader's Black City. "Ryun, the world... a lot has changed. Where are you?" "The same place I died," Ryun answered. "Oh, it is going to take you so long. Maybe we can send an airship or something to get you." "Probably not as long as you think. I can get to the Empire in days. I can't fly, but I can move very fast when I want to." Ryun smiled to himself. He could lessen the pull of gravity on himself, leap across the sky faster than some could fly. He could hit some pretty high speeds when he had the time and room to achieve them, faster than the airships that carried them to the Empire from their borders. "Ryun, I'm glad that you are all right." "And I am glad that you are all right, too. What about the others?" "All from our team survived the battle. Some split off, but our people are safe. We are all in Twilight Melody sect." She paused. "The Empire fell, Ryun. Our trip to Hastur took us 3 years." "Ah," Ryun said simply. There wasn't much to say. "My sect is safe?" "It is. Onrush is still here, and Tali. We've arrived only a couple of months ago. The trip was hard. Hastur's monsters are still everywhere. They are pushing north. We had to go around them, and they will reach the frontier in several months, a year at most." Ryun blinked, then nodded to himself. The others didn't really have many ways of moving that fast, and with the distance, he could see it taking years, especially if the Empire fell and the monsters were still active without a dome leader. "Is there anything that I should know that can't wait until I am back home?" "I have your rewards and your storage rings, as well as the few other items that survived your death. Other than that, there's nothing you can do anything about now." Ryun nodded. "Thank you. I'll be on my way." "Be safe." "You too," Ryun said. "Tell the others that I am coming." "I will." It was going to be a long way down, so he pulled out the notifications in the corner of his eyes and started to read. He landed on the stone of the square, the signs of their battle still here. The corpse of the dome leader was still here, too. A tower rose in the center of the square with a glowing portal at the base. He looked around, then walked over to the corpse. The city was empty. His sense scanned everything and sensed nothing living or moving at all. The corpse itself had been cut in half, from top to bottom. The edges of the wounds were somehow frayed, unlike anything that he had ever seen before. It was as if he had started to decompose at the wound, and then it just stopped a bit away. Ryun looked closely, walking around the corpse. Aside from the main wound, the rest didn't seem to have decayed at all. He saw the places where his attacks had injured it, where Celia's techniques had blown holes in its skin. There was no smell of death, just strange flesh, even to his eyes. He walked over to one of the tendrils and knelt next to one to study the talons, claws, and hooks that grew out of it. He touched one. It didn't seem like it was any kind of bone, but it was tough, and he remembered them piercing his flesh. He placed a hand on one and pushed out a low void beam, slowly cutting through and taking the entire thing, storing it in his void storage. His most precious items were still in there, secured safely. He hadn't lost anything of real worth. After taking a few more samples from the corpse, materials for crafting or sale, he turned around. He walked over to the tower in the middle, looked at the portal that shone with spatial essence for a bit. The notification did mention a gate, and this looked like it had to be it. He walked around the tower, saw images carved into the stone. They were clear even to his eyes. The essence of the tower, even the city, didn't interact much with any other essence, which made it easier to distinguish. The images were of eldritch monsters, like Hastur had been, abominations of different shapes and sizes, one of which, he was certain, was Hastur. Then Ryun came to an image that was somehow familiar. It was a monster, tall, with tendrils on the face and wings rising behind it. He frowned, memories of Earth coming back to him slowly. "Cthulhu?" he whispered to himself, and then it clicked. He had never been a big fan of Lovecraftian monsters, or horror in general, so he hadn't made the connection before. Now, he pulled up his notification and read through it again. He was pretty sure that Earlier was the city where Cthulhu slept. He raised his head and looked at the tower, at the other monsters. He realized what it meant. The monsters of this dome had been based on stories from his world. He didn't know what that meant just yet, but it was information, and that was never unwelcome. He looked back at the wall and saw that the carvings were a story. He walked around the tower again and saw it for what it was, the story of eldritch monsters, of their births. After a while he turned and looked back at the corpse. This being was birthed from the stories of humanity, of his world. Ryun closed his eyes and let his sense sharpen on the city. It was empty, but it was large, filled with buildings and rooms, with tunnels beneath it. It was telling a story in itself. A city of a monster created on a whim to do what? As a test? That was the only thing that Ryun could think of. He walked through the city, looking at the elaborate carvings on the walls, scanning everything with his sense. Hastur had ended, but Ryun wanted to know this story, to witness what it was before the end. It was interesting. It felt good, walking around and looking, witnessing everything. It felt right. Hastur was dead, but Ryun would remember the monster that could reach into your mind and make you dream. He didn't remember what Hastur put him through, but it hadn't felt bad. Hastur had been trying to do something to him. He had failed, but Ryun didn't feel like it had been evil. The word tasted strange to his thoughts. He had thought that such concepts were beyond him, but no, Hastur had wanted something, to show him something that was alien. The more he walked, the more certain of that he became. The city itself was a twisted lie. It looked like a real city, but it was not. It was wrong. The art carved into its walls elicited a feeling of the other in him. The city's very layout made his mind hurt. He hadn't noticed that during the fight, but perhaps that, too, had impacted him. The wrongness made him want to leave the city, to get as far away from it as fast as he could. He nearly did, until something caught his attention. One of the tunnels led to the underground chamber that was bare save for a single slab of stone, with something placed on top of it. He frowned. His sense was having trouble actually touching whatever it was. Intrigued, he fought the sense of wrongness and walked toward it. He found the entrance to the tunnel and walked down the stairs into the darkness that mattered nothing to him. He walked for a while until he finally reached his destination. His eyes saw what his sense could not. The slab of stone was in the center of the room, and a body was placed on it, as if it were in an honored place. Ryun walked over and saw the dead drake. His body had been destroyed but preserved, like Hastur's, only differently. He could feel the power of it, even though the drake was dead. He knew him, of course. Zenker's eyes were closed, his expression peaceful. He was wearing pieces of damaged armor, clearly no longer functional, though it was well made. "Eternal items," Brightstar said. Ryun had already assumed as much. "You died," Ryun spoke. They had all feared that, but here was confirmation. Ryun knew now where the scars on Hastur came from. Even after all the years since Zenker went through the portal, Hastur had been weakened by him. Ryun had studied that battle in his memories for a long time while recovering, and there was no doubt in his mind. They won because of him, his sacrifice. Hastur had brought his body here for some reason, though. Ryun looked around and saw carvings around the room. They were different than everything else. These were formations, carved by a master, not part of the city. They weren't active, or rather, they were damaged somehow. He could still see traces of essence in them, though, the essence of the ethereal realm. Hastur had been trying something with the body, something that involved the ethereal realm. He had either failed or had shelved the project. It didn't matter in the end, but it did add to the story. The end of Zenker, a high ranker, a drake, someone who Ryun wished he could have called a true friend. Time. If only they'd had more of it. He shook his head. All things had an end, but he would remember this drake who had helped a stranger next to a fire when he hadn't needed to. Ryun returned his eyes to the drake, and then slowly and respectfully removed the armor from the body. After that he took the storage items from his fingers. He looked inside and saw a treasure. "Yes," Brightstar hissed in his head, greed dripping from his tone. "I doubt that Zenker would mind my taking this," Ryun said. Then he pulled out a large cloak from one of the rings. He gently wrapped Zenker in it, then placed the body in his void storage. With one last glance at the room, he turned and left it, along with the city that felt like it was grating on his mind. Chapter 3. Improvement. It took him 7 days to reach the Empire's border, or at least the first ruins of a village. He had nothing impeding his way as he ran across the sky, following his bond with Celia. They had spoken every night since he returned, and she told him how long it had taken them, around 2.5 years, though that was with them traveling on foot, taking a twisting path that led them to the ruin of the Empire's capital and then north to the sea, all while avoiding large groups of monsters. If Ryun was right, it wouldn't take him more than a month, 2 at most, and that was with him taking breaks. Of course, that also assumed that he didn't run into anything that forced him to go around. He sat on top of a platform, high in the sky, holding his stillness aspect orb in his lap. He was pulling in the essence, pushing it into his core, deepening its size. He had been cycling and drawing in void for all the time he had been dead. Now he added stillness, preparing his core for the next realm. He already could advance. His core was full, and the next realm accessible to him. He didn't take that last step, though, as there were still things that he could do in this realm. He opened his eyes and stopped drawing in essence. He took short breaks every day, taking the time to draw and prepare himself for the next step. But that wasn't all that he was doing. With the essence draw-in portion of his break done, he turned his mind to his techniques. He had given them a lot of thought while he had been inside the void plane recovering. One thing had occurred to him during those years regarding technique names. The framework named things on its own, and yet he had the option of naming things that he himself had newly created. He had wondered why that wasn't the case with the techniques as well. He had an idea about that, though he hadn't been able to test it out just yet. He focused on his main path's base technique, empowering null mantle. That technique had started out as a simple empower, which he was able to use on any part of his body and on objects he was holding. He still could empower just a part of his body, but he had moved away from empowering objects. That was in part because he hadn't needed to on Earth, as Kagehime had been nigh indestructible. Even though he hadn't been aware that he needed to bond with her, no one had been strong enough to destroy a bondless awakened object on Earth other than him. Later, when he gained his aspect, it became even harder. Void did not play well with empowering objects. Its nature didn't lend itself to it. Stillness, on the other hand, was a different thing entirely. Ever since he had experienced the memories of the mad eternal realm cultivator, he had been trying to exert his will on the essence around him. So far, he had no success with it. The only thing that he could do was pull it inside him, through his conduits and into his core. But something else occurred to him a while ago, and he had been trying to accomplish it for days now. He started pulling essence from the orb in his hands again. Stillness flowed through his palms, through the conduits in his arms, to shoulders and his chest, then toward his core. Before it reached the core, he focused and forced it away, through the conduits leading through the rest of his body and not his core. It was hard. It required all of his concentration, and even after days of trying, more than half of the essence that was coming into his body was pulled into his core regardless of what he wanted. He struggled to push the essence through his conduits, and then he tried to shape a technique, a simple empower on his arm. He couldn't do it. No matter how much he tried, the moment he attempted to shape the technique with that essence, his control slipped, and all that stillness was pulled into his core. He grimaced as he lost his grip again, though he had managed to almost start the technique this time. He shook his head and settled in to try again. Days later, he still hadn't managed to shape the technique. Not only did it feel harder to shape essence compared to chi, it was as if his body was fighting him too, as if it was so used to chi or the void. He didn't think that that was actually the issue, but he didn't have any better ideas. The essence was Tier 9, but essence was not chi. Chi was refined essence, stronger, better, and, more importantly, completely under his command. Chi felt as if it was a part of him. Essence was foreign. He sat there for a few minutes, resting after another failed attempt, and trying to figure out what else he could try. He had tried it with each of his techniques with no success. He took a deep breath for the first time in days, and then sighed in annoyance. The fact that his body no longer needed to breathe just illustrated the height of his frustration. His body had reacted on impulse, on instinct. As he felt the air move in front of him, he froze. His eyes narrowed, and a new idea occurred to him. He calmed himself and took a breath, and then settled into a breathing form. He hadn't used one in a long time. Breathing forms were ways to teach a cultivator how to utilize the knowledge of techniques that the framework granted. They weren't necessary, for some at least. Using techniques without a breathing form was harder, but Ryun had trained himself enough that he didn't lose anything by not using a form. He focused now on an old form, the first one that the framework had taught him, the most basic one. He pulled in stillness from the orb, pushed it around his core like before, still losing a lot to the pull of his core, but he had enough essence in his conduits. Slowly, he settled into the breathing form. Air entered his body, and he felt something in his mind click. A deep intake of breath, followed by a slow, level exhale, and the essence in his conduits moved by his will. It shaped the technique through the conduits on his arm. It was difficult, but the essence moved. The technique took shape, and then he felt it snap into place. The empowering of his arm by the stillness essence. It was a trickle compared to the amount of qi he usually used in his techniques, and he could feel that the effect was nowhere near as strong as it was when he used the technique with his qi, but he had done it. Then, as his attention slipped, the technique went with it. He felt not exhausted per se, but his conduits were strained. It seemed that by using essence instead of qi, he had other factors to consider. Still, he had managed it, and that was what mattered. Now he just needed to practice. Quickly, he realized why people probably didn't do this, or at least none he knew. The strength of the technique using essence was always far less than when one was formed with qi. Not only that, but he needed to stay still in order to draw in essence and then use a breathing form to shape a technique. It wasn't useful in combat at all. Perhaps some cultivators on different paths might be able to use this, but it would be hard for Ryun. He was limited not only by the quality of essence, but also his draw-in speed. Still, it was another tool in his repertoire, and he did feel like it would help him be able to command unbound essence around him. He had started using air and wind essences around him and shaping techniques. He could throw weak blasts of essence when he used his void beam, though he had only managed to use essence with the previous iterations of his techniques. It seemed that his current techniques were too advanced for essence, or perhaps too dependent on the properties of qi. Essence wasn't qi, and he couldn't manipulate it in the same way. He couldn't force air essence to crystallize, no matter how he tried. So when he tried to create an essence wall in front of himself, it was just air essence. A bit denser, perhaps, but nothing that would stop anything. There were secrets here, he suspected, things that he hadn't yet thought of, but he would need time to find them all out. It took him around 15 days to reach the wall. The place he ran over was still intact, the wall still whole even though it had been abandoned. He decided to take a detour. He followed the wall toward the core of the empire, toward the ruin of their great city. Celia had told him what she knew. The Orn family had given their account of what happened, and Ryun wanted to see it. He found areas of the wall that were broken through, leagues of the wall shattered, and other sections that had fallen with just a few small holes. The cities along the wall were all razed to the ground, but there was no sign of life, no dome monsters, no people. It took him 4 days to reach the heart of the empire, but he had seen signs of what he expected to find a day out. The sand had turned into glass from heat, and the closer he got, the worse it was, until he reached where the city used to be. He couldn't quite tell what he was looking at first, even from high up in the sky. What he saw, it nearly boggled the mind. It was a deep crater. That was the only word he knew that could even come close to what he was seeing, and even that failed to properly describe it. His eyes could see the end of it, so far into the distance, something that he had never been able to do before. Air essence usually made his sight seem as if he was looking through a fog. The closer something was, the clearer he saw it. But this was different. It was as if there was so little essence in the crater, in the sky above, everywhere, and it was as deep as a mountain inverted. He saw water pooling at the bottom, flowing in from a dozen different sources all around the crater. He knew that the Emperor caused this, but he didn't know how. It was as if Ryun had used his staggered end technique, but on such a scale that it had taken a chunk out of the world itself, as if it had swallowed the essence and everything around it. Such power! Ryun considered himself mighty, but he couldn't have done this, no matter how perfect the circumstances, how much stats he managed to steal. The scale of it alone was terrifying. He had helped kill Hastur, a being that was greater than anything that Ryun had ever encountered. He was indisputably in the top echelons of the infinite realm. But this, it humbled him, showed him that he still had much more room to grow. Trying to change his techniques was a tedious process and a time-consuming one, and he didn't have a lot of time to waste on his trip back. Celia hadn't outright said it, but there were issues in the sect, things that were better left for an in-person conversation. Still, he took the time to practice, to prepare himself for the advancement to the next realm. He was even trying to improve his drawing in of essence, trying to master drawing in essence while moving. It was difficult having to focus on so many different things, but if he ever was going to be able to use techniques with essence, he would need to be able to move while he drew it in. The improvement of his techniques so far consisted of further refinement, learning how to use less chi for the same effect, how to shape techniques faster. Changing them was, well, it wasn't really necessary in most cases, as far as his main cultivation path was concerned, at least, and those were the techniques that he focused on now. His techniques were very much colored by his void aspect, so he was trying to at least alter them so that they could utilize any type of chi or essence. There were subtle differences that he noticed when using different essences for techniques, slightly different ways in which he had to execute techniques. It meant that he had to alter even the breathing form as he went. The one that he struggled with the most was Void Beam. That one was the most reliant on void, as suggested by its name. The framework named things with a reason, but now he was trying to change the technique, to build it up again from the ground up. He didn't know if it was even possible, as the framework was there for a reason. It provided a system that facilitated growth for everyone. It was strange, in a way. Abilities couldn't be changed in the same manner. The framework seemed far more rigid with a class, and it seemed far more relaxed for skill. Cultivation was somewhere in between. Perks were dependent on what the framework believed you deserved, like with classes. But techniques? They could be altered, tweaked, like skills, though that was not necessary. The framework could upgrade them, just like it did abilities. Void Beam fired a concentrated beam of void chi in its natural state. Void seemed to linger in a place that was somewhere between a gas-like state and a liquid, perhaps something like plasma in the old universe. The more he studied and tried to learn about essences, the more he realized just how little he knew. Still, the technique was simple. He pulled chi out of his core, compressed it, then released it in a beam. But the technique had started with chi burst, a simple ejection of chi from any part of his body. He still could do that, of course. The current evolution of the technique was just more refined, more sustained, more of everything it had been. He had managed to use it with essence he drew in, sending bursts of wind in front of him. He didn't have the drawing-in speed, nor was he able to keep enough of the essence that he drew in out of his core to be able to use the current version of the technique. That wasn't what he was worried about, though. Even if he managed it, if he mastered drawing in essence while moving, and gained sufficient control not to let it enter his core, he would never be able to use it with anywhere near the power that his chi could provide. No, what he was doing was preparing his techniques for his secondary aspect, stillness. Using techniques with stillness essence was strange. He couldn't quite figure out what their ultimate shape would be, since he couldn't amass enough essence to use a technique at full potential, nor was essence anywhere near the power of his chi, for some reason. When he fired a stillness beam, it just fizzled out the moment it left his body. It induced stillness into the air around the exit point, freezing it in place for a few moments, but it quickly dissipated. He was trying to figure out what applications that chi could have. He had decided on it because he believed it to synergize well with the void, at least conceptually. If he decided to mix the two aspects, he would get something new, but there was still the possibility of keeping them separate. He hadn't decided yet what he was going to do. He used his technique a few more times with the stillness essence, trying to see if he would get some type of insight. When nothing came, he decided that he had taken a long enough break. Figuring this out was going to take a bit more time, it seemed. He stood up and jumped from the platform, shaping the steps that he used to run across the sky. Following the bond in his mind, he headed home. Chapter 4. Forging. Ryun walked through the abandoned city. There were more of them north of the Empire's wall, some sacked and now only ruins, others so demolished that they could only be called a pile of rocks. And then there were others, like this one, a city that had been abandoned with no signs of battle. Its people had probably run before the monsters even came close. And after the pursuing monsters came, well, they had no use for an empty city. It was left whole, mostly, slightly ransacked, but nothing like the destruction he had seen before. He walked through the buildings, looking around. In their hurry, people left things behind. There was nothing truly valuable, but he had gathered trinkets and items of low value, most of which he fed to Brightstar. Zenker's storage was a cave filled with wonders. So many items, so many treasures of all kinds. It was a wealth accumulated over 1,000 years by someone who was obviously a bit of a hoarder. There was a pile of broken weapons and armor in the corner of the storage, which Ryun had fed to his forge immediately. He was still going through the rest to figure out what he was going to give to Brightstar, though he wouldn't give him much. He had other plans for the items. He made his way through the town, already knowing where he was going. His resonance sense told him exactly where he could find what he was looking for. The forges were in the eastern part of the city, in what had probably been some kind of industrial area. He made his way through the buildings, heading straight for the largest one. It was a formidable forge, larger and better than anything that he had built in the Twilight Melody sect. But it was also lesser in a way. Sect forges utilized formations, tools that conventional blacksmithing didn't use. This, on the other hand, reminded him of forges on Earth. He sensed no formations, but that wasn't surprising, as these people were classers. But there were no arrays, either. He wondered how they could craft anything better than a common or uncommon item here. Perhaps they relied on their perks much more. A cultivator who was on a cultivation path of blacksmithing didn't have that. A cultivating smith had a body that was improved, made to survive in the forge, made to harness and impart all of their craft into their work. They relied on skills and on formations to achieve greater effects. Ryun had studied blacksmithing, and his awakened partner had taught him more. But he had no tools other than his own body and knowledge, nothing to push his craft beyond. "We are not here for complicated work," Bright Star said. "At least, not in that way." Their bond was now on the 6th stage, and it allowed him to store up to relic rarity items with slight increases to other bonuses. Forged in Stars, Bond Perk. Any item worn by the user gains plus 40% to its durability. Starforge Bright Star. Armory of the Stars. Grants the user the ability to store up to 9 items in the Starforge, up to relic rarity. Each item placed in the forge will be replicated and stored alongside the original, to a maximum of 12 copies. The rate of replication is common rarity, 1 per 30 minutes, uncommon rarity, 1 per 2 hours, rare rarity, 1 per 8 hours, epic rarity, 1 per 24 hours, legendary, 1 per 48 hours, mythic, 1 per 72 hours, relic, 1 per 96 hours. Any item stored in the forge is granted equip and repair while in use by the user. The item copies will last for 15 minutes outside of the forge if they are not used by the user. Star Improvement. Any item placed in the forge for longer than 7 days will gain bonuses based on rarity. Common rarity, plus 5 to all stats and plus 10% to its durability. Uncommon rarity, plus 10 to all stats and 12% to its durability. Rare rarity, plus 20 to all stats and plus 14% to its durability. Epic rarity, plus 30 to all stats and plus 18% to its durability. Legendary rarity, plus 40 to all stats and plus 20% to its durability. Mythic rarity, plus 50 to all stats and plus 22% to its durability. Relic rarity, plus 100 to all stats and plus 24% to its durability. Anvil of Stars. Allows you to pull out the Anvil of Stars from the Starforge scape. Items made on the Anvil of Stars gain plus 10% to their durability and plus 30 to one stat based on the materials they are made out of. He had already changed his replication layout by putting a few of Zenker's relic items in. The only item that he was actually wearing on his person was an eternal ring that hid his screens completely from any power below Tier 9. The wording made it seem like there were some powers that could see through it, but he doubted many had anything like that. Slowly, Ryun set out to work on igniting the forge and preparing for his work. He brought down the black hammer on the Anvil of the Stars. Each strike against the metal made both the hammer and the anvil light up with starlight. The metal was something that he scavenged from the forge itself, iron of a higher tier, but nothing special. It was easy to manipulate, and it didn't require a lot to work. Ryun let his mind empty as he focused only on the hammer and the metal. He might not have the skills or perks designed for blacksmithing, but he did have some things that were even more useful. With his techniques, he could increase his strength, could increase the push of gravity on himself for greater effect. With his body, he didn't have to worry about the heat or getting injured. His eyes allowed him to see essence, and so he could see the traces of foreign essence in the iron. With precise applications of his other techniques or aura, he could simply eat them away with the void. His skill allowed him to detect the faintest weaknesses in the iron. The forging temperature was just right, his hammering form perfect. He held the piece of iron with tongs that he found laying around, but he could tell that they weren't going to survive this session. Fortunately, this wasn't going to take much longer. He drew the metal out, forming its shape. Then, while it was still molten, he leaned down and shaped a claw of void chi on his finger. With it, he sheared off the edges of the blade, carving in lines to the blade's spine. Then, before it started to cool, he drew essence from his core. When he cycled the essence out, it naturally changed into a crystal form. Something about interacting with his core and chi made it so. Now he focused on shaping that crystal. The void essence left through his finger, filling in the gaps in the blade. He focused on shaping it, but it was hard. He couldn't shape that essence as freely as he could his chi. He had the same issue that he had with unbound essence around him. Still, it was slightly easier. When he was finished, he had a blade that was metal filled in with crystallized void essence. Quickly, he raised the blade and plunged it into the bucket next to him, quenching it in an oil mixture. Steam and fire erupted, and then the bucket burst apart, showering the entire forge in oil. Ryun grimaced as he scorched himself, but he quickly regenerated the injuries. Then he looked at what remained in his hand. The void crystals had fractured and consumed parts of the blade, which had then ruptured into pieces. Brightstar said. Any ideas as to why that happened? Ryun asked. He was hoping that they could make this work, had hoped that it might make him understand essence better. Well, I don't think that void plays that well with this material. Iron is simple and weak. The essence we used was Tier 9. That could be the cause. Or it could be something in the oil. I don't know. This isn't our forge, and I don't know what purpose the smith had for all of his tools. Ryun grimaced and nodded. They would need to do some more experimenting. He did need to get back to his sect, but he felt that this time was important for him. Celia had told him some of what he should expect in the sect, and he knew that once he got back, there would be far less time for him to spend just working on his craft and cultivation. After relocating to a new forge, he tried the same thing with his chi, trying to crystallize and somehow bond it with the metal itself. It never lasted for long, even after he managed to get it to survive for a bit, and he had spent a couple of days on it. His chi just broke apart after a while when he no longer focused on it, even though the void was easier for him to manipulate because of his peak evolved perk. Brightstar was certain that there was a way to keep that from happening, but he just didn't know what it was yet. His knowledge had increased with their bond, but there was still a lot that he didn't remember. His next attempt was again with essence. This time he took essence from the forge itself. Fire essence entered his body, and he moved it through his conduits. He had found that he couldn't really change the state of essence that he drew in, not unless he drew into his core first. Somehow that allowed him to crystallize it. He didn't want to pollute his core, so he took in just the amount necessary. He pulled it out of his core and focused on shaping the crystal along the paths that he created in the blade. He quenched it after he was done, waiting for it to explode. But then it didn't. He pulled the blade out and saw orange crystal along the edges and inside the blade, like it was filled with it. He used his void claw to shear off the roughness and to create a sharper edge, make it resemble a real metal blade. After he was done with that, and the blade cooled, he moved to the small workstation in the corner of the room where he assembled the hilt and the guard. What he got was a short sword with a crystal edge. The framework asked him for a name, but he left it as it was and looked at what he had crafted. Lesser short sword of Forge's Fire, +4 to intelligence, +4 to strength, +30 to strength. This blade deals a small amount of fire damage with each wound inflicted. A simple weapon, but somehow still epic rarity, probably because it had such an effect or because it was made with forged essence. The 30 stats came from his star improvement ability, which also told him that the strength came from iron. Intelligence, though, that could only be from essence. And the name had a hint, too. It was called Forge's Fire, indicating that perhaps the source of essence used in making the weapon mattered. Intent and purpose were important for a lot of things. He leaned the weapon against his forearm and cut, but it didn't pierce his skin. He grimaced. His endurance was too high for him to be cut by such a weak weapon, it seemed. The edge was made out of fire from the forge, which he estimated to be around Tier 4. His body was made out of Tier 9 void, so it did make sense that it couldn't injure him. Still, he tried again, this time by stabbing himself. After applying slowly increasing pressure, the blade broke into his arm. The crystal shattered first, and the iron bent and broke apart. Both had been made up of low-tier essences, but the crystal shattered first. Of course, this was his first attempt at crafting such a weapon. He would need to practice a lot more than this. The silence was deafening. Not just the lack of sound, but the lack of life. No monsters had moved in behind the dome monsters. No people. There was nothing. He sat on the highest tower in the empty city and just took it in. He had never truly been this alone. Always he'd had other life around him, even on Earth. Ryun didn't mind being alone, by himself, but this experience had made him realize something. He no longer enjoyed it. He couldn't help but wish that Onrush or Celia or Erdania were with him. Someone. Anyone. The bond he had with Celia reminded him always that he wasn't alone. Not really. She was always just a thought away. He prepared to reach out to her for their evening talks, and then paused. Something, a sensation, intruded on his thoughts, a familiar one. He stood up and tilted his head, turning on instinct to look northwest. Something in the distance was... He hadn't felt this in a while, not since Ulia Dar Ishi. It was the call of true death that was about to happen. Not just any death, but one that was accepted, even welcomed. Someone was about to die. Ryun sprang into motion, running across the sky, heading straight for it. Chapter 5. Insight. The closer he got to the thing that was drawing him in, the more he realized that the area he was heading to was unusual. The Empire's lands were mostly desert, towns built on stone ridges, inside oases, on the riverbanks. A desert wasn't all sand. There was life here. But what he had seen was a land tamed by the Empire. Roads were everywhere, connecting the now abandoned or destroyed towns and castles. It had all seen the touch of civilization, and it was apparent everywhere. Watchtowers, fortresses, walls, trenches. Ryun had noticed the pattern. It was all designed as a killing field, one turned toward the core. The Empire had been expecting the attack from the north. Even their wall, which had held the dome monsters off for years, had been made in mind with a war with the settled territories. They had never gotten to use them as they had been intended. The war had come to them from the opposite side. But this place, this area, was untouched. He could sense pretty far, and he knew about the oasis long before he could see it, and the single living thing inside of it. He approached carefully and as silently as possible. Still, he was certain that the monster somehow knew he was coming, despite it having not moved since Ryun had first detected it. The oasis wasn't massive like some that he had seen before, as were those that spanned entire territories. No, this one was the size of a small, tightly packed village, perhaps. Palm trees and other plants filled the area with life, and a small lake took the most of the area's center, but Ryun's attention was on something else. At the edge of the lake was a stone platform. Rock formations grew out of the ground surrounding it, and on top of the tallest rock were 2 fruit trees, twined together, wrapping around each other, towering above the oasis, at least 10 stories high. Each tree had 1 fruit only, and below them was a monster. It was large. A long, sinuous tail and body were wrapped around the twined tree trunks, with the upper half of its body laying on top where the 2 tree trunks separated into 2 distinct canopies forming a V shape at the base. Its front limbs were on top of the 2 trunks, and its head rested on the hands. It had only the 2 limbs, and the rest was a body and a tail. That made it a lindworm, in the same family as worms, wyverns, drakes, and dragons. Covered in scales, long spikes grew out of its spine, culminating in 2 horns on its head, curved to the side, then down and forward. It was powerful. That much he was certain about. He twisted the ring on his finger, the one that he had taken off Zenker, and he removed the filters on his interface. Jikarud, Eyes of Insight, Tier 18. Strength, 10,290. Dexterity, 10,287. Vitality, 15,982. Endurance, 16,879. Intelligence, 28,902. Wisdom, 29,024. Capabilities. Flame of Lokrud. Effects. Exhale the flame of your ancestors' soul fire. Deals damage equal to 9 times your intelligence, 9 times your wisdom, and 9 times your strength additively. If you have entered the Legacy of Lokrud, the final damage is increased by 5 times. Scales of Lokrud. The power of your bloodline endures. Improve the endurance of your scales by up to 90 times your endurance based on your will. If you have entered the Legacy of Lokrud, the final effect is increased by 5 times. Claws of Insight. Execute a clawed strike through your target's defenses. Deals 9 times your strength plus 9 times your dexterity as damage. The damage is doubled if you have used True Insight on them. Perks. Eyes of True Insight. Effects. Gaze into the souls of all you lay your eyes on. You can see into the deepest depths of their souls and gain great insight into who and what they are. You will know the true name of any being that has one. You will understand all the parts that make them who they are. Bypasses protections, but doesn't reveal any power screens. Legacy of Lokrud. Call upon the blood of the one who started your line. His might infuses you for the next 15 minutes, increasing your size by 2 times. You gain plus 25% to all stats. Your wounds rapidly regenerate for the first 5 seconds after they had been inflicted. Your senses are improved by 25%. All piercing and slashing damage you deal is increased by 25%, and your capabilities have no cooldown. Blood of Jikarud. You have gained great power and recognition. Your blood sings the story of your life. It imbues all that you do and your body with your willpower. Zenker's ring gave him a lot of insight into monsters, more than he had ever seen before, especially on a monster of this rarity and tier. A part of Ryun was cautious. This monster was powerful and could kill him. Its raw stats were greater than his, and while Ryun might be able to match it, he wasn't looking for a fight. He was here for a different reason. He entered the oasis through the air, without touching the ground. Immediately he realized the true nature of it as soon as he entered. The oasis was a wild dungeon. That surprised him, but it explained the monster sitting in the tree with its eyes closed. Why the Empire hadn't conquered it, that was the question now. He looked around, but saw no other monsters, even with his eyes. Some monsters might be able to fool his sense, but there were very few things capable of fooling both his sense and his eyes. So, no hidden enemies that he could detect, no traps that he could see, just an oasis, water and plants, and the rock with an eternal rarity monster on the 18th tier wrapped around a tree with 2 fruits. Strange and intriguing. As Ryun approached, the monster stirred, and then it opened its eyes to look straight at him.
A visitor? A survivor? No. The Empire is now gone, and
the Lindworm said in a deep voice that carried across the oasis. The tone was slow and almost tired, but there was something in that gaze. He couldn't see it. To his eyes, the monster was just essence, a sculpture molded out of it, and its eyes were blank orbs. Nonetheless, he could feel that gaze.
You are not from the Empire. The agreement does not apply. If you've come to kill me, I will not give you a hard fight. I am already on the way out of this world.
Ryun tilted his head. He had met talking monsters before. Some had just screamed at him and wanted only to kill him. Others had talked, were almost apologetic in their manner, but they too had fought against him. He did not feel like this monster wanted to fight him at all. "What agreement?" Ryun asked. The Lindworm raised his head with a weariness and lethargy that spoke of great pain or tiredness, but Ryun saw no wounds on the monster.
Ah,
the monster exhaled.
One last time, then. How did you come to be here, if you do not know?
Ryun debated speaking or not for a moment, but then decided that there was no reason not to. "I can sense your death coming." The Lindworm tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. Then Ryun felt something go over him, a sensation that was not unpleasant, but certainly intrusive.
Ah, I see.
It was its perk, he realized. The monster had just seen who and what Ryun was. Ryun had never really bothered much with secrets and deception, so he wasn't bothered that the monster had used something like that on him. What bothered him was what it had seen. "Your perk," Ryun said slowly. The Lindworm glanced at Ryun's hand and the rings on his fingers, then back up.
Yes, echo of true death. It is.
The Lindworm chuckled.
I have lived for a long time, and I have never believed in destiny. Coincidence or destiny revealed. I remember the stories I heard when I was a young wormling slithering in my sire's blood. They used you to scare naughty children. Be good, or the Reaper will come and hunt you. Be good, or the Scythe will walk in your shadow. And then we grew up and knew that you are who we all must eventually meet. The only choice granted to us was to either go quietly into the Scythe's embrace, or run and feel the Reaper's fangs on our throats. No matter, I am grateful that my end will be witnessed by someone who comes from the same place.
It had seen something in Ryun, an insight, it seemed. I am not the aspect of true death. They are gone, Ryun told it.
Foolishness. You do not understand yourself, child, and I... No, you are here. You are not of the Empire, but an exception can be made for the last reading I will ever do, and the last questions I will ever ask. Rules should be observed. There is power in such things. Let us start from the beginning, then.
The lindworm raised its head and pushed itself upright in the tree, even though it was obviously hard for it.
You have come to me without knowledge and without wisdom. A cultivator, an aspect, a child, not of the Empire and unbound. Still, I shall grant you what all others who had come here have received. Insight into who you are, and a question at the end, as per the agreement made with Erikael Sandworn, duty-burdened, survivor, deluded, leader of the abandoned and exiled, the unwilling emperor of the sands, he who walked with burden. Tell me, who comes before Jigarud, the eyes of insight, before he who was born in the 936th brood of the line of Lakrud, the wisdom of an age, in a universe that no longer is?
Ryun blinked. That was formal, and he had said Erikael's name. The agreement that he had mentioned. This was a dungeon, but a dungeon with a single monster. Erikael had made a deal instead of fighting and killing the monster, and they had set up an agreement for something. Ryun walked forward, creating steps until he was closer to the creature. Then he shaped a circular, plate-like platform and took a seat with his legs crossed. "I am Ryun Noct," he said simply.
You are not only, Jigarud said. That is a name of a child born in a world that is ash and dust. We will get to who you are. Tell me, which one are you, Reaper or Scythe?
Ryun considered the question for a moment. The echo of the Reaper was gone, he was sure, yet this monster seemed to think... Reaper.
Yes, I see. The wolf of the end. And you say you are not the true death, Jigarud said. I see what you are. Many things and one. Ask if and what you want to know.
Ryun remained silent for a moment, thinking, and then he asked, "What is this agreement that you had with the Empire?"
That is not the right question, but I shall answer. Long ago we agreed for no death and blood spilled. I betrayed that for which I was sent here, while keeping the letter of the pact for which I retained my life. I traded an easy existence in return for my insight. They come to my home to learn who they are, to break through the blocks or gain understanding. Some come to affirm what they already believe about themselves, and often leave more broken than they were. Others come seeking to improve, to fix their flaws, and they come for the reward of this dungeon.
"Why were you sent here?" Ryun asked.
For the same reason All others like me are sent to places like these, to spill blood and earn favor for our kind, to be an obstacle and a worthy challenge, to gain a second chance for our people. The first dome was opened and the leader killed, and so, finally, I pay the price for ignoring the spirit of the pact. I am dying a true death because I have not fulfilled my part of the deal."
"The dome? What does that have to do with it?" Ryun asked.
"Even if I wanted to say, I cannot. The others of my kind are less kind than I am. They would have fulfilled their parts, and my kind will see life again. To speak more would violate the old pact fully, and that I will not break."
Ryun remembered his talks with the Yeti King, with the Molten King, and even the Leshy. All had said something along the same lines as Jikarud. Ryun had had an idea about what they were talking about for a long time now. The races that were now monsters had once been denizens of a different universe, like how Earth was. They had been given the framework as well, but they had not been chosen, had not been deemed worthy of the infinite realm. Some were turned into monsters, but perhaps their people had a chance to join the infinite realm too, if they fulfilled whatever pact they made. Finally, Ryun decided that he didn't want to push this being on the matter. Instead, he asked a different question. "Who am I?"
"The right question. I have names for you, things that I see, and I have insight. You are the one who once was Ryun Noct. You are he who is feared, he who is underestimated, he who reaches beyond, and he who fears himself, the liar and the mad. You are echo of true death, and wolf of the end, and harbinger of the final end, the witness of the journey's end, the half of one whole that once was and always will be, a law of all things. You are he who sees and he who knows. You are loved and loving, honest and deceiving, enduring and broken, arrogant above all."
"That doesn't tell me much that I didn't already know."
"That was the names. Now comes the insight," Jikarud said. "I can see who you are, the soul and heart of you, the facade and the flesh beneath,"
Jikarud continued.
"You have no true name. You are too young and unknowing. You are pieces of influences and traits that change still. Cultivation is the path to knowing oneself, and so in time you will learn it or not if you do not advance. They will fear you, for you do not fear the same things as they. They will underestimate you, for you do not care for the same things as they. You reach beyond what they know, and you fear what you could do, so you set yourself apart, isolated and alone, even among others. You lie to them, and you lie to yourself. You fear the monster you once were, and fooled yourself into accepting. You are true death, the heir to that which cannot be created here, but exists nevertheless. Set on the path by the schemer and deal-holder, how he plays with us all. Did he see what you could do? Do you see? How he cleans up past mistakes by nudging and showing wool before one's eyes. You see, and you don't. You know, and you don't. You love and are loved and fear it. You hide your deceptions behind honesty. The pieces of you that were broken endure. You do not see clearly, for you are arrogant above all and think that you know better. It is all the worse because you are often right and do know better.
Ryun didn't answer, but instead took Jikarud's insight in. He didn't understand all of it, but he did think on it. He somehow felt that the part of what the monster did was done, and that he shouldn't ask anything else. "Thank you for your insight," Ryun said to him. Jikarud inclined his large head, and Ryun saw him have a hard time raising it back up.
"Now we come to the end," Jikarud said. "Many have come here before me, and all have left with one more thing, the last question. Above me are 2 fruits. You may choose one to take. Which will it be?"
He paused and tilted his head as Ryun glanced above at the 2 fruits. He could see the essence inside of them, filled to the brim with power and blood.
That was the agreement, at least. But I will not live for long, and without me, they will not grow again. So you may have them both. One of them will purify and improve all aspects of your body, forging it with the blood of my ancestor. It will change you into something more, if you survive, that is, increasing your physical attributes and sharpening your soul's connection to it. The other is for your mind. It will grant you the insight that I can see, allowing you to face yourself and learn the truth of you. These trees originally grew in the field where Lakrud, the one who sired my line, died. They hold the power of my kind's blood, and it is not for those who are weak of mind or body. Few survive them, I was told. One of the Empire once came here to learn and study the tree, and I believe that he had made his own version of the trees. Be very careful if you use mine."
Ryun nodded. "Thank you."
"It is time,"
he said slowly.
"Will you do me this last favor?"
"What?" Ryun asked.
"The old ones of my home always met their ends with your previous selves guiding them. I will not run, Reaper, but still, give me the feel of your fangs on my neck."
The great lindworm lowered his head as if giving his neck to him. Ryun didn't hesitate. He would need to think a lot on all that he had heard here, but one thing he knew now. The story of a lindworm turned monster who made deals and kept the letter of them. The story of his life, and now the end witnessed. He did not feel any sudden true death, but only the ones that were accepted and assured. He activated his Wolf of the End form and approached on steps made out of the void. The lindworm's eye met Ryun's.
"Thank you,"
he said as Ryun activated his aura, filling the oasis with red. He opened his mouth and then closed it around Jikarud's neck. The blood spilled down his throat, and he felt the life leave the lindworm. Notifications filled his mind and flashed in the corner of his eye. Oasis of Insight. First, to clear the Oasis of Insight dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Chapter 6. Experimenting. The blood was dripping slowly now, but Ryun was patient. He kept the vial beneath the wound, filling one more with Chikarude's blood. Zenker's storage had a lot of different potions, but also reagents, resources that Ryun didn't know anything about. Ryun hadn't even had the chance to look at what potions Zenker had yet, as he had focused on items, but there was power in Chikarude's blood, he knew. Even after his death, the blood felt like it held something. He didn't know if the blood was going to be useful, but he was taking it anyway. He had ideas in store for it, and he had the wealth to experiment now. Once he filled the last vial, he looked up at the body of the lindworm. He wondered what Chikarude would think of him harvesting his body. The framework wanted them to think of the monsters as, well, monsters, not to think about them in the same way as people. But they were people, just different, put into a role and given another set of rules, just like everyone else. Still, Ryun would have done the same to a high-tier cultivator if he had fought and killed one too. The perks that changed them gave their bodies great power. He didn't feel like it was disrespectful, as the body was just an empty shell. He knew that the soul was gone. He continued his work, taking the scales, teeth, bones, and horns. It wasn't a quick process, and he had to use his mantle and techniques to cut through. Even dead, some of the lindworm's power remained in its body, the same as it did in the blood. He emptied his mind, focusing on the work and on pulling essence from his surroundings into his conduits, balancing using 3 techniques, 2 with his void to harvest the body, and 1 with the essence that he was pulling in. A burst of air left the back of his neck as he threw the essence out, practicing. He worked into the night, and then met the next day before he was finished. Once he was done, the rocks and the ground beneath the tree were stained with blood and gore, the parts he hadn't taken. Finished, he turned his eyes to the sky. There were no chest rewards for this dungeon, and from what Chikarude said, the 2 fruits were the actual rewards. He shaped and walked up the stairs of the void, then picked them both from the trees. Fruit of Lockrude's physical legacy. Consuming this fruit will improve all aspects of your body, granting you bonus base physical stats based on your current ones. It will cleanse and forge the essences your body is made up of and bring them all to Tier 9. You will undergo physical changes depending on your body's compatibility, death possible, and your race will change. The change is violent and painful. Fruit of Chikarude's insight. Consuming this fruit will grant you heightened mental protection, granting you bonus base mental stats based on your current ones, and will allow you greater insight into yourself. You will enter a mental scape where you can meet and face your deepest self, mind break possible. Surviving the ordeal will solidify your truest self. Both fruits would provide a great benefit to whoever consumed them. Ryun's body was made out of the essence of void, purified and concentrated, refined by his core into chi. He was made out of Tier 9 void chi. He didn't know if he could even use it, if he was even compatible. He could risk death by using it, and he didn't feel the need to. His body was perfect for what he was and what he needed. There was no need to complicate it further. The other fruit was the one that drew him. He had tried not to think about the things that Chikarude saw and said. Those words and insights had not slipped past him without impact. He had believed himself one thing, and now, was it a lie? A trick? Should he eat the fruit and find out? Those questions bothered him, put him off balance. He shook his head and put both fruits inside his storage. He didn't want to think about all of that now. Instead, he busied himself with going through the chests filled with potions and elixirs stored in Zenker's storage. Each chest was marked, and it didn't take him long to realize which ones were battle potions, which were boosting, which were alchemical weapons, and which were those with unique effects. Going through them, he found a couple dozen potions that increased stats, each unique and new to him, which meant that they would work for him and give him stats. Sadly, there didn't seem to be enough of them for a full bath. For that, one needed a couple dozen vials of the same potions, repeated for each type of potion one wanted to use. What he had here might be enough to fill a small bath that wouldn't be enough for him. The quality of them, though, the top 3 types provided a lot of stats. Eternal Grade Elixir of Titanic Strength. Drinking the contents will grant plus 150 to base strength permanently. The elixir loses effectiveness based on how many elixirs of the same type have been previously consumed. Masterwork Grade Elixir of Giant's Strength. Drinking the contents will grant plus 120 to base strength permanently. The elixir loses effectiveness based on how many elixirs of the same type have been previously consumed. Relic Grade Elixir of Treant's Strength. Drinking the contents will grant plus 100 to base strength permanently. The elixir loses effectiveness based on how many elixirs of the same type have been previously consumed. And he had one for each stat. There was only one of each, but even that alone would make him so much more powerful. In total, they allowed for an increase of 370 to all his stats, and with the others he could probably gain around 500 per stat. Though there weren't any extra vials of the same elixirs anywhere. Zenker had probably already used all of those types, so they would be useless to him. He just kept one of each for some purpose that Ryun couldn't know. After a few moments of thought, he drank the 3 types, increasing all his stats by 370. The effects of them were somehow more impactful. He felt stronger, and it wasn't often that he could actually feel such a change. He pushed the sensation aside and stored the rest of the stat potions, deciding to keep them for now. There was a lot of wealth in Zenker's storage, but also a lot of things that he could trade. He kept looking through the chests, picking up potions that caught his eye. There were a couple of exploding ones, a few that seemed to be acid, others that froze anything they touched or turned things to stone. It was an arsenal of alchemy. Then he found a couple of additional interesting ones. Chi Refinement Elixir. Consuming the elixir will refine and improve your chi, increasing its tier by 3, max 9. Grand Core Reinforcement Elixir. Consuming the elixir will add 50% more capacity to the cultivator's core, as well as 50% additional chi density. Ryun's chi was already at the maximum tier, but there were many cultivators that would pay fortunes for such an item, and for a potion that could reinforce their core. He remembered how much Celia had paid for one. In this storage, Ryun had enough wealth to never have to worry about essence again. He already hadn't had many issues with that. His class was made to harvest essence, but now he didn't even need to use it. The core one was powerful, and it would give him so much more chi that he would extend his staying power in battles by a great deal. There were a few other weaker versions, too, so he decided that he didn't need to keep it. But he was also on the cusp of the next realm, which would increase his core size in the process of advancement. He put the elixir aside for later. A lot of the other potions were reagents and ingredients, though they did have effects. He spent the rest of the day looking through the potions, cataloging them. There were thousands to go through. As the night came, he raised his head and looked in the distance, in the direction he felt Celia. He should hurry and return, he knew, as his absence was causing issues in the sect. Onrush in particular was struggling to deal with everything. But no matter how much he wanted to be around people again, he knew that he wouldn't have a chance like this again in a long time. To be alone, to be able to completely give himself to training and experimenting. There were things that he wanted to do before he went home and had to deal with other people. He stood up and turned in the opposite direction, toward the abandoned city he had come from. Ryun looked through the reagents in Zenker's storage, searching, while not quite knowing exactly what for. He'd had many ideas over the last few days, but few met with any success. Today he was going to try something that was different, something that perhaps could work. "Fire again?" Ryun asked. "The type of fire might be important," Brightstar responded. Ryun grunted, then pulled out 2 vials from the storage. Vial of distilled greater fire elemental essence. You can feel the heat and the power of the greater fire elemental in this liquid, which passively gives off heat, and in the right circumstances will burst into fire. It was a reagent, something that could be further mixed with something else to get an effect, an elixir or a potion. The blood that he had taken from Jikarud was just that, blood. It didn't have a framework window because it wasn't distilled, but rather raw. It held power, but Ryun didn't know how to bring it out. This vial, on the other hand, was already distilled. He moved back into the forge and got to work. He approached the smelter and placed the ingot of iron on top. As it melted, he slowly poured the distilled essence on top of it. He saw the heat ignite it, melting the iron instantly. What he got, after he went through the process of refining, was a bright orange ingot streaked with gray. It had become something else, fire-touched iron. He had been right. Ryun spent the next day preparing for the next step. He found the best oil mixture in the abandoned forges, and then added the second vial of essence to it, mixing it all up. Then he got to the process of forging the ingot into a blade. Even the shaping of it was easier somehow. It responded to heat much better, and the strikes of his hammer somehow brought the essence of fire and iron closer, bonding further. He could see it with his eyes. There was a disparity in the quality of the iron and the essence, but it worked. Once he finished roughly shaping it into the blade, he pulled the fire from the forge again. He moved the essence through his body, not through his core this time, but just in and then out and into his hammer. He focused, and with each hit he tried to force it into the blade. It wasn't changing states. It remained in the state of the fire, but it was going into the essence of the metal. It was working. It wasn't bonding fully, as he could tell that what he was doing was keeping it there and that it would just dissipate eventually. He wasn't done, though. Ryun raised the blade and then pushed it into the oil mixture he made, quenching it. The oil ignited, and he watched as the blade soaked up all the fire essence from the oil. It seeped into the blade and tied it all together. He pulled it out, and the blade burned. Orange flame surrounded the blade all the way through, burning intensely. He moved to the workstation, and as soon as he tried to assemble the hilt and the guard, he realized that he couldn't. The moment it touched the blade, it melted from the flames. His body was burning, regenerating so fast that he wasn't even noticing it, but the blade's fire was powerful. He reached into his storage and pulled out a piece of bone he harvested from Jikarud. With the void, he shaped it and then slid the blade into it as a handle. He could feel the bone heat up, but it didn't melt, nor did it get damaged at all. He then searched through Zenker's storage, looking for any other high-tier ingredients that he could use. He didn't find any ingredients, but he found a mythic sword of fire resistance, which he took apart before pulling out the leather straps from its hilt. He used them to tie the blade and the bone, and then he bent the guard around on top in a makeshift new one. With the blade secured to a hilt, he picked it up, and a prompt appeared in front of him. For the first time, he entered a name. "Fireblade? Really?" Brightstar complained. "It fits," Ryun answered. The blade was still ignited, and the fire didn't seem to be calming down. He pulled up its details. Fireblade. Plus 450 to intelligence, plus 100 to strength, plus 50 to wisdom. The blade exudes forge fire essence. Holding it while in the presence of forge fire will increase that fire's heat by 50% and provide a slightly deeper insight into forge fire essence. Provides 20% fire resistance when held. So, the choice of materials and sources did matter significantly. The distilled essence helped bond everything, and it probably made the simple iron much stronger. The metal wasn't on the level of relic-grade materials, though, that was for sure. The rarity had to have come from the other materials he used. A bone of an eternal monster, leather from a mythic sword. The bone was what had increased the rarity this much as it carried the creation. He wondered just how durable the blade was. Would it hold up to the same forces that another relic-grade weapon could endure? Probably not. He had wasted the materials for something that he probably could have learned without experimenting. He could have found a teacher or purchased the information, but he felt that it was better this way, that it helped his bond with Brightstar for him to have learned on his own. The Lindworm would probably call it arrogance, and perhaps he was right. He might have wasted a powerful reagent, but he had learned more from it. After a moment he laid the blade back on the anvil and offered it to Brightstar to consume.
"Ah, it is good," Brightstar said. "I see."
Then Ryun felt a familiar sensation, the deepening of their bond. He had fed him a dozen eternal, masterwork, and relic-grade items from Zenker's storage, and just as many damaged items. Everything of lower grade he found in the ruins of the Empire, too, had gone to him. He pulled out the notifications and saw the changes. Starforge Brightstar. Armory of the Stars. Grants the user the ability to store up to 9 items into the Starforge up to Masterwork rarity. Each item placed in the forge will be replicated and stored alongside the original to a maximum of 12 copies. The rate of replication is Common Rarity, 1 per 30 minutes. Uncommon Rarity, 1 per 2 hours. Rare Rarity, 1 per 8 hours. Epic Rarity, 1 per 24 hours. Legendary, 1 per 48 hours. Mythic, 1 per 72 hours. Relic, 1 per 96 hours. Masterwork, 1 per 120 hours. Any item stored in the forge is granted Equip and Repair while used by the user. The item copies will last for 20 minutes outside of the forge if they are not used by the user. Star Improvement. Any item placed in the forge for longer than 7 days will gain bonuses based on rarity. Common Rarity, plus 5 to all stats and plus 10% to its durability. Uncommon Rarity, plus 10 to all stats and 12% to its durability. Rare Rarity, plus 20 to all stats and plus 14% to its durability. Epic Rarity, plus 30 to all stats and plus 18% to its durability. Legendary Rarity, plus 40 to all stats and plus 20% to its durability. Mythic Rarity, plus 50 to all stats and plus 22% to its durability. Relic Rarity, plus 100 to all stats and plus 24% to its durability. Masterwork Rarity, plus 200 to all stats and plus 26% to its durability. Anvil of Stars. Allows you to pull out the Anvil of Stars from the Starforge scape. Items made on the Anvil of Stars gain plus 15% to their durability and plus 50 to one stat based on the materials they are made out of. Forged in Stars, Bond Perk. Any item worn by the user gains plus 50% to their durability. Again, no new abilities or perks, but he felt like they were close to something more, something greater. Their bond was now Tier 7, so close to the end. "I know now how to do what we somehow managed here," Brightstar said. "Good," Ryun said, and then he turned back to searching through Zenker's storage. He needed to find some lower-grade reagents for more testing. He didn't want to stay here for much longer. A few more days of experimenting, and then he would head home, back to dealing with problems, other people, and the forces seeking to destroy them all. Chapter 7. Balance. The food production increase is going according to schedule. We should be able to produce all of our foodstuff needs within the year. Embesh offered up a piece of paper. "That's good," Onrush responded as she picked the paper up and skimmed over it, the numbers and projections clearly shown through graphs. "We can't sustain purchasing what we need for much longer than that." "Is it really that bad?" Naira asked. Onrush met Naira's eyes. Just having her here after so long had been incredible. She had missed her a lot, and if she could have, she would have dropped everything and just spent months alone with her. But her responsibilities meant that she couldn't be away from the sect, from consequence, especially not now. She had been in every meeting since she'd returned, trying to catch up on all sect matters. After a few months of daily meetings, they had barely scratched the surface of all the things that the sect dealt with now. It had been years since she had been home. "It is," Embesh said with a sigh. He was a territory leader and had been the leader of their primary food production territory and branch. Onrush had moved him to consequence out of necessity, as she needed someone she could trust to be her right hand. He still used his expertise in farming, though now only in the territory surrounding consequence while his family took over his former job. "Our production was never intended for this many people. We've expanded rapidly, taken in dozens of territories over the years, and with all of the refugees from the core and your people, we have almost 10 million people spread out across our entire sect, which is too many to feed with what we can produce. We've been forced to import food from surrounding sects, and we've been paying a premium because of all the wars happening everywhere, though, thankfully, sect wars are not like the wars of other factions." The sect wars had calmed down, with only a few border clashes remaining. Sect wars rarely lasted for long. The strong demonstrated their strength with as little blood as possible, and the losing side accepted the defeat. Few sect wars devolved into the monstrous butchering of the core factions, and it was always frowned on by the rest. If you were stronger, then you didn't need to spill that much blood. "I could ask my family," Naira said slowly. "We have a lot. My father can help you produce—" Onrush shook her head immediately. With the corner of her eyes, she glanced at Tali, who was quietly sitting in the corner, not at the main table. "No," she responded. "We cannot get into debt to foreign factions, Naira. I understand what you mean, but if we do that, I might as well just hand over the entire sect to your family or to the Zhenxuan. Either could help us, but they are guests. We are already buying food from your family. We cannot accept help or a gift, or we will show weakness." It was so hard to balance all these powerful people. Onrush herself was nothing compared to some of them, and yet she was in charge. She knew that she held much respect from those who had been part of their core sect, the Twilight Melody sect, former Black Viper sect, and the Last Ember sect, and the smaller sects that they had conquered over the years. But two guest factions had a lot of people too, Zhenxuan and the House of Orn. Either of those factions could have pushed and tried to take over the sect. The Orns had the numbers and the strength, whereas Zhenxuan had the name and influence. The only reason neither of them had tried anything visible was because of Naira for the Orns and Ryun for the Zhenxuan. And Tali. She couldn't forget her, though Onrush was sure that Tali wouldn't lift a finger to help Onrush keep the sect under her control. Not out of malice or disloyalty. No, she would see it as a teaching moment. Onrush cursed the day when Tali had decided to give Onrush her attention. Before Ryun left, Tali had seen her as a below-average cultivator unworthy of her attentions. She had focused all of her attention on Kree, and probably only because Ryun had asked that of her. Now, though, the woman was her constant shadow. She never said her piece. She never told Onrush what to do. She scolded and she advised, but never in public. The others saw Tali behind Onrush and thought that she ruled. Her actions against the necromancer had granted her a lot of influence and respect, such that she would have been well regarded even if people didn't know who she really was. Most didn't, but those who mattered did. The Orn family had some history with her, or at least Naira's mother did. The two Zhenxuan high-rankers knew of her, but only in passing, as they had been children when Tali had supposedly died. Still, they respected her. None of them respected Onrush. And that was one of her biggest issues. She couldn't show even a trace of weakness. She needed to hold the sect together until Ryun returned. She knew that he was on his way, as Celia Hajan had told her that he had contacted her through some secret means. The woman was obviously not aware of the fact that Onrush knew about the bond between her and Ryun. He didn't keep secrets from her, but she didn't tell the woman that, of course. Knowing that he was coming was enough. "Anything else on the list?" Onrush asked. Embesh glanced at Naira, then back at her. He opened his mouth, then quickly closed it. Then he cleared his throat and spoke. "Another incident in the city." Onrush closed her eyes and sighed. He didn't even need to tell her what actually happened. She could guess. Still, she asked, "What happened?" "Two immortals got drunk on one of those new brews, Zhenxuan and Orn. Words were said, and it turned to violence. They demolished the tavern, blew out a wall, and collapsed part of the first floor. The owner has petitioned the sect for punishment and restitution." "Which Orn?" Naira asked. Embesh picked up a piece of paper and quickly skimmed through it. "Frydor Orn? Frydor? Freydor?" "Freydor," Naira corrected as she grimaced. "My nephew, my sister Vanessa's son." A main house member, then. That could be bad. Onrush turned to Embesh. "And the Zhenxuan?" she asked. "Villarin Shijan," Embesh said. "One of the sect warrior trainers. They are both hundreds of years old." And that was the crux of the problem. Those in the sect knew about the third iteration, knew that there was a war and that they were exiled. Most believed them to be dead. Onrush and her people knew better. They didn't have any issues with them, for their part. They were people born on the frontier, young. They didn't remember the war, and their parents didn't remember it either. They had no involvement with what happened in the past, only stories, no bad blood. The people from Zhenxuan and the Orn family were a different story. Their old immortals remembered. There were no immortals in the people from Zhenxuan who had been alive back then, but several of them had parents who had been in the war. They grew up on first-hand accounts. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened between them. And yet, Onrush glanced at Tali, saw her sitting there and judging. Karya Orn clearly had some kind of a relationship with Tali, and obviously not a hostile one. That confused everyone. The stories, the history, said that the two of them were enemies. The third iteration hated Tali for attacking their citadel, for killing their leader, and the old sect warriors hated Karya for doing the same in return. But the two of them? They were seen walking through the city together, talking. Granted, if it wasn't for that, the two sides would have probably torn each other to pieces. Classers and cultivators, empire and sects, third iteration and the rest. She was thankful that most of their people weren't anywhere near each other. The Zhenquan had taken Wolf's Grove as their main territory, and their people were spread out in their southern territories, while the Orns had taken the northern ones. But each had representatives in the capital, Consequence. The Twilight Melody sect had expanded a lot, both further into the wild and along the frontier's borders. They had absorbed the smaller sects that had been surrounding them, and absorbed the refugees from the core, those that had accepted the Twilight Melody sect's rule, at least. They still had pressures on their eastern borders, though their neighbors had, for the most part, been absorbed by the greater sects that had moved there from the intersect territories. The losers of the wars, branches of sect families, and those who didn't want to serve but just moved away, as with the Zhenquan. Often a single family, or just a branch of a main sect family, was enough to conquer a small or mid-sized sect in the frontier. They simply had old people, powerful people. The Twilight Melody sect was surrounded on all sides by threats. People were escaping from the south, and the Empire were still coming. Some stayed with the Orns, while others moved further north. She had heard word of an army attacking a sect to the far south. The third iteration's people did not all come to the frontier peacefully, and in fact, of those who hadn't decided to try and take unclaimed territories, most had not come with peace in mind. Onrush was the one who had to deal with them all. She had some influence with the sects, not as much as Tali, but she had fought against the necromancer and his armies. She was seen, and she had demonstrated her power. Recently, though, she was always being put against people far older and stronger than her. She survived by trying to balance them all, by appearing bigger than she actually was. "I can talk with my mother," Naira offered. Onrush met her eyes. She loved her, and she knew that she only wanted to help, that she felt she hadn't been doing enough as a sect leader, but this was not something that she could help with. "I'll talk with her first," Onrush said. "Regarding the punishment of her family member, this is a sect. He destroyed another's property and engaged in unsanctioned violence in our capital. You understand that he needs to be punished by us, right?" Naira nodded reluctantly, but Onrush could see that she was struggling with the fact. "Vanessa isn't going to like that," Naira added. "She doesn't have to like it. But," Onrush's voice softened, "I would appreciate it if you talked with your mother afterward. Something has to be done about this. We can't have them fighting like this. They are here as guests." Naira nodded. "I know." Onrush held her eyes for a moment, and then looked to Embesh. "And I will need to speak with Zhenquan. Erdania would be best." The Zhenquan were led by Celia and Erdania, and of the two, Onrush much preferred to talk with Erdania. She was easygoing, a warrior at heart, one who understood the order of such things. Celia was more political. She would have a harder time convincing Celia to allow her to punish one of her own people. She was more interested in appearances than Erdania was. "I'll see what I can do," Embesh told her. "See to it," Onrush said, and brought the meeting to an end. After Embesh left the room, Naira paused and glanced at her, then at Tali. Onrush waved her away, and after a moment she walked out. Onrush leaned her head on the back of her chair, closed her eyes, and sighed. "Our vaults are nearly empty. What we salvaged from the monster swarm is gone, and we don't produce enough to sustain our needs," she said.
"And whose fault is that?"
Tali asked.
"I know,"
Onrush answered.
"You should never have accepted as many people as you have into the sect,"
Tali continued.
"I know. Too many mouths to feed, too many people that have no worth. Raising them up, teaching them, it all has costs, Onrush, but you didn't think about that, did you?"
"I know. But it was either that or fight them and kill them. They were desperate. Those who were left homeless by the necromancer were starving, would have died in weeks. And those who came from the core, if I refused them, they were desperate enough that they would have tried something stupid, like fighting us." When she lowered her head and looked at Tali, she saw her glaring at her.
"Your heart is too soft, but I guess there is quality in that, too. You aren't too bad."
It was always like this with her. Compliments that she wasn't sure were compliments, disappointment, and lectures. In the end, though, Onrush did appreciate it. "I could hire more blacksmiths, or spare some essence to raise a few," Onrush said. Ryun had started a blacksmithing industry in the sect when he had started to learn. He gave essence and support to the best smiths that their sect had. They weren't great. The quality of their work was solid, but didn't amount to anything amazing. They mostly mass-produced low-grade weapons and armor, which the sect sold to the surrounding sects and the core factions. With their wars, even low-grade weapons and armor were needed. They were making most of their profits from what they produced, plus the materials that they sold from their Hearthstone dungeon, as well as the rights for dungeon runs.
"You could,"
Tali said. "You aren't going to tell me if it's a good idea, are you?" Onrush sighed again.
"No."
Onrush shook her head. A part of her appreciated her teachings, even though it was unconventional. Tali didn't interfere, but she was there to bail her out. She had done it in the past, when sects that were stronger than she could handle came knocking. She had fought and defeated the would-be conquerors in those cases, but she never interfered when she thought that Onrush could handle something on her own. And often Tali's idea of what Onrush could handle exceeded reality. True, it always forced Onrush to push herself, to grow, for which she was thankful. She knew that it was making her stronger. That was Tali's teaching style, and she did so with all of her students, Cree included. "I could take Naira's offer," Onrush said slowly.
"Ender Orn could feed the sect. Within a week he could produce what we might consume in a year,"
Tali said. The Orns had transformed one of the Twilight Melody sect's territories into farmland. They were producing their own food, for the most part, and selling the rest to the neighboring sects and to Twilight Melody.
"But you know what that will mean."
"I do," Onrush said. It would tip the balance between the Zhenxuan and the Orns. If one side provided more, then the other would feel obligated to do the same. And in the end, Onrush would just lose her authority to them over time. "I guess I need to talk with them, then. Convince them to somehow let me punish their immortals and get them to pay restitution. Joy.
Remember, project strength. You are the acting sect head of the Twilight Melody sect. We are no longer a small frontier faction. We are on the cusp of being a large sect. Despite your age, you have done well, and what you've achieved must be respected."
Onrush nodded, then stood and walked out. She needed to prepare for those meetings, which meant going into full sect head mode. Colorful and quality-spun dresses, an entourage. She just couldn't wait. Chapter 8. Reprimands. She walked through the corridors of the sect's headquarters, the palace in the heart of the city. She had grown up in sects that preferred compounds, homes surrounded by walls. The palace was not a home. It was far colder than that. She didn't understand why Emberhorn had it built, why he lived here, not at the beginning. Over the years, though, she had learned from the people who remained, who knew him. Emberhorn was a man who had feared his own weakness, who wanted so badly to be great, and just didn't have what it took. So he built for himself a city in the image of the kingdoms and empires in the core, in the styles of the people who needed tall towers and castles to demonstrate their greatness, who wanted all who gazed on their homes to believe that they were lesser. It had always felt overbearing to Onrush. She had never seen anything other than the homes of the sects, of course, but she had heard stories. The other factions liked to remind others that they were better by building taller and larger, structures that instilled fear or demanded respect. The cultivators didn't do that. They demonstrated their greatness through art, the art of personal power and skill, the art of the craft and beauty. She had never really seen it as it was meant to be seen. The frontier sects never had the resources, expertise, and time to properly demonstrate their skills. The Twilight Melody sect never had the time to do it either, or at least it didn't used to. But a lot had changed over the years. They had the freedom for people to practice their crafts, not just for advancement, but for the sake of it. That was what mattered in the sects. Not if you could do something, but how you could do it. A warrior defeating another without drawing blood was considered far more worthy of respect than if he simply killed. Defeating multiple opponents on your own without getting injured, using your skills to create something that would last, or something that was beautiful even for a moment, a memory that would stick in people's heads. The outside of the palace was cold, but they had changed the inside drastically. The walls were covered with luxurious carpets and banners. The dominant colors were violet and black, and the corridors now holding more intricate art. Compared to the sculptures and vases of the previous owner, Onrush had instead filled the palace with wood carvings. They had a lot of forests around them, and many of their people knew how to work it. Few among them had taken up the more artistic crafts alongside their jobs. The second reason for why she chose to make the primary art of the sect carvings was Ryun. He couldn't see paintings, or at least not well, and it was easier for him to appreciate things that had depth. She walked steadily, with Lesametrius and Naira following 2 steps behind her. She wore a dress, not something that she usually did, but each occasion was different. Her dress was in the style of a sect, of course, meaning it didn't reveal much. Long, and with wide sleeves, its sash was tightly woven around her waist. Her white hair was pulled up in an elaborate bun with 2 red needles holding it together. The dress looked more like a battle robe, and could, of course, function in that role. As much as she played at being an administrator, she wasn't, really. No sect leaders or sect heads were. They had people who did all the things that she took care of, and she had Embesh. But neither of them were made for that role, so they had to help each other. A sect leader and a sect head had only one job, to be strong, to push the power of the sect's main paths. And they were lacking in that area. Onrush had ideas, she had plans, but she needed Ryun to enact all of them. So, for now, she sat on the throne of the sect, and she played all the roles that she wasn't supposed to be playing. She entered the throne room and walked down the length of it. There were 10 warriors wearing sect colors in the room, each in the heavenly realm. Like Lesametrius, 5 on each side in between the pillars. The Twilight Melody sect had a couple of immortal realm cultivators, but none of them were technically fully in the sect. They were refugees from the core, or the rulers of smaller sects that the Twilight Melody sect had swallowed up in their expansion. Most were autonomous. Onrush ruled, but they were really here because they wanted protection, and the word of Tali's power had spread far. The core of the Twilight Melody sect, the former members of the Black Viper sect, and the Last Ember sect had no immortals aside from Onrush and Naira. The walls behind the pillars were covered with carvings in black and brown wood, depicting important moments in the sect's history. She still didn't know how exactly to feel about it all. She glanced at one particular piece depicting the fight against the monster swarm. The city of Ven Oren, that was no more, still whole on the carving, showed the moment the monster attack had started. Ryun running on steps toward a giant monster in the sky. She saw herself on the walls next to Naira, and Dierv nearby, his spear raised high. It was an amazing carving, full of detail. She could barely believe that it had been made by someone in her sect, but it had. They had talent. They just lacked many of the resources and knowledge that the other older sects had. She walked up the steps and then took a seat on the throne. She had replaced the previous one with one that was significantly more ornate. It was still a backless and wide throne-like chair, but now it was elaborately carved, with vipers coiling on one side and fire on the other. She had tried to include as much of their sect's cultures into the art presented in this room. Their sect wasn't old, but it had a history nonetheless. She settled on the throne, her back straight and her head held high. Naira and Lesemetrius walked over behind her and stopped, one on either side. Onrush gestured, and one of the warriors at the end of the room moved. He left the throne room, and she waited for her visitors.
"Are you sure that Tali shouldn't be here?"
Naira whispered. Onrush didn't move her eyes from the doors on the other end of the room.
"She gives me looks when I use her influence to deal with problems." "Still,"
Naira said.
"I prepared for this,"
Onrush said. Naira didn't get the chance to say anything else as the doors opened. 2 people walked in, escorted by one of Onrush's assistants and the warrior who had left before. The 2 immortals walked through the long stretch of the throne room, casting glances around them. One of them was a Zhenxuan cultivator, a Demaci with 2 horns that grew straight up from his forehead and dark brown hair. His face was that of a middle-aged man, meaning that he had no perk to revert his appearance after he gained immortality. Judging by his face, he had been at least 100 years old when he became immortal. She didn't know what cultivation path he was on, but she knew that he was a warrior, and the main cultivation paths of Zhenxuan were known. He wore a combat robe with leather armor pieces, as if he expected to go to battle at any moment, which, of course, he did. All people raised in the sects understood that one needed to be ready at all times. The other person was a classer, human, and a servant of House Orn. He was immortal, just like the cultivator. Compared to the other person, he was plain. He wore simple clothes of a style that was strange to Onrush, brown pants and a tunic. They were simple-looking, but well-made, filled with power. He had red hair, though different from the blood red of Naira, more the color of the sun's light. He did have green eyes, which Onrush recognized. She had been surprised when she had learned from Naira that the man was actually a farmer. But then again, most of the Orn's people were in fact farmers. It was what her family was good at. An immortal farming class, though? Onrush didn't want to underestimate anyone, but that would not have seemed so powerful to her before this incident. After reading the report, though, she knew that the man shouldn't be underestimated. He had fought with a warrior and hadn't lost. They were lucky that people interfered before their fight escalated further. Once they reached the base steps in front of the throne, their guide spoke. "Sect leader, I greet you," he started formally. "With me are Villarin Shijan and Fredor of House Orn, as requested." No real titles, no respect given. She saw that the cultivator understood and did not like that. The classer had no idea about what was happening here, though. Freydor Orn glanced at Naira, and Onrush felt her incline her head. The man then bowed deeply. The cultivator grimaced, but didn't show any respect. Instead, he glared at Onrush. "I did not come here to be lectured by a child," he spat. "If your real leader doesn't want to speak with me, then I will leave this place." Of course. Onrush had expected this. Two immortals, neither one of them willing to show respect to what they considered a child. She was immortal, but she was younger. Even Freydor had shown disrespect to her, though he probably didn't realize he had. The only reason he bowed was Naira, as she commanded that respect, probably because of the things she had accomplished in the Empire. Onrush was a stranger to them, her feats unknown or less impressive than what they themselves had achieved. Now she had a choice on how to deal with them, or at least Villarin. She could fight and defeat him, as was the quickest way to gain someone's respect in the sects. But that would run the risk of her losing, and she very well could. She had never really entertained the idea of fighting. She had prepared. Onrush leaned in her seat and looked at the man who had spoken.
"I am the acting sect head, the leader of this sect, as you put it," Onrush said. "The two of you have caused damages to the property of my people. You are not here to be lectured at. You are here for punishment."
"Am I supposed to take punishment from you?" Villarin laughed. Onrush waited for a beat, then spoke.
"Your respective peoples are guests of my sect. I respect your leaders greatly. We have an understanding. You can stay and enjoy our territories, and in return we ask only that you hold to our rules. Now you have broken those rules, and you will give reparations."
"And if I refuse?" Villarin asked. Onrush tilted her head.
"As I said, I am someone who has a lot of respect for your leaders. Do you really think that I would have called you here without their knowledge and agreement? I do not overstep my authority, unlike you."
Villarin Shijan blinked, looking a bit unsure of himself now. Bravado and arrogance, looking down on those you considered weaker, those were ingrained in the peoples of the sect, and with good reason, as reaching high required ambition. They were, in most cases, right. They were better than those beneath them. But there was a place for everything. The man had overstepped, believing that Onrush was not really in charge, that Tali was the one pulling the strings. Most thought that. It wasn't the truth. Still, Onrush knew her own place. She ruled the sect, but their guests were not ordinary ones. They were not some frontier sect that she could order around as she wished. The respect that she had from them was both earned and freely given. She would never overstep and try to punish their people without them knowing.
"Every word out of your mouth lowers your people in my sect's eyes,"
Onrush added coolly. There were few things that people in the sects truly cared about. But appearances? Those mattered. Losing the respect of your leaders was, well. Villarin froze. Even Freydor noticed the change in him, and he straightened.
"The two of you will provide essence equal to half as much as will be needed for repairs. You will deliver it personally to the tavern keeper and convey your deepest apologies. Do you understand?"
Villarin hesitated for a moment, and then he got down to his knees and touched the floor with his head, bowing. Freydor looked at him, then got to one knee and bowed his head, too. A bit of understanding from them, the most that she was going to get, she felt.
"I expect this matter to be settled within the week,"
Onrush said.
"And it will not repeat again."
They grumbled their agreements, and Onrush waved her hand. Her assistant escorted them out, and she kept her back straight until the doors closed. Only then she let herself sigh and relax.
"That was good,"
Naira said softly.
"Better than what I would have done."
Onrush glanced at her and smiled. She wasn't that good at this, intimidation and demanding respect. It wasn't what she had ever wanted to do. A notification appeared in the corner of her eyes, and she blinked, then pulled it forward. She read through the reward slowly.
"What is it?"
Naira asked.
"A new title, faction-related," Onrush said. "I need to find Tully and then go to the archives."
A title that she hadn't seen before. It had to be recorded, as they had done for all new titles now. They kept an archive of everything and their thoughts on which requirements were fulfilled for it to appear. She stood up and began walking, Naira and Lesametrius following behind her. Chapter 9. Titles. She sat inside the sect archive room, situated deep beneath the palace, protected by warriors on constant guard. They even had a few formations, though they weren't enough for what was kept here. They were looking into getting more, and making them more powerful. The ones that they currently had were just detection formations, which she knew weren't powerful enough to prevent someone really high-tiered from entering. The truth was that the archive's best defense at the moment was its secrecy. There were only 2 archives in the sect, and only a small number of people knew about them, and all who did had given oaths, made contracts to keep them a secret. One of them was here, in Consequence, and the other in Wolf's Grove. This was where she had stored all of their sect's secrets, their cultivation paths, their knowledge about focuses and titles. Everything new they gained they recorded here, along with what they thought their requirements were, so that they could guide their people better. They had researchers going over everything, planning, thinking ahead, hypothesizing about where it all could lead. The archives also held the main cultivation paths of the sect, recorded on path stones. She had Kree record the path that she had received from Ryun. Not his current path, but what he had given her, of course. The main paths of the sect were the path of the final end, the path of the unbreakable wall, and the path of the venomous strike. They also had a few secondary paths, like the path of the spearman and the path of the sword. She had already granted a few people who were worthy the path stones for the main paths, aside from one. But in truth, it would be years before they had a distinct identity as a sect. There were too many different cultivation paths mixing together, and that was one of the problems that the Twilight Melody sect faced. They weren't really operating like a real sect, and she knew that they needed to. There was a reason as to why sects survived for so long, why they could stand against other factions even though they were outnumbered. They practiced their paths and specialized in them. The Twilight Melody sect was just a mix of too many different cultivation ideas, too many different sects. They needed to change. Onrush had plans for that, things that she had worked on for years since Ryun left. Every warrior in the sect was taught to fight with a spear and sword, even if their paths weren't combat ones. Based on their position in the sect, they were given information, hints, and guides to point them in the right direction for advancement, trying to create some kind of sect identity because they had none. The people who had been taken into the sect had come because of war, running from the core or from the undead. They stayed because they saw the sect, and probably Tully, as those who could protect them, and they knew that the sect belonged to a high ranker. They had no real loyalty. The younger generations, though, had all been brought up in one of the 3 main cultivation paths. She had made the decision for the sect, with some advice from Tully, but it was her plan, her ideas. The people who had been the original sect, those who had come to Wolf's Grove, the first ones who had joined Ryun, and their children, those who took cultivation paths for the first time, had been granted the path of the unbreakable wall. In particular, they had been provided with the version that she had gotten, the epic rarity of the path. Tolly had assured her that the rarity was high enough to be powerful, but not high enough to fully brick their advancement if they weren't talented. The idea was for most of them to take the path of the spearman or her path of the sword, and for those who showed exceptional talent, or those who did a great service to the sect, to gain the pick of the other primary cultivation paths. She had opened the Shrine of Absolute Cold for all of them, but she didn't bar anyone from picking another aspect. The path was what mattered. It built a community, a sense of belonging, and with Tolly teaching the children, most of the newer generations were doing very well. The former members of the Black Viper and the Last Ember sects were granted the Path of the Venomous Strike, Ierv's path, which they, too, had recorded at epic rarity. The aspect was again left as a personal choice, and some had picked interesting essences which had given the path unique effects. The Path of the Final End was the only one that she hadn't shared, even though she had the path stones for it, the version that Cree had, at least. She didn't know how Ryun would feel about doing so, and if she was being honest, that cultivation path wasn't nearly as useful for the sect as the others were. One was a combat path that could allow warriors to work together as teams, and the other was a defensive path that had some utility outside of combat. The Path of the Final End was just pure destruction. She hadn't found anyone who she thought was worthy of it yet. She lacked something to bind the sect together, and she had an idea about what that was and how to achieve her goal. She wasn't yet sure how to go about it, and while she had been working on the solution for a while now, she didn't expect it to be that easy to solve. She turned her attention to the man in front of her, the archivist, Keolu. He was a Demaci, and had a path that enhanced his mental faculties, along with a scholarly class of some kind. He worked on storing and organizing all of the information that their sect possessed. It was the future of their sect. From here, they would guide the sect's growth. Onrush looked through her screens, found her new title, and then made it visible. Sect Leader, Commanding. Demonstrate a commanding presence in your faction. Plus 25 to intelligence and strength, 10,000 greater essence. Interesting. It isn't specific to our sect, Keolu said. Any ideas what the requirements are? No, Onrush said. I've done similar things to what I did today before, and I didn't get the title until now. It could be 100 different things, Tolly chimed in from the side. Onrush turned and looked at the woman, then tilted her head in a questioning manner. Tolly waved her hand at the tomes on the shelves behind Keolu. It isn't one thing that you did that gave you that. It could be that it had prerequisites, such as other titles. Perhaps it even required you to spend a certain amount of time as a sect leader. Obviously, doing commanding things is a part of it, but I think that this title is one dependent on outside factors. It is a perception-based title. Onrush blinked. A perception-based title? Tolly hesitated for a bit, looking as if she wasn't sure if she wanted to answer the question. Then finally she seemed to come at a decision. I guess you have earned another sliver of knowledge, she said, waving at Keolu. Get another tome and be ready to write. The archivist hurried and did as she instructed. Once he was ready, Tolly started speaking. There are many different types of titles. Most are personal achievements or accomplishments, but that is not everything. You know about ideals. Those can be both personal achievements and perception-based, dependent on how you perceive yourself or how others perceive you, depending on which pull is stronger. Faction titles can be both, too,
being usually rewards for tasks accomplished or being granted through the perception of others in your faction. But there are titles that are—
Her eyes got that faraway look to them, as if she was remembering something that happened long ago.
There are titles that come in the moments that are, in a single word, grand. These are unique titles which can change everything. When the framework acknowledges you and grants you a title that grants you power, a perk like an ideal, but more focused. Something tied to that moment. Moments when such titles are granted are always, well, grand.
What kind of titles are they? Onrush asked. Tully met her eyes.
I've seen it only twice before, and the first time was when we had just arrived to the infinite realm. It happened to a man who was a classer, a builder. I don't think anyone who arrived after us, even the second and the third iterations, has any idea just how brutal those times were. Legends were born every day, and legends died just as often. We learned so much, and we lost that knowledge when the people who discovered it died. This man, Fayin, that was his name, yes, Fayin was tasked with building our first outposts, the first beacons of safety in a world that wanted to kill us. And so he built us walls and defenses. And then a monster swarm arrived. It was the first time we had seen one like this, and we huddled behind his walls, trying to survive. It wasn't enough. Fayin was repairing the walls as fast as the monsters tore them down, but we knew that he couldn't hold on for long. We fed him essence, had him level and evolve his class. We had 3 healers on him at all times, taking away his pain and fatigue. He was the highest-level builder we had, the only one capable of doing what we needed in order to survive. Other builders helped, but none were as powerful as he was. He reached level 160 during that battle. Tully chuckled. 160! A Tier 3 class. Can you imagine that? Back then, he was one of the most powerful of us.
She shook her head with a smile on her face.
We survived for days, grew more powerful with essence that we earned. But in the end, the swarm was greater. It shattered our defenses, and not even Fayin could repair them in time. And then it happened. It was as if the framework acknowledged his work, his blood and tears and effort, and it granted him a title, the Architect of the Last Bastion. And with that title came a perk, for a day, Fortress Unbroken.
Onrush tried to imagine that time so long ago. She had seen 2 monster swarms, fought against them, and barely survived herself. But she struggled to imagine what it was like for them, just having arrived from their home worlds, knowing so little about the world they had been sent to. "What did it do?" Keolu asked, the piece of paper in front of him almost fully filled with writing.
He used it, Tully said, and our hastily built defenses turned into a fortress that stretched across the hill, a white bastion of unmarred stone, with towers and walls that reached for the sky, with weapons that destroyed the swarm.
"Weapons?" Onrush asked. Tully nodded.
Glowing pillars made out of glass that sent shock waves, that burst the attacking monsters from inside out. It was quite a sight. That perk,
It sounds as powerful as an ideal, Onrush commented. Tali nodded.
He could only use it once every 8 months, and the fortress lasted only for a day before it crumbled, she told her. And yes, it was exactly like an ideal, only it came from that one moment when he struggled to create something. It came in a moment of great strife, of effort, of need. A grand moment. Ideal perks was something that was more of a reflection of your being. These grand titles, they are shaped by moments of their creation. They are feats, in a way.
She grew silent then.
What happened to him?
Onrush asked, but she already suspected. She had never heard of this man. Tali's face filled with sadness.
He died, as many others had in the beginning. We who survived, we weren't all the strongest, not even the best of us. We were just the lucky ones.
Onrush nodded. That was one of the realities of this world. Power did not mean that you could always survive.
Anyway,
Tali cleared her throat.
If I am to guess, your new title is one based on others' perceptions of you. Its requirements are probably tied to gaining the respect of powerful individuals, or their knowing that you hold power.
Keolu nodded and switched to another piece of paper, writing everything down. You have never gained such a title? He asked.
No,
Anatolian answered.
I never had a moment quite like that one. My path in life was... I never had any reason to doubt my rise to power, my advancement. It made me complacent, in a way. It wasn't until I was ambushed that I realized just how much more I could get from this world. The framework is cruel, but it does reward people.
Onrush nodded. Onrush had often wondered if she would ever be able to gain an ideal. She felt like it wasn't at all as easy as Ryun had made it seem. It was apparent, though, that there was much that they didn't know. Onrush studied Tali and wondered just how much more she knew. How much more was she keeping secret, waiting for them to prove themselves worthy of more knowledge? A part of Onrush wished she would just tell them everything, but another was glad that she wanted them to grow on their own, at least a little bit. She did not want a sect that was complacent. That thought itself greater than others merely because they had greater access to knowledge. They would earn their place, and they would reach it on their own. If she managed to forge the bonds of the sect and make the Twilight Melody sect into a name that was known across the world, that was her goal, her wish, and she wouldn't stop until she made it truth. Chapter 10. Problems. Onrush sat in her office, looking at her daughter from across her desk, trying not to show her real thoughts. She was saddened. She blinked, and her daughter had turned from this small thing that she had used to cradle into a young woman, already in her 20s, a warrior of her sect, a very frustrated warrior at that.
There is no point in it,
Cree said angrily.
There is a big point, and you know it,
Onrush responded, trying to keep her voice calm.
You keep telling me that, but I don't see it.
Cree waved her hands around.
All I see is everybody else passing me by while I stay where I am. That will not last. They are only ahead for now.
Onrush did understand how she was feeling. Cree had been in the early Lord realm for a long time now, and she had to be feeling like she should be advancing.
I am weaker than the people who started on their paths years after me,
Cree said, venting. Onrush let her.
You are training with someone who is far above anyone else in the sect. You know that this is not where you will stop. Those others, they will not rise high. Some might reach the monarch realm. Less than a handful might reach the heavenly realm. The immortal realm? I doubt that any of them will reach that high, Onrush said softly. You are not being kept where you are for no reason, Cree. They want you to reach as high as they are. You understand what that means? Cree looked away. I could advance right now, she added in a whisper. I've cycled more than enough. It was never about that, Cree, Onrush said. All I do is practice the spear and my techniques, Cree whispered. I am better than everyone else my age and older, but it doesn't matter, not when I am of a lower realm. You are building your foundations. This is what everything you achieve in the future will be built on, Onrush told her. I know, Cree sighed, the anger leaving her. It's just that they all keep looking at me like, I don't know, like they expect something. Ryun gave you his path. He might not have said anything, but for all intents and purposes, you are the heir to his path, and you are being taught by an Italian. They both have high expectations for you. And I haven't advanced in years. Be patient. It will happen soon. An Italian is waiting for Ryun to return. They are watching over your growth together, and she will not overstep without him here, no matter what she says, Onrush told her. Cree turned her head back to face her. How long must I wait? There is no need to rush, daughter, Onrush smiled. You will have decades, centuries. A day will come when you will turn back to this conversation and wonder how you could have ever been so impatient. Cree sighed. I hope so. A knock on the door interrupted them, and then one of her assistants peeked through. Sect leader, we have a problem. Onrush sat in the saddle of her mount, a large boar, the main animal that the sect used for such purposes. They had been traveling for days without rest, across their territory to their eastern border. Sometimes Onrush cursed herself for not having any ways of moving with haste. When they arrived, the camp had already been raised by the advance team, the scouts that had gone on ahead with Tully. Onrush dismounted and headed straight for the big tent, but a warrior intercepted her. Sect leader, I've been told to show you to the town, he said. Where is an Italian? She asked. At the town. Lady Farsola bid me escort you to her. Onrush nodded and let him lead her away. They walked out of the camp, then into the dark forest that surrounded it. The sky was cloudy, and weak rain was falling from the sky. The trees were black, and their leaves the color of soot. Everything in this territory was the same, depressing. They left the forest and reached the edge of a cliff. In the distance she could see a town. They made their way down the cliff. A path curved into it led them into the valley below. They followed the road until they got closer to the hill where the town had been built. The closer they got, the more she could see. The blackened walls, the crumbled stone. They walked into the ruins of the town. The stone buildings had fallen, collapsed roof on one, broken wall on another. The roads were filled with rubble, but she immediately saw that the entire scene was strange. She didn't comment, though. Instead, she followed as the warrior led her to the center of the town, to the large square where Tully was standing with her wings folded on her back, and two of their scouts standing near her. Onrush approached the woman and saw what she was looking at. "What happened?" Onrush asked as soon as she arrived. Tully glanced at her, then back at the thing in front of her. "We don't know yet." Onrush frowned, then looked around. "Did you clean up the bodies?"
Tolly turned her head and raised an eyebrow.
Noticed that, did you? No, we didn't.
Which meant that what she had seen was indeed strange.
No blood anywhere. And no bodies, either,
Tolly confirmed.
Why? How?
Onrush asked.
We don't know yet. 6 towns are in the same state. Ruins, but no blood, no bodies, no people.
Where? Onrush asked, and Tolly told her.
Wait. Those towns, they are all on the border. All these territories used to belong to the cunning sect.
Yes, Tolly said. The cunning sect was a small one. They had joined the Twilight Melody sect years ago, when the wars in the core cut off access to easily available food. Their sect owned territories that were rich in ore, but were not so much suitable for food production. They had been forced to import, but as the war raised prices, they couldn't meet them. Then the refugees started coming, increasing the burden on them and their people. They had no choice but to seek a way to survive. The Twilight Melody sect had accepted them, but, like with most sects that they had accepted this way, they didn't have much oversight. The cunning sect was a mining sect, so they just got a portion of what they mined, and in return, the Twilight Melody sect sent them food. They had open trade and borders, and they protected them if they needed protection.
The mines? Empty too,
Tolly said.
Though we did find something in them.
What?
Openings to the under. Not new ones, either,
Tolly added. Onrush blinked. That was beyond dangerous. The under was filled with dangers, often far more powerful than what was above ground. The cunning sect couldn't have been stupid enough to open the ways into the under.
Not new ones?
Onrush asked. Tolly obviously knew more than she had said thus far.
They were mining the under, beyond their own territory's borders.
Onrush closed her eyes. A territory stretched above and below its borders, not fully into the under, but sometimes territories did include portions of it.
So this banner, then?
Onrush gestured at the rod and the pieces of cloth hung on it.
This crest, I know it from somewhere,
Onrush said as she looked at the cloth. A black field with a black circle in the center, surrounded by orange ring.
That's the Midnight Rain sect?
Yes, Tolly confirmed.
Their territories border ours and the cunning sect's.
But why? This doesn't make any sense.
Why indeed?
Tolly echoed. This was an act of war, and yet they hadn't done anything to the Midnight Rain sect. They had good relations. They traded with them. The Midnight Rain sect was small, too, holding only 4 territories. They, just like cunning sect, relied on mining to survive. The difference was that they were lucky enough to have some very high-tiered metals available to them. They were rich. Their territories, though, were lands of eternal night. The sun didn't rise on their territories. The moon remained in the sky always. That sect's people themselves had adapted, having true bodies that made them at home in the territories of eternal night. She tried to remember what more she knew about them, but there were so many sects on their borders now that she barely remembered this much. She did know that they were extremely isolationist, that they very rarely left their territories.
You said that the cunning sect made their way into the under,
Onrush said as she remembered something more.
Into the Midnight Rain sect's territory. They went for their nodes, didn't they?
Tolly nodded.
We assume. I didn't send our scouts beyond the borders of our territories. But why this? They could have sent someone, talked with us, told us. Oh, fuck.
Tolly tilted her head.
You remembered something?
They did send emissaries to us.
years ago. I remember because they didn't want to talk with me. They wanted to speak directly to the sect head, to Ryun. And Ryun, well, he avoids such meetings like the plague. At the time, he would have rather spent time in the smithies or cycling. So, Tully said, there are people who were part of our sect and stealing from them, emissaries sent and ignored. Yes, that would be enough for someone to feel insulted, for them to take action. Not our people, these were— No, Onrush, Tully interrupted. We took them in, made them part of our sect. They are our responsibility. We gave our word to protect them, but we are also responsible for what they do. But this war? Sects try to avoid conflicts like these, but sometimes honor demands such action. If the course of events is what we currently believe, and it very well could be something else, then I can see how they would react like this. What do we do? Onrush asked. I don't know, Tully said, and Onrush turned to look at her. She saw her calm expression. You are the sect leader, Onrush. You rule here. It is your decision. Onrush grimaced, opened her mouth, then closed it quickly. Finally, she just nodded. I guess it is. There is no guessing, Tully remarked. Onrush took a deep breath, then turned to the 2 scouts near them. Send parties to patrol the border. Call for reinforcements. I want the entrances in the under sealed, and watched closely before that is accomplished. Send a few parties to scour the territories for any signs of people who escaped whatever happened here. And I want word sent to Consequence. I need Lesametrius here as soon as he is able. He was the only one she trusted to send as an emissary. He knew how to be respectful and how to talk with leaders who might hold a grudge. And he was of the peak heavenly realm, the highest of the core Twilight Melody sect. Go, she told them. They rushed away, and Onrush glanced back at the banner. It was a message. She just wasn't sure what kind. Had they declared war? No, as the interface hadn't received any messages from them, and they hadn't sent any emissaries in. She didn't know how long. She would need to send someone to check the records. Had so much really slipped through her fingers? It had been bound to happen. For now, she just had to hope that they were open to talking. There was no blood on the ground, no dead. That could mean several different things, and she hoped that they had just taken them all and not— Necromancers and blood cultivators could do some terrifying things. We need Ryun back, Onrush said. Ha! Tully chuckled, making Onrush glare at her. You think that anything would change with him here? He will be the same. The burden of leading the sect is always on sect leaders. We sect heads are far more content just focusing on our power. A sect head's role is to project power, not to deal with everything that happens in the sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have time to grow. Onrush sighed. She knew that. She just wished that Ryun would help, at least a little bit. They needed more sect leaders. They needed more essence in their vaults. They needed more administrators, more food, more everything. The sect was buckling under the weight of everything around them, and she was scrambling to hold it together. She needed to deal with this as fast as possible. Chapter 11. The Midnight Rain. The territories of the Midnight Rain sect were eerie, dark, and depressing. The roads were cobbled stone, with a wooden fence running on both sides along its length,
and every 10 or so meters a wooden pole was placed with a lantern, shining a dim light that barely illuminated anything and only made the shadows beyond the road look worse. The moon above was barely showing, and a mist covered the ground, lending everything a red sheen. He couldn't even see the stars around the moon, the crest of the midnight rain sect. Everything about this place made Lysimetrius's hairs stand up. He was on top of his mount, his 4 guards behind him on their own. The dark-furred boar beneath him was as anxious as he was, though probably not because of the atmosphere itself. Their mounts were inching away, trying to avoid the mounts of their escorts. The Midnight Rain sect's escorts were riding pale, worm-like creatures with bulbous heads that had terrifying-looking pincers. Something about them was upsetting their mounts, which was surprising. The Twilight Melody sect had hired trainers, and their mounts were reared from a young age to not shy away from battle or monsters. The riders themselves were mysterious, being wrapped in black cloth with large hoods. Their faces were wrapped too, and they were wearing gloves, not showing any skin. He assumed that most of them were human, since he couldn't see any tails or other easily identifiable body parts, though a Demacy or a Ravzer could easily hide their tail beneath their big cloaks. Not even his scent was giving him anything. All of them smelled the same, like earth and stone, and something else that he couldn't quite grasp. They had been escorted through 2 territories, through 2 towns, each being small, with no people anywhere he looked. Perhaps they were hiding, or perhaps there weren't any people there in the first place. The Midnight Rain sect was an enigma, more so than any other he had ever known. He remembered their emissaries. They had come to the sect wearing the same shrouding clothes as his escorts did. He had known that their territories were those of constant night, so that hadn't been too strange to him. They had also asked to meet with his sect head, had insisted on it. But after the tournament, everyone had wanted to talk with Ryun, mostly about things that he didn't care about. Some people wanted to give him gifts, or to actively curry favor with a high ranker. Others wanted to try and speak with him to learn about him more, to try and find any advantage or leverage that they could use against or for him. It wasn't anything that Lysimetrius was unfamiliar with. It was the same with his previous sect head. It always went that way with powerful sect heads. Their mysteriousness was a part of their power. If people didn't know much about them, they were feared more. Their allies would tread lightly, and their enemies would think twice before trying anything. A sect head was a symbol more than a leader, a looming threat that no one should want to come down on them. Ryun embodied that part of the sect head's job well. To him, the Midnight Rain sect had been just one of the hundreds of sects that had been seeking his sect head's attention. His job had been to make sure that none of them reached him. Onrush was the one who dealt with everything regarding the sect, and there wasn't anything that they could gain from talking with Ryun. Most of the others had probably known that, as most had went on to meet with Onrush. Perhaps that should have been the first clue that something was different. When asked, the Midnight Rain sect would say that the issue they wished to bring to Ryun related to mining. It was not anything of great importance, not to him, and not to Ryun. They hadn't told anyone the specifics, though, which Lysimetrius had to admit was to their credit. Now the sect knew that people that they had taken in had been stealing from the Midnight Rain sect, but they hadn't declared that to everyone, as doing so could have embarrassed the Twilight Melody sect and gotten them what they wanted. They were honorable. He didn't know why they had done that, or why they had insisted on speaking with Ryun directly. Still, if he could do things again, he probably would do nothing differently. One sect among hundreds that had asked for his sect head's time, There was no reason to believe that it was something important, and even now, what they had done had crossed lines. The Twilight Melody sect was larger than they were, and they had done something to their people. Lesemetrius knew the intricacies of sect relationships, so he also knew that any sect could see the power that Twilight Melody sect held. They were one of the largest on the frontier, and they had an ascended realm cultivator. Their leader was a high ranker, one who had defeated the Dome leader. Everyone had seen the notification when it died. The Midnight Rain knew that, which made their decision to do this strange, enough so that Lesemetrius had reached out to his father and asked for all the information that the Green Rain sect had on them. What his father had sent him was alarming. The Midnight Rain sect was old, really old, and not just frontier old. They had been there before the Green Rain sect was established, and they had been there when the outer edge of the frontier had ended with their borders. They had always been the same size, and had always traded their ore with surrounding sects. They never tried to expand or encroach on the territories of others. While always isolationists, they were always respectful of others. They never made war, never joined others' wars, and never gave cause for one. When war was made on them, well, their warriors defeated those that were sent to their territories, and they never pushed beyond theirs to punish. When sects abandoned reason and marched armies on them, those armies were never heard from again. In time, people learned not to interfere with them. Lesemetrius could understand how he didn't know about them, how the younger generations didn't know. The last time someone had tried to bring war to the Midnight Rain sect was 200 years ago, and since they never made problems for those beyond their borders, there was no reason for people to be wary of them. Traders that passed through spoke of small towns, of unimpressive buildings, of holdings in the under that no one was allowed to enter. Most believed that they were mining the under. Obligation and responsibility, honor and respect, these were the things that the sects were built on. From the times of their founding, they had been built in a way that protected their people. Each sect was often smaller than the grand factions that spread in the core, but in the end, while sects might disagree with one another, at the end of the day they were all still sects, all one in the pursuit of survival. That was why their wars didn't get nearly as bloody as those of other factions. Lesemetrius knew that all-out war was unlikely. That was clear just from the way that the Midnight sect had acted. He knew that his sect leader was afraid of that, but she wasn't yet quite as experienced at the dance of sects as the older leaders were, and if what his father told him was true, the Midnight Rain sect was one of the oldest ones. No, they didn't want war, but they did want something. The mining stuff, the theft, that was all a ruse. They could have dealt with it, but they hadn't. Lesemetrius suspected that the theft and breach of their borders gave them an excuse, a reason to reach out. That was a very old sect manner of thinking, ways that weren't really practiced in the younger sects and in the frontier overall. If Ryun wanted something from another sect, he would just go there and ask. The Green Rain sect would be a little less direct, like how they sent him to conquer while never really thinking that it would work, though Lesemetrius knew that if he had succeeded they wouldn't be saddened. This was a very different situation. If his belief proved to be true, then the Midnight Rain sect wanted something, and it required them to meet with their sect head directly. Ryun had still not returned, and they had to know it. They hadn't done anything in years, so why now, while Ryun was still away? Something had changed, and Lesemetrius needed to gather as much information as possible so as to discern what had. As they reached the base of a hill, he could see a town in the distance atop it. the lanterns on the walls lighting a beacon through the mist. He saw caravans moving past the gates, with others on the slope going out. Traders. Then, when they reached a crossroad, their guides turned them away from the path toward the town. Lysimetrius frowned. "Are we not headed to the town?" He had thought that this place was their seat of power. One of the escorts glanced at him and then roughly said, "No," as if that was a real answer. Still, he remained respectful and followed along. They led them down off the road, into the forest, and after an hour on the dirt road they reached a cave opening, one large enough for all of them to fit through. Torches lit the way down, and they started making their way. Lysimetrius wondered if this was one of their mines. They followed a winding corridor for what felt like hours, without encountering another soul. Finally, after coming around another bend, he saw the end. A wall filled his vision. Made of smooth stone, it was carved with a large opening that led deeper. There were 2 more corridors as well, splitting on either side of the gate, but what drew his eyes were the 2 guards. Both were tall, one Damasi, one human. They wore cloth armor that left their arms bare, and he could see bulging muscle. Their skin was dark blue, almost purple, and identical, which told him that they had the same true body, and their eyes were blue and glowing. It clicked inside his head, the scent that had filled these territories. It was death. The 2 and his escorts, they were all undead. They were not the kind that a necromancer might raise, but the ones who were born, who chose this path through their true bodies. That was rare. He was led through the opening and then into a massive cavern. A city. Lysimetrius could barely believe his eyes. What he saw down here was a city filled with pyramids, with monoliths, with wide streets and people walking. Thousands, tens of thousands. The city was easily several times the size of Consequence. The light was dim, but it illuminated enough. The white stone, the golden plates, the ornate towers, and monoliths carved with symbols. This was power. And then he realized what this place was. A conquered wild dungeon, one turned into a city. How had no one known that it was here? How had they kept it hidden? The undead guards led him down into the city. He saw more undead, the mindless kind pulling carts or cleaning the streets, and the others, cultivators, walking around. Not all were undead, but many of those he could see were. His escort led him down the streets, not letting him take the time to look around much. They dismounted when they arrived at one of the principal pyramids and were then led on foot through a giant entrance. He walked in, admiring the art hung on the walls. It was mostly mosaics filled with colors depicting strange battles underground. They arrived at large ornate doors, wrought out of gold and black metal. "Only you," one of his still shrouded escorts said. Lysimetrius glanced at his people, then nodded. He had expected as much. The doors opened, and he was let inside. The room was long, and reminded him of the throne room in Consequence, only far grander. Undead guards stood in between the pillars, holding halberds in their hands. Lysimetrius kept his head down as he approached the end, where a large throne sat on top of a dais, with a figure sitting on it. He stopped a few steps from the stairs, and one of the guards on either side of the throne spoke. "You are in the presence of the Repesh Emsis, sect head of the Midnight Rain sect, lord of all undernight, keeper of the tide, great judge, holder of the scepter of Nisha." When the man was done, Lysimetrius immediately dropped down. A bow in the sects had a lot of different meanings, and he made sure to do this right. He dropped to his right knee, a show of deep respect, but not a full kneel. He did not want to present himself as someone who had come to plead. He placed his left hand over his chest, a warrior's greeting, to make them understand why he was here and the possibility of what could happen. His right fist he placed on the floor, a show of the strength and dominance of his sect. The Midnight Rain sect was more than they had believed, but the Twilight Melody sect was no small frontier sect. They had their own honor to consider. "I am Lesemetrius Danos, emissary of the Twilight Melody sect. I speak with the voice of my sect leader, Onrush Kesh, who sent me here, and I carry the will of my sect head, Riun Noct, the witness of journey's end, the undying void." He said this, then raised his head and looked at the sect head of the Midnight Rain sect. The man was undead, wearing a golden headdress and golden robes that left his arms bare. Just like the other undead, he was muscled, but he was at least twice their size, being almost a giant. His skin was dark, the color of a bruise, and he had 2 black armbands on each arm. An armored dress decorated what was beneath his waist, and his hands rested on his throne, his blue eyes staring at Lesemetrius from above, without saying a word. Then, only for a moment, Lesemetrius felt him unveil his core. The power of the man washed over him, and he bowed his head. He steeled himself, trying to keep any expression from his face. He had been sent to find out what had happened to their people, but now he had to tread lightly. The sect head of the Midnight Rain sect was in the Ascended Realm. Chapter 12. Face. "Tell me again how the conversation went," Onrush said. She was sitting inside her office, Lesemetrius in the chair in front of her desk. Naira sat on the couch behind him, and Anatolian was leaning on the wall in the corner, listening but not commenting on anything. Lesemetrius had already informed them about everything he had seen and everything he believed. The Midnight Rain sect was not just some small, insignificant sect. Their leader was an Ascended Realm cultivator, someone so close to the end of a path that it might not even matter he hadn't yet reached it. She had never even heard about anyone who was in the Eternal Realm. She had heard rumors, stories that might as well be legends, but no genuine account. Tali was the first person she met who was what she considered truly powerful, in the ways that she had imagined when she was a child. Riun was different, though. She had watched him climb, and the effect was not the same. "Their sect head didn't speak with me for a week after the initial greeting, where he only confirmed that our people were alive," Lesemetrius said slowly. "Then he said that he would only speak with our sect head, or with Anatolian Farsola." He glanced behind him at Tali, but quickly looked away. "That was his message for you. That was all that he said." Onrush grimaced, a part of her feeling insulted. Another felt wary. "Thank you, Lesemetrius. You can leave us now." He nodded, stood, and bowed to each of them, then left the room. After a few moments of silence, Onrush turned to Tali and spoke. "He asked to see you. Do you know him?" Tali walked over and sat down in the chair across from her, then responded. "No." Naira cleared her throat. "What Lesemetrius said suggests that this sect is very old, hundreds of years, maybe more. My answer remains no." Onrush continued. "Why would he want to talk with you, then? He is ascended, so I should know him?" Tali interrupted, then continued talking. "I was crippled 300 years ago, Onrush. 300 years of knowing nothing but what I was allowed to. Back before that, I was a sect head.
I ruled in the core. I did not concern myself with the backwater frontiers. I had far more important things to do. Keeping the borders of the sect lands safe meant that we had to show strength to the other factions. At the time, I knew only a handful of Ascended Realm cultivators of note. 300 years is enough for another to rise. Perhaps he was one of the children running around a sect I once passed through. Perhaps he is as old as I am, just smarter. Perhaps he just remembers my name and who I am. Perhaps he simply knows that I am ascended, and that is enough. In that case, though, why he didn't reach out when I regained my power years ago, I do not know.
Sorry, Onrush said. But then it is about power. Even years ago, when he first reached out with his messengers, he only wanted to talk with Ryun, even though he is in the same realm I am. Tali shook her head.
Ryun was known across the world. His battles in the tournament were shown, and his ability widely recognized. How many Immortal Realm cultivators do you think there are on the high ranker list? There were not many before the others died, and not many even now. He did not gain that ranking because of his tournament battles, but because of the fight against the dome monsters, and that was not seen by many. Perhaps this man was simply curious and wanted to see if what rumors said was true. You,
I am not the same, I understand. Onrush finished for her. She knew that, yes, but it didn't sting any less for it. She would never get the respect of someone whose name was known across the world, especially not now, when everyone saw that he was part of the group that had killed the Dome leader. An Italian's name had to have spread on the frontier. An Ascended Realm cultivator? Of course it had, though she didn't know how far and wide it could have reached. Far enough for a reclusive sect to hear it, a sect that was somehow a lot stronger than anyone knew. But how and why didn't matter now. Maybe you should go and meet with him, Onrush said, resigned. There doesn't seem to be any point in my trying to posture. Tali straightened and then sighed.
It is as if every single thing I try to teach you just slips through that head of yours.
Onrush leaned back, a tiny bit hurt by that. She had thought that they were beyond such things.
But, Tali continued, perhaps it is my fault, too. The frontier is obviously not the right place for you to learn this. Perhaps it is the fault of the way we set everything up when we first created the sects. Your situation is not one that we anticipated.
Onrush blinked. She had created the sects? Sometimes she forgot who Tali really was. She had been around her for so long, had seen her in such a vulnerable state, but the woman in front of her was a ranker, someone who had been here since the beginning, who had seen how the civilizations in this world had started, someone who had helped build them up.
Honor, obligation, and respect, Tali started. These are the pillars of the sects. Tell me, what do you think they are?
Onrush glanced at Naira, confused by the question.
Don't look at her,
Tali snapped, making her turn around to face the woman.
She understands less than you. She was not born in the sects. Tell me what you have learned as you grew up, and then tell me what you learned from me.
Onrush gulped, then started slowly. I don't know how to start. My parents died when I was young, and I joined my sect's warriors. There I learned that I should always seek to protect the honor of my sect's name, that I had an obligation to my sect leaders and sect head, that I had to show respect to those whose station was greater than mine. After, when I left with my husband and joined the Black Viper sect,
I tried to embody that as best as I could. Fier was not a good leader, but I did my duty and was loyal as far as I could. After Ryun and you, I know that I need to project strength, that I need to maintain the image of our sect, that I should conduct myself with honor. I must show respect to others of equal or greater station, but also be aware of how much I myself am worth. I have learned that by doing this, I keep our sect protected.
Tali sighed.
We truly had never considered this back when we established the sects. The frontier is where those who feel like they have no place in the core went. Some who were adventurous, or those who wanted to look for opportunities to grow powerful. But in truth, this is where families that felt unable to rise went, and they went alone. All sects here, or most of them, at least, are made out of a single family branch, with lesser families around them. Sects were never intended to be that. There should always be at least 3 main families, 3 branches of a mighty tree. They are there to be checks on each other, to keep what happened with Fier from happening in the first place. Honor, obligation, and respect. A sect's primary concern is growing its people, as well as obtaining more power. A person born in a main family will have more resources given to them since birth, but they would have a greater obligation to the sect. A person born to a lesser family would have fewer resources, but also fewer obligations. Their talents, or their drives, or their hard work is rewarded by resources, by gaining station, by growth of power. By demonstration of the craft of fighting capability, a member of the sect rises. They get noticed by schools and get resources invested into them. They rise, and if they prove themselves, they get adopted into the main families. They gain more obligations. They learn what it means to lead a sect. Their children are born into the family and know it from birth.
She met Onrush's eyes.
You did not have that. You know what any person in the lesser family knows, what people in the frontier know. But you were elevated into a position of a main sect family in a sect that doesn't even have such things. I was lax. I wanted to teach you by letting you fumble and discover things on your own. I thought that because Ryun seemed to understand, or at least act in the spirit that it was meant, that what we are as a sect didn't matter. I was wrong.
What is it that I should know, then? Onrush asked.
You know already, but you don't know. You know the words, the way of life, but you don't grasp the intricacies behind them. Face, honor, respect, obligation. They are words to you, and you parrot what you had seen as you grew up. Examples that were not the best, Tali answered. We created this culture to keep us safe. All parts of sect culture ultimately serve that goal.
Why? Naira asked. Onrush had an idea, but it was obvious that she didn't understand many of the things that Tali took for granted. Sometimes she felt older than she really was. Compared to many, even many of those in her sect, Onrush was a child. Tali glanced at Naira, then answered her.
Because we are weak.
Naira blinked, and Onrush did too. She did not expect that.
What do you mean? On average, cultivators are weaker than those who follow other focuses. It's just the truth. For the same amount of essence, a classer will reach higher. They will have more perks, more tools in their arsenal. It's not the same across the board, of course. Circumstances matter. A Lord Realm cultivator might be able to defeat a classer on the same tier, but the outcome would depend on many factors. The quality of the cultivator, how good their techniques are, how much they have cycled, what their aspect is, and so on. And even then, they might encounter someone who merely counters them.
She waved her hand.
Of course, combat isn't the only reason. We can get stronger if we do things right, just like they can. But we take longer and need more resources to reach that point. Our crafters need decades to become proficient, and even then we can never achieve what they can. A classer could get a perk that allows them to just create a product once a day for what might as well be free. They become useful much earlier in their advancement. Our industries could never match those of classer factions. We cannot produce as much as they can. Look at your father, at your family,
she said, looking at Naira.
They can grow an entire field in a day, in an hour, doing it over and over as long as their perks allow it. A cultivator doesn't have the perks that affect things in the same way. We improve ourselves and our bodies. Our techniques might be able to mimic that, but it takes us more time, more resources. Mbesh can improve the soil, make the plants grow faster, but it takes a dozen just like him to do the same job that a classer of a similar tier could do. That is why we turned to art, to crafting unique pieces, why it is valued so much for us. The other factions buy it because it is worth more than the cheaply produced stuff that they can create. We were those who wanted to pursue cultivation, who didn't want to compromise on that. And so we made the sects, those of us who saw what was coming, while the rest remained.
I thought that the sects were any factions that are cultivators, Naira said.
No.
Tali shook her head.
There are a few cultivating kingdoms in the core made of people who know how to do it properly, but they are small, poor. They don't have what we have.
And what do we have? Onrush asked.
We have a culture that venerates advancement, that is focused on power and the desire to gain more of it, that values protecting your own and overcoming without bloodshed.
Tali answered.
Back then, so long ago that I can barely remember, when our issues with the third iteration began, some of us saw what was going to happen. There were too many different people, too many different ideas. After the war with the third iteration ended, we knew more wars would come, and in such conflicts we cultivators would lose. There were fewer of us, and fewer still with any real power. Sure, in a war we could raise 10,000 heavenly warriors, but for the same amount of resources they could raise 5 times as many classers. Even if they were weaker, it didn't matter. They had the numbers, and if we somehow won, well, we were left with people who were raised and who would need help getting higher, who might be stuck where they were. A classer would still be able to advance on their own.
Tali nodded.
So we went on our own, separated ourselves from them. We split into families, then sects, and we took territories and grew. We weren't united. There was no way that we could unite so many different ideas. Each cultivation path was unique, each shaping a different mentality. But while we trade, we fight, and we war, we never go so far as to fight wars like they do. We cannot afford to lose our champions, those who had reached high, and we cannot afford to lose the potential of those who might reach that high. That is what obligation means. We have an obligation toward all of the sects, every cultivator, our people, to foster those who are great, those who alone could stand against armies. The other factions are fractured. They have fleeting alliances, but we have always stood together. When a faction beyond our borders tries to make war on a sect, we all answer, no matter the issues between us, because we know that if enough of them unite, they could overwhelm us."
Onrush was starting to see it. She had never thought about it that way. How could she have? She had grown up in a small territory, a small sect. She had never seen a city the size of Consequence before she had arrived to it. The world was a thing she knew about, but didn't truly grasp. Now, though, now she knew. She had seen the tournament city, had seen the world and how terrible it was.
"Honor,"
Tali continued.
"that is the agreement between us, never to cross lines that would make us, all of us, weaker. Some of us hold to that. Others try to hide and maneuver in the shadows. Others still are there to keep them in check, which is why face and respect is so important. If you have respect, your word is trusted in the other sects. We fight each other when we think that others don't deserve that respect, or are failing in their obligation, or at least that is how it is supposed to be. Iev understood this, which is why he didn't seek vengeance for the death of his nephew, and why he surrendered to Riun. His obligation to his people came above all else."
Grimacing, Tali went on.
"Emberhorn was an example of someone who failed in his duty, leading people who, just like you, didn't understand his obligation to carry out that duty. His sect was just like Iev's, a sect with a single family and people loyal only to it, as I have seen most of the frontier to be, but he was someone who understood how much face mattered beyond his own sect. His sect had more warriors, stronger ones. Riun was just one man, and if he wanted to, Emberhorn could have attacked our sect and won, if he had a sufficiently great reason, which didn't exist. He didn't attack that way, because that would have told everyone who he really was. Sect laws do not allow for those kinds of wars. His true betrayal came when the monster swarm attacked. If he had succeeded, if the swarm had killed everyone, he could have claimed the territories and survivors in neighboring territories with only those loyal to him knowing his dishonor. He failed and paid for his crime. Afterward, people followed Riun because the sects follow the strong. It is the only way we can survive."
"I think I understand," Onrush said. Tali shook her head.
"You don't need to understand. You need to live it. We shall see. Now we have an old sect, an ascended realm cultivator, asking to speak with Riun or me. We know that he had tried to contact Riun before, and that it was related to the mining, the theft that people we took in, our people, did. It obviously wasn't a big deal for them, as they could have dealt with it or accepted talking with you years ago. They didn't. So that tells us that the incident was used as an excuse then. Now they have taken our people. Perhaps they could no longer wait. The thieves did something stupid. Or, option 3, something else entirely."
Onrush thought about it, trying to take everything that Tali just told her into account, as well as everything that she knew. "He asked to speak with Riun or you. He doesn't know that Riun isn't still here, or that he hasn't arrived yet from his trip. But he didn't ask to speak with you before. Of course, they didn't know about you then. If he is ascended, if he knows you, he might think that you rule the sect when Riun isn't around, no matter what I say. It could just be that. Our people stole from them, and even if that wasn't a big deal, it had been going on for a while. They might just want the matter settled now. Onrush knew now that war was probably never on the table, not with how they had taken everyone. So it could just be a matter of respect. He believes that this requires the leader of the sect to rectify its wrongs. My going would be an insult. But you sending me would be an insult to you and the sect. Ryun put you in charge, Tali said. So, what do we do? My face, others' perception of me, is not great enough for someone like him. He doesn't consider me worthy of respect, Onrush said. Tali leaned forward, a small smile on her face. But we are a sect, she said. Our culture is made to push us to be greater. If you don't go, you will not change his mind. If he learns the truth, that you do lead, he might think you unworthy of leading a sect like ours, and might think that Ryun is unworthy because he left you in charge, and you are not up to par. You cannot protect your people, nor keep them in line. They have done something dishonorable, and you failed to punish them, failed to even notice. We might not have wars like other factions, but we do have them. This is how we prune the tree, how we keep ourselves strong and remove weakness. A single ascended could take offense, and he could take this sect from you. Onrush saw her mistake, their mistake, both hers and Ryun's. They had taken in sects and people, but they hadn't bound them to their ways. They were not a real sect, but rather just a collection of cultivators, no different than the factions in the core. But they were not supposed to be that. They were supposed to be more. The Midnight Rain sect had every right to be angry, to call for a meeting with Ryun. This wasn't a small matter. It wasn't even about the theft. It was about leading a sect, and they hadn't presented a good image of themselves to others. The face of their sect was not what she thought it was. The sect hanged on Ryun's face, on his accomplishments, even in his absence. She had failed in her duty. I will go, Onrush said. Tali smiled at her. Onrush had to keep the honor of the Twilight Melody sect intact. Appearances mattered. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she knew that she had to do something. Chapter 13. Worth. She couldn't sleep. The nerves and anxiousness made it impossible. They had sent a message back to the Midnight Rain sect, informing them that Onrush would be arriving in a few weeks to talk. They hadn't responded, and she would leave for their sect tomorrow. She had felt so confident when she talked with Tali, but now... She shook her head and pulled the cover over her tightly. Naira grumbled in her sleep, and Onrush smiled. Then she froze. Her echo sense was alerting her that they weren't alone. She debated waking Naira immediately, but she couldn't quite tell where the threat was coming from. Then her sense caught it again. She turned sharply, Kagehime appearing in her hand as she swung, her mouth opening to yell and wake up Naira. Her sword stopped, a hand catching the blade, and her yell died in her throat. Ryun stood above her, one hand holding the blade, and the other gesturing with a finger over his mouth. He released Kagehime while she blinked in shock. He turned and walked over to the balcony, his steps silent. She glanced at Naira, then dismissed her sword. Carefully, so as not to wake Naira up, she got out of bed, put some clothes on, and walked out. She stepped up to the railing and looked at Ryun. Before she could speak, he shook his head and stepped up on the railing, shaped a void platform, and gestured for her to get up. Then he started running through the air, creating more steps and heading out of consequence. She paused for only a moment and felt the step beneath her tremble. She jumped to the next as it fell apart, and then started following after him. He was going slow enough that she could follow, the spacing between the steps just enough that she could reach them. Still, she barely managed it. She didn't like the height. She didn't know how he did this all the time. She ran after him for a few minutes, and just as she began to feel tired, they reached a hill outside of the city, away from any prying eyes. He landed and waited for her to do the same. He stood there, just looking at her, and for a few moments she did the same. Then she jumped forward and embraced him, holding him close. For a moment he didn't react, but then he relaxed. His arms enveloped her, and he leaned his head against her. She had forgotten just how small he was. She towered over him, but in her memories he always towered over everyone else. It had been years since she had seen him, spoken to him. He was such a big part of her life, her family. She knew that he had survived. Well, died, but still survived. She had worried, wondered, and even envied Celia her connection with him, even though she would never really want something like it. "I missed you," she whispered. "And I missed you, too," Ryun said back. They stood there for a while, and then finally she took a step back and looked down at him. "You are back," she said. Celia told me that you were back a while ago, but I didn't expect you back here so soon. It took them years." Ryun shrugged. "I can move faster than they can, and I still took my time." "I'm so glad that you're back," Onrush said, feeling like a weight was being lifted from her chest. There is a lot to talk about, a lot that I have to tell you. First, we have a problem with another sect, but now that you're here, we can—" "The Midnight Rain sect, I know," he interrupted. Onrush blinked. "You know?" Immediately a suspicion appeared in her mind. He wouldn't have. "Oh, he definitely would have," Kagehime chimed in. "I've been back for a few days." Ryun looked away. "I was listening." "You didn't come to me," Onrush said, and even though she tried, she couldn't quite mask the hurt in her voice. He looked back at her, his eyes boring into hers. "I wanted to see the state of the sect, of how things were going." "And?" He sagged, an expression that should have been accompanied by a sigh, yet it wasn't. That's when she noticed it. He wasn't breathing. As he formed his response, she took the time to look at him, really look at him. He had changed, advanced, certainly. He was an evolved realm cultivator for sure, she could tell. He was what many considered an unlikely dream, and she knew that he didn't plan on stopping there. How different he was from everybody else. But then again, only those like him were the ones who reached as far as he had, and as far as he would. "I've made many mistakes," Ryun said finally. "I've treated this sect as something that it isn't, not understanding why sects are the way they are. Tali was right in that conversation you had with her. I think I understand it more now. Things will need to change. I will need to change." "We have the time, and I have some ideas that I planned on speaking with you about. But for right now, we need to deal with the Midnight Rain sect. Now that you are here, you can just go and see what they want." Ryun shook his head, a sad expression on his face. "No, Onrush, I can't. You are the one who will go." She was taken aback by that. "What do you mean? You can clear everything up. They asked for you. We have a debt. Our people were in the wrong, and we had ignored them." Ryun looked away. "I understand far more now. It is not my place. I was wiser than I knew when I put you in charge. I was not meant for dealing with things like that. I cannot deal with them, even if the theft is merely a pretext for conversing with me." He shook his head. "I should have seen this. We grew, our sect became larger, and my name became known. As Tali said, my face holds this sect together, and it attracts those who are more powerful. I left it all on your shoulders, and I am sorry for that, but I need you to be this for me, for us."
"Why?"
she asked slowly. She knew him well enough to know that this wasn't just a random thought. "Because I am not good with words. Because I am who I am. Because I made a vow. I gave my word to protect those who are mine," he said harshly, his hand reaching to his chest, grasping at nothing, an intense expression on his face. "I can feel it in here, the need to go and see to it myself, to protect them. The only reasons I am not there now is because I heard Lesametrius say that they are unharmed, and because I know that you will go. You are my right hand, Onrush, the extension of my will. I know that you will deal with it, and that you will deal with it better than I could. I do not lie. When I speak promises, others hear threats. Even to an old ascended cultivator, I would tell him to return what is mine or die. I do not live in the world of compromises and agreements. I would look for a reason to bring him to an end, to witness all that his sect is and punish him for slights that could be dealt with in other ways. That is why I have you, why I put you in charge of the sect. I didn't even know back then why I did it, but I understand now. Even when I didn't understand, I felt it. Felt that I needed someone to stand between me and others, because I cannot solve these problems any other way. I've shaped myself as a monster that doesn't allow anyone in his way, a monster that keeps his word." He shook his head and chuckled. He paused, then looked as if he were struggling to say something else. "I threatened the Empire," he whispered finally. "And I truly felt like I could hurt them. I knew that I could do it. I went into the fight with the Dome Leader knowing that I could help kill it. And I failed. All of us but two failed. We triumphed, but I lost." It was a rare thing for him to show such emotion. "How did you lose?" "The Dome Leader had incredible power over the mind. He captured all of us. I was helpless. I can't even remember what happened while he was inside my head. I just know that I could do nothing to escape. If Zack hadn't freed himself, if he hadn't freed Erasmus, we would have all perished there. That was the first time in my life, Onrush, that... I don't remember it, but I have that feeling stuck inside of my chest, the certainty that I would have lost on my own." Onrush walked over and put a hand on his shoulder, squeezed reassuringly. "This is about the sects. This is about face and respect and honor, about obligation. You need to be the face of our sect, and I can make you that." She tilted her head at him. "I have gifts for you, but first I will raise you to the evolved realm before you go," he told her, as if he was saying something so ordinary. She blinked, opened her mouth, then hesitated. When she had asked him to share his inspiration with her, she had known that she would always depend on him to grow. She knew that. She had expected it. It was just, "Don't," he interrupted her. "I know what you want to say." His eyes bored into hers, then he continued. "I have listened to the people talking in the city. I know what some say behind closed doors." She glanced away, feeling not ashamed, but unworthy in a way. It did weigh on her mind, especially after her blunders. He reached out, grabbed her face, and turned it around. Cupping her cheeks with both hands, he forced her to look at him. "Listen to me," he started. "They know nothing. Those who dare to call you a leech, who dare to say that you are undeserving of what you gained. They are ignorant, little more than idiots. They are weak, jealous of what you have, angry that they can't have the same. Nothing in this life is granted for free. Power doesn't come to those who sit in small rooms and complain, whisper in the dark where they think no one can hear. Fuck them, and fuck their moronic opinions. There was such a heat to his words. She had rarely heard him speak with such passion. It warmed her heart that he would speak that way for her. You have never received anything that you didn't deserve, anything that you didn't earn. You have given me more than anyone else in my entire life has given me, Onrush. You were by my side from the moment I arrived in this world. You are my right hand. You are my family. You are the sister that I never had, are closer to me than any of my family on earth, whose faces I can't even remember ever were. You deserve all of it. You deserve everything. Never let them get into your head. You might not have paid for your power with blood, but you paid all the same. You sacrificed your life to be my caretaker, my family, to protect the world from me. I am sorry for putting you into this position, but this is where I need you. I need you to stand in between me and the world, to keep me from going too far. I wouldn't have survived this world without you, and even if I had, I would not be who I am today. He pulled her head down, forced her to bend low enough, and then he rose and kissed her on both cheeks. Affection from him was... She would remember this always. Tears filled her eyes. I was alone for so long, Ryun said. And in the void, while I recovered, I realized just how much I need people, how much I miss them, and miss you. I will never let you go, Onrush. I love you, sister, and you will come with me to the end, always by my side, to the eternal realm and beyond, through time, until the end of all things. I will not let you die. And so I cannot let you go and meet with this sect without giving you everything that I can. Your name will be known, spoken in the same breath as mine. I promise you this. We will make it happen. She tried to find something to say. Thanking him seemed such a small thing, and barely enough. Words failed her, so she just pulled him close, held him as he held her, knowing that she had what she had always wanted, a family. Chapter 14. Who Are You? They were sitting on the grass, the night sky stretching above them. From the hill she could see the city in the distance as a beacon of light. Consequence looked like a bonfire, torches and glowing crystals blazing in the night. She turned her eyes away and met Ryun's. First, I don't know if this is something that you might want, Ryun said as he pulled out a vial and offered it to her. Slowly she reached out and took it from him, then looked at it. Elixir of Great Secondary Path Removal. Drinking this elixir will remove all the knowledge and power of your secondary cultivation path if it is not above Tier 6. Consequences will depend on the second path's integration with perks and power. Onrush blinked at it. Where did you get this? Was it a reward for killing the Dome Leader? Ryun shook his head. No. I died at the end. I didn't get to see my rewards, remember? No, Celia has my rewards. This was Zenker's. She leaned back, her mind trying to connect what he had just said with reality. Zenker's? But, oh, you found him? His body. Ryun nodded. Haster kept him. He was trying to do something with it, but it doesn't matter now. I got his equipment, his storage, his treasury.
How much?
Wealth enough to make sure that the Twilight Melody sect never wants for anything. We are going to need to build a real vault, Onrush. I don't want to keep it with me all the time. I am holding it in my void storage, but if I die, we lose it all.
What all is in there?
Onrush asked. Ryun smiled. We'll get to that later. Do you want to drink that? Onrush glanced back at the potion in her hands.
It is too valuable. I'm sure that someone—
You don't need to worry about that, he interrupted. I have 2 more.
Oh,
Onrush just said.
Even still, I don't think that I need it, or maybe not now. The path of the unbreakable wall is good for me, for my style of fighting.
She tried to think about what she would even take instead of her current path. Perhaps in the future, then, Ryun said as he took the elixir back. I've been trying to decide if I should take it myself.
Really?
The path of the unbreakable wall is good. It has helped me a lot, but in the end it doesn't synergize well with my aspect, and even the aspect I plan on taking as my second might be more useful with something else. I shall see. I still need to talk with a few people. Today is about you. Here, take these first. He dropped a small crate filled with stat increase potions. I don't have enough for a bath, but it will still be useful. I've chosen them to help with your imbalance. You have advanced to peak immortal.
I have. I cycled as much as I could over the years,
she told him as she looked at the potions. There were dozens of potions, each of a different type, and she saw how there were more of some stats than others. She looked them over, and then with a glance at Ryun started drinking. Once she was finished, he spoke. I have an elixir that could improve your chi, raising your tier to 9. But I hesitate to give it to you as we lack a source of absolute cold that high, and it will be wasted if you cannot cycle high-tiered essence. We will need to work on that and find a source, both for you and Kree. Onrush nodded in understanding.
Tier 6 is still high, more than most ever achieve. Not everyone is a monster like you, she said, waving it away,
even though a part of her that was a cultivator wished that she could take it. He nodded in agreement and then pulled out 3 vials and placed them in front of her. She picked them up, looking them over. Elixir of Great Perk Merge. Consuming this elixir will allow you to merge any 6 perks, while using 1 perk as the base for the new one. The resulting perk will depend on the used perk's synchronization and compatibility. The effects can be harmful. Only perks tier 6 and below can be merged. Great Core Reinforcement Elixir. Consuming the elixir will add 25% more capacity to the cultivator's core, as well as 25% more to its chi density. Great Body Reinforcement Elixir. Consuming this will reinforce your physical body, granting you plus 3% to all base stats.
Ryun, this is—
Don't worry, there is a lot more where that came from. I picked these especially for you. I have enough for me and others.
This is amazing.
Zenker had the wealth of an entire faction, of a great sect, an empire. He was a faction all by himself. I do not think that we could have defeated the Dome Leader without him. It was injured when we fought it. A scar ran down the Dome Leader's entire body, and he did it all alone. Ryun shook his head in amazement. Show me your screens. I have an idea about which perks you should try and merge. Onrush did as he asked. Together they went through all of her perks, discussing and making a choice. Yes, that feels right, Ryun said once they were done.
Will it work?
Onrush asked. I believe that it will, Ryun answered. She looked at the 3 potions in her hands and drank them, starting with the reinforcement elixirs. Then she took her clothes off, not knowing what the effects were going to be, and drank the last potion. A prompt appeared in front of her, and she picked the base and then the 6 perks. The effect was not exactly unpleasant, but she could feel it happening, changing her body. She felt a sharp pain in her back, heard a creaking noise of shattering ice, and she felt cold. Once it was done, she felt different. They had decided on upgrading her body, which was one thing that she was lacking in severely. Her previous choices hadn't been great. Useful, but not great. Considering Ryun had said that his evolved inspiration had to do with his body. That is interesting, Ryun commented, looking her up and down. She pulled out the notification that appeared and read through it. Congratulations! Perk merge successful. Base perk. Grand Absolute Cold Transcendent, 100%. Perk 2. True Body, Enduring Crystal, 87%. Perk 3. Hardened and Resistant Body, 82%. Perk 4. Grand Frost Eyes, 57%. Perk 5. Grand Frost Shields, 78%. Perk 6. Grand Frost Endurance, 85%. Synchronization at 81.5%. Perk merge successful. Lesser Frost Jotun, Transcendent of Absolute Cold. Perk gained. Onrush really did feel different. She looked down at her arms, seeing they were still deep red in color, but now there was more. A web of pure white covered every part of her skin. They were cracks, as if her skin had parted and was filled with something else, like scars. She studied the patterns closer and realized that it was an interconnected web of snowflake patterns. It made her skin look as much white as it was red. She looked over her chest, her stomach, her legs, seeing that everything was covered in white. It was almost... She raised her eyes and looked at Ryun, at the cracks in his skin. It reminded her of him. His inspiration had let her reach this far, and she had always known that everything she achieved would be tinted by that. Hers was far more extreme, but at least it didn't mist like his did. She pulled at her hair and saw that it was still white. Then she felt something else, a new sensation, as if she had additional parts that she had never sensed before. She reached up with her hand, over her shoulder, and touched a bulge, smooth like ice and cold. There were 3 of them, all on her upper back, 2 on her shoulder blades and 1 in the center, near the back of her neck. Then she reached out, feeling as if she was trying to move a limb that she had never moved before, and the 3 growths obeyed. They slid out of their slots in her skin and into the air, floating above her head in a triangle formation. She looked back and saw that they were each diamond-shaped, like the shields that her perk created, smaller, though, and not moving on their own. She had to control them on her own now. She pulled one down into her hand and saw that it was white and looked like crystallized absolute cold essence. Her hand immediately glanced at Ryun's fingers, at the crystallized tips of his fingers. She let the shield float back behind her, and then pulled out her new perk's window. Lesser Frost Jotun, Transcendent of Absolute Cold. Your body is forged for the harshest of frost. Physical changes. You have grown 3 absolute cold shields that you can control like limbs to a range of 2 meters. Your bones are sheeted in a layer of ice, increasing their durability. The absolute cold chi seeps through your flesh and marks your skin. You can instill the feelings of frost and cold in anyone who meets your eyes. Your body is immune to all effects of cold temperatures and absolute cold chi. Your body has 15% resistance to physical damage, and any poisons, disease, or toxins that enter your body are subjected to freezing effects immediately, their temperature lowered until they are neutralized. When the temperature around you is below freezing, your body starts to influence it, deepening the cold and increasing its effects by 20% per minute to a maximum of 60%. Any cold-related powers that you use are 30% more effective in above-zero temperature, while in sub-zero environments, all your cold-related powers are 60% more effective and additionally have their cooldowns reduced by 15%. Your body no longer produces heat. Instead, it produces cold. Effort, injuries, pleasure, and any other activities that previously increased your body's temperature will cool you instead. If a certain point is reached, the absolute cold patterns on your skin will sheathe you in a layer of ice that is 40% more resistant to special damage and has durability equal to 500% your endurance. You will lose 15% of your speed and can't use any abilities while in this state. Gain plus 60% to endurance, plus 20% to strength, and plus 20% to wisdom. She lost some things, vitality, regeneration, but she had gained a lot as well. It was a good perk, and she felt stronger for it. Ryun said after he read through it. That is something that we can work with. Ascended inspiration will require for us to work on your body, but we have time for that. Now, we can move to the next part, the evolved realm. Wait. She narrowed her eyes at him. You already have your ascended inspiration? His proud smile was the only answer she got, and then he gestured with his hand. She felt trepidation. She was about to advance again, to reach a realm that was far beyond anything that she had ever dreamed she could achieve. But first, tell me, who do you think you are? Anrush blinked, not quite understanding. What do you mean? Exactly what I asked. Deep down, how do you see yourself, the person that you are? Anrush opened her mouth, the words sect leader on her tongue, but she hesitated. She thought about it for a while, and then she gave her answer. A mother, she said slowly. Then she smiled. A sister. Ryun matched her smile. Keep that in mind for this next part. The evolved realm is about choice. Anrush frowned, but didn't say anything, and did as he asked. She trusted him above all others. He leaned forward and extended his hands. She put hers beneath his, not touching his palms, but waiting. He cycled his chi, and she did the same. She felt them enter the same state that they had once before. Evolved inspiration is about your understanding of your body, about accepting it. For me, it was about realizing that I am no longer human, that I had no need to breathe, that I had no organs to pump blood, that I was void. Anrush kept her eyes closed and tried to imagine it. It was not her inspiration, but she could identify with it. She wasn't human either. She had two hearts. Her bones were sturdier. She was taller than ordinary humans, and her skin was red. With this new perk, that was even more true. She was now a creature of flesh and ice, a being of cold. It wasn't the same, but it resonated, though it didn't need to. She was riding Ryun's inspiration, not her own. She felt it settle inside of her, and then it was done. She could advance to the next realm. Chapter 15. 3 Gifts. She looked at the window in front of her, hesitating. Her core was filled with essence, as it had been for a while now. She could advance, could step into the evolved realm. Yet a part of her was scared of it, too. More power, as she had learned, didn't always mean more safety. It meant that more powerful people now took notice of you. She felt Ryun reach out and take her hand, squeezing reassuringly. We will make sure that you become as strong as you possibly can, he told her. Onrush nodded and then advanced before she could change her mind. Her chi shifted, burning with cold, and turned into something more. Her core grew, the chi quality improved. In one moment, she felt as if her whole body was just a hole in the world, filled with absolute cold. And then the change passed over her, and a notification flashed in the corner of her eye. Congratulations, you have reached the Early Evolved Realm stage on the Path of the Sword. Reward, Evolved Form perk. You have stepped into the realm of the evolved. As such, you now begin to manifest the power of your inner self and soul. You may choose in which way that power manifests. Evolved Form, Wolf of the Absolute End, Path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the wolf of the absolute end. Your body turns into a giant wolf made out of your chi aspects, your form gaining the properties of the chi used. Current, absolute cold. Not applicable. Everything you touch will lose its heat, lowering its temperature. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Gain plus 80% to all stats. All techniques cost 40% less, and you gain plus 30% to technique speed. Your temperature-affecting powers are 20% more effective. Gain plus 15% to endurance and strength. Evolved Form Great Jotun, Path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the Great Jotun. You turn into a giant, your size increasing by 150%, and you gain plus 150% to all stats. All powers that scale off of strength or endurance are 30% more effective. Gain plus 15% to endurance and strength. Evolved Form, Shield Maiden, Path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the Shield Maiden. In this form, your senses are sharpened, your reactions improved, and your thoughts quickened by 100%. You can anticipate your opponent's movements. You gain plus 50% to all stats, and your stamina regenerates 25% faster. All defensive powers are 15% more effective. Gain plus 10% to strength, vitality, and dexterity. The first one is mine, Ryun said as he read through her choices. She realized that she didn't know what his evolved powers even were. He heard the question even before she asked it, and showed her his screens. He was, as he had always been, amazing. But she could see what he meant. The first choice she had been offered was his evolved form. She wasn't surprised. She followed his inspiration, and their aspects were similar in some ways. It wasn't her choice that was tied to her cultivation path, but his. The second was probably because of her new body, and the last was the choice based on her choices, the defensive nature of her perks and style. "It is the most powerful of the choices, I think," Onrush said. "But I am a fighter. Without a sword and shield, I don't think it would even be useful to me. I can't use my main path's techniques with it. No, actually, I might be able to. But in it, I couldn't use a sword and a shield or armor. I don't think that I should take it. The Shield Maiden or Jotun are the ones for me. There are ways for armor and weapons to be used even in that form. In the end, they could all be powerful picks, yes. But, Onrush, this isn't just about you and your power. It is about a statement, about face, the perception of our sect. And it is about you, about who you want to be. This is a choice more than any other you have had before. Remember what I asked you earlier? Who are you? Think about your choices, and think about who you want to be." She held his eyes for a long minute, and then she closed them and tried to do as he had said. She was a protector of their sect. No, she protected, but she was more a caretaker, a guide. Ryun's name protected them, Tali protected them, the people themselves protected them. She just stood in between them and everybody else. But who was she? The The shield maiden would make her that protector, a shield and a sword. The Jotun would give her presence, something that she felt like she lacked. And what would the wolf of the absolute end say? It wasn't tied to anything that she did. It was tied to Ryun. But she remembered her answer. I am a mother, a sister. She opened her eyes and looked at him. We are family. She could be a lesser version of him. That was fine. It would demonstrate to others an image that they would remember. She had no doubt that Ryun would show himself in his evolved form, that his actions would instill fear, respect, honor. And every time someone came for the sect, they would meet her. They would see her evolved form and remember him. Yes, it was about more than usefulness. It was a message, a perception. Face. You are right, Anrush said, and she made her choice. It settled inside of her, and she met his eyes again. Can I? Ryun nodded. Of course. She stood, still not wearing any clothes, and used her perk. The change came over her. Her body changed, her chi surged. She grew, her hands hit the ground, and her body became covered in fur. Once it was done, she felt changed and powerful, unlike anything she had ever felt before. She looked down, seeing that she truly towered over Ryun. She had to be almost 2 stories tall. She looked at her feet, her paws that were freezing the ground where she stood, saw red fur and white, the same as her skin, a red base with white patterns all over it. Her claws were white, crystallized, absolute cold chi. Then she felt something else. Moving on instinct, 3 shields moved over her into her visual field. They were larger than they were in her other form, shields shaped like diamonds, forged out of chi and floating in the air, not attached to anything. That was good. It would help her a lot with the lack of weapons and armor. She looked back at Ryun as she felt a surge of chi from him, too. Black and violet chi surged out of his body, enveloped him, and grew. A moment later, a black wolf that looked like it was made out of mist stood in front of her. She saw the ground cracking, his void chi devouring it. The air around him crackled, too, as it touched his chi. He was not flesh and blood like she was. He was a being made out of the void, but they were the same nonetheless. His claws and fangs were crystallized and violet chi, just like hers were white. He was taller than her in this form, but not by much. Incredible, isn't it? He growled. It is, Anrush responded in kind. Thank you. We still haven't reached the end. I have one last gift for you, Ryun said. He reverted his form, and she followed suit a moment after. Once they were both in their usual forms, they moved away from the frozen and consumed ground, near the single tree on the hill. Ryun pulled out a small box and offered it to her. The first out of 3, he said. Anrush frowned and took the box, then opened it. Her eyes widened immediately as she looked at the 2 rings. Each of them was bone, she could tell, one white and the other black. Ebony ring of the shrouded mind, plus 3,500 to intelligence. The ebony ring of the shrouded mind hides your mind. While worn, no other non-connected mind or mental power can find your mind with its detection. To reach your mind, they would need to strike blindly and hope to find their mark. While worn, it also increases your mental defenses by 500%, and any attempt to touch your mind will send a counterstrike with power equal to 10 times your intelligence. Ivory ring of the hidden power, plus 2,000 to intelligence, plus 1,500 to wisdom. The ivory ring of the hidden power hides your advancement. While worn, it shrouds your core and chi usage, your perk and ability usage, and your skill usage. "Ryun, eternal rings?" she asked. He nodded. "I have learned just how important protections against mind attacks are. Wear that one, at least, always. I would suggest the other one as well. Smart opponents will know that not being able to read you will mean danger, and the stupid will attack anyway." She glanced at the 2 rings again. Each was worth more than what their sect had, what it could produce in a decade. A treasure. But then again, Ryun had told her that he had a wealth of an empire. She pulled them out of the box and slipped them on. Ryun nodded and then pulled out another item, a shield this time. It was ocean green in color and looked rough, as if it had been carved out of glass. He offered it to her, and she took it from his hands. Shard of the Lasik Demon, plus 3,200 to endurance. When the Shard of the Red Demon is worn, it passively increases your endurance by 15%. Blocking with this shield fills a meter which, after sufficiently powerful attacks have been blocked, acquires charges of Demon Wrath to a maximum of 20 charges. The shield possesses several active abilities. Shield of Lasik. Spend 5 charges to create a sphere shield around you to a size up to 20 meters in diameter, with durability equal to 25 times your endurance. Spear of Lasik. Spend 5 charges to shoot a spear of kinetic energy from the surface of the shield, with power equal to 25 times your strength. Summon Lesser Lasik Demon. Spend 10 charges to summon 1 Lesser Lasik Demon to obey your commands for 25 minutes or until vanquished. Emerald Field. Spend 15 charges to unleash a powerful field of ocean essence. Once the essence hits solid-state essence, it will convert it into a liquid state, drowning the target. Heavens! Onrush looked at it in amazement. "I've tested it a bit," Ryun told her. "Lasik demons are apparently water-based. The summon isn't that powerful, but it can be a distraction, and it does have other uses. The field will send a blast of mist around you that will turn to liquid once it hits something. With you being able to freeze stuff, I think this will be more than useful." "I'm sure," Onrush added, not knowing what more to say. "Now, the last gift." Ryun hesitated. "I picked all of these from what Zenker had, but this is the one that I think will be the most useful to you." He put his hand out, and a moment later a suit of armor appeared. It was colorful and more beautiful than anything that she had ever seen. It looked like it was made out of scales that constantly changed color, which made it look like it was the color of moving rainbows. The chest piece had 2 golden dragons, coming down from the shoulders where their tails met the shoulder pads, to the chest where their heads met, roaring at each other. Fine threads of deep red connected the plates that gave the armor extra movement. It had a small white fur neck wrap and a battle skirt fanned beneath the waist. The gauntlets were the same, scales up to the elbow, with golden plates on the hands and short white claws at the fingertips. The leggings were cloth, with scale discs attached to it over the thighs, and boots incorporated the greaves that were covered in scales and golden plates. The helmet was shaped like a dragon's head, and it too was covered in rainbow scales that moved constantly. She reached for the set and read its windows. Spectrum Celestial Dragon Plate, chest, plus 1,500 to endurance, plus 1,500 to vitality, plus 200 to strength. When worn, your stamina regeneration is increased by 350%. Every time you spend stamina by using a power, increase all your armor pieces' durability by plus 50% to a maximum of 350%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Spectrum set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Spectrum Survival. Spectrum Celestial Dragon Gauntlets, plus 1,000 to endurance, plus 1,000 to vitality, plus 1,500 to strength. When worn, your stamina regeneration is increased by 250%. Every time you spend stamina by using a power, you gain plus 50% to any physical damage that you deal, to a maximum of 250%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Spectrum set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Spectrum Survival. Spectrum Celestial Dragon Helmet. Plus 1,000 to Endurance. Plus 1,000 to Vitality. Plus 1,500 to Intelligence. When worn, your mental stamina regeneration is increased by 250%. Every time you spend mental stamina by using a power, you gain minus 10% to your power cooldowns, to a maximum of minus 90%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Spectrum set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Spectrum Survival. Spectrum Celestial Dragon Trousers, Leggings. Plus 1,000 to Endurance, plus 1,000 to Vitality, plus 1,500 to Wisdom. When worn, your mental stamina regeneration is increased by 250%. Every time you spend mental stamina by using a power, you gain plus 50% to any special damage you deal, to a maximum of 250%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Spectrum set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Spectrum Survival. Spectrum Celestial Dragon Boots. Plus 1,000 to Endurance, plus 1,000 to Vitality, plus 1,500 to Dexterity. When worn, your stamina regeneration is increased by 250%. Every time you spend stamina by using a power, you gain plus 10% to your physical speed, to a maximum of 90%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Spectrum set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Spectrum Survival. Suit of Spectrum set. Spectrum Survival. When all 5 set pieces of armor are worn, you gain the Spectrum Survival buff. Spectrum Survival. Once a day, you may designate an essence for your armor to adapt to. Once chosen, the armor will change color, and you will gain a 95% resistance to that essence. Resistance to hybrid and related essences will be lesser depending on the closeness to the essence chosen, but never less than 30%. Put it on, Ryun urged her. She realized that she had just been staring at it for the past 5 minutes. Eternal armor. An eternal armor set. How much power was this going to give her? She reached to the armor and used equip. It flashed, and then it was around her. She closed her eyes as she felt the power of it, and felt it ask something of her, an essence choice. Pick something, Ryun said. She wondered what she should pick for her first try, and then she spoke. Kinetic, she said, settling on the simplest. Physical damage, or the energy that was transferred on impact. The scales of her armor froze, the colors stopped moving, and then the scales rippled, changing color. A few moments later, every scale was gray in color. Ryun walked over and punched her in the chest. She was more shocked from him doing it than from the result. Nothing happened. It might as well have been a tap. "This is incredible," Onrush said. "It is yours." "I can't believe it." Ryun chuckled. "What is adaptive?" Onrush asked. She had never seen that trait on armor. "Ah, that is another very useful addition," Ryun said. "Why don't you try and enter your evolved form?" Onrush blinked. "No way." All armor in the Infinite Realm could change shape when it was first put on by a person, but only the armor given by the framework adapted to its user. Crafted armor had to be made to size. She did as Ryun asked, and triggered her perk again. She grew, changed, and her armor grew with her, changing form. It fit around her, shrouding her wolf form just as well as it had her ordinary one. She looked at it in disbelief.
"That is so awesome,"
Onrush whispered and changed back.
"Yes, it is."
"Thank you for everything," she told him. Ryun put a hand on her shoulder. "You never need to thank me. This is what family does." She agreed. Chapter 16. Honor. They were led through the territories that only ever saw the light of the moon. Onrush kept her cloak's hood up, obscuring her features in the same ways as their escorts did. Lesametrius and her other warriors had nevertheless noticed, of course, that her red skin was covered with white patterns now. All of them were cultivators and understood what such change meant, though they couldn't know the specifics. She had told them that she had upgraded her body, and in that she had not lied to them. Regardless, she hadn't spoken plainly at all. That morning, after she met with Ryun and he had given her the gifts, weeks ago now, she had gone back to the city and found Lesametrius and her warriors ready for their trip. They had planned on leaving that morning already, and she hurried them along. She only left a few words with the palace guards for Naira, and then she was off. No one had the chance to even see her change. She wished that she had spoken with Naira at the very least, but Ryun had asked her not to, saying that there was something that he wanted to see develop, that he wanted to snoop some more. She was alarmed when he told her, but he assured her that the danger was minimal. The only thing that Onrush could imagine were the relations with either the Zhenxuan remnants or House Orn. She knew that some of them were having issues with following orders from someone like her, that the only reason they did was because Tully was there. Regardless, no one was going to be suspicious about anything. The trip had already been planned. She'd just skipped the goodbyes. It wasn't that she wanted to keep her advancement a secret. It was just that people would ask questions, and then she would have to avoid giving them answers. Ryun wanted to sneak around the sect for a bit, and those answers would reveal his return. There was no hiding anything from Lesametrius and their warriors, of course. They could see the changes plainly, even though she hid herself under her big coat. She could tell that they were curious, but they had been picked for this mission for their loyalty, and so none of them would say anything. Lesametrius cast glances her way, but never did he outright ask why she was hiding herself. If she was being honest with herself, she didn't know the answer to that question. Her ring hid her core, her chi, the sense of her advancement, all in a way that she never could have achieved on her own. She was proficient in shrouding her core when she was focusing on it, but not otherwise. Now, though, she appeared as if she were a master, she knew. The ring was a great gift, but it was also a crutch. She understood what Ryun told her that night after he tried to teach her how to move naturally in her evolved form. These gifts would not make her great. They were tools, and as with any tool, she would need to master them if she wanted to use them to their full potential. Perhaps that was a part of it, then. Some small part of her was feeling ashamed, perhaps, at the fortune she had been given. She loved Ryun, and he loved her. They were a family, and she appreciated what he had done. After their conversation, she felt better. She did know that she deserved this, that she did a lot of work for the sect, for him. Knowing something and feeling something, though, were two different things. They were led through the territory, into a cave, and the passage into the under. She heard Lesametrius's account of the city below, but words didn't give it justice. It was glorious, the greatest thing that she had ever laid eyes on. The tournament city had been grand, but it had been a thing that was built for a purpose, raised and raised based on need. It was a feat of power, of wealth, of skill, but it was not beautiful. This city, though, was truly beautiful. It was everything that she loved about the sects. craft raised to the point of perfection. She could see what Lesametrius saw, that the city had once been a dungeon. It was clear from the layout that the pyramids and monoliths were probably remnants of that stage in the city's life. Now, though, it was all brought together by art. Resplendent plates of gold and black on the walls of buildings, jewels embedded into the ground, worthless gems that had been worked by masters, carved into shapes so that they seamlessly fit in between the stones, mosaics, tiny colored stones that painted beautiful pictures. And the people, too, undead, mindless but bound, walked the streets, and she tried hard to suppress a shiver. She remembered fighting the horde of undead, the necromancer's dead body. It had been years ago, but she still couldn't get over it. Fighting the undead was unlike fighting anything else. They just never stopped, no matter their injuries. Here, at least, they were not like the grotesque and gruesome undead that she had fought before. She saw no zombies with their flesh falling apart. These were mostly skeletons, and always fulfilling some task, pulling a cart, working on buildings. But there were others, too, such as cultivators on the paths that brought them to undeath. She could see that their bodies looked different, appeared more muscular, dark in color, but also dry in a way, the skin pulled taut. Tali's best guess, based on what Lesametrius told them, was that their true bodies turned them into Draugr-type undead. From what Tali knew, Draugr had incredible physical strength and tough skin, though there was no way of knowing what exactly their true bodies granted them. There were countless types of undead, and so countless types of Draugr. Their escorts didn't let them sightsee for long as they reached the palace, or what she thought was a palace, in the shape of a large pyramid. The inside was equally as grand, being home to tall ceilings and wide corridors. There were countless images on the walls depicting battles, landscapes, and some that were just abstract art. She admired them as they passed, but as soon as they reached the grand ornate doors, she focused her mind on the task before her. One of their escorts turned to her and spoke.
"Only you,"
he told her. She gave him a look, knowing that Lesametrius had been forced to enter alone. She wasn't an emissary, though, and Tali's teachings had taught her that politics between sects were a dance. "I am a sect leader of the Twilight Melody sect. I do not go unaccompanied." The man looked like he wanted to argue, but then he tilted his head and waved her in. The doors opened, and she pulled down her cloak and stored it, revealing her robes. Her robes were as well made as her sect could craft them, and they had improved a lot over the years. These were black and violet, the sect's colors, with elaborate embroidery over the hems. She took a deep breath, and then stepped inside. She walked the long room, saw the undead guards around the room much the same as the guards in Consequence's throne room. At the end of it was their sect head, just as Lesametrius had described him. He was undead, and was wearing a golden headdress. Golden robe-like garment covered his torso, but he left his arms bare. He was muscled the same as the undead she had seen in the city, but to a greater degree. Even sitting, she could tell that he was tall, probably taller than her, but not by much. His skin was the color of a bruise, with black armbands around his biceps. An armored dress hung beneath his waist, one hand resting on his throne, while the other was on his knee, holding a golden scepter. His blue eye glowed and bored into hers. She didn't look away, even though she could feel the weight of his eyes, as if it was a physical thing. Whether that was his ruler's eyes or if she was just imagining it didn't matter. She walked up to the steps leading to the throne, her warriors behind her. Once she stopped, one of the guards next to the throne spoke.
"You are in the presence of the Repesh Emsis,
sect head of the Midnight Rain sect, lord of all under night, keeper of the tide, great judge, holder of scepter of Nisha." Onrush bowed, while Lysimetrius and the others knelt to one knee. Her bow was one of respect, of an inferior, but not one coming in supplication. It was intended to convey her respect for the sect she stood in, while retaining her own honor and the honor of her sect. She held the position for a few seconds, and then straightened. Lysimetrius stood and stepped up next to her, then spoke. "Arriving, Onrush Kesh, sect leader, acting sect head of the Twilight Melody sect, she who carries the will of the sect." Short and to the point. She had titles, too, but they had decided against using them. It wouldn't seem appropriate for him to call her the slayer of the undead in front of a sect head that was himself undead. That she carried the will of the sect was enough. Once she was announced, she stepped forward and spoke. "Great sect head, ascended Master Emsis," she started, her voice calm and respectful, even though she felt anything but calm inside. "You've asked to speak with the sect head of the Twilight Melody sect, and here I am, acting in that capacity. I am here to ask after the fate of my subjects, and their crimes against your sect. I hope we may find a solution to preserve the respect and honor of both sects." For a few moments, there was no sound in the throne room but the breathing of her side. The undead didn't move, didn't even twitch. Then, just as she felt the overbearing weight of the silence nearly crush her, he spoke.
"Respect, honor,"
the sect head Repesh Emsis said slowly, his voice deep and echoing off the walls of the room. It sounded like a mountain moving. It sounded like strength.
"You do not know of these things. I asked to speak with your sect head, or with an Italian Farsola, not you."
Onrush knew that, but this was about the perception of the sect. And if she was going to rule, to be the face of their sect, she couldn't let others dictate who they spoke with. "Respectfully, sect head, you asked to speak with the sect head, and I am serving in that capacity. My word is the same as Riun's word. An Italian does not involve herself in the rule of our sect, no matter what others might believe." She said this slowly, and in his eyes she could see his disbelief. An ascended realm cultivator taking orders from an immortal? It was laughable. True, Tali didn't take orders, but Onrush knew better than to try and give them to her. Tali advised. She didn't make decisions.
"You come to my home uninvited, and tell me in my own home who it is that I should be speaking with?"
Onrush suppressed her desire to grimace. Tali had warned her that old sect heads were beasts of their own, that they were used to not just their power, but the sanctity that they enjoyed in their seats of power. He leaned forward, his eyes never blinking.
"Does your sect have so little respect for its neighbors that you come here and try to deceive me?"
"I do not deceive, and if that is how I am perceived, it is not my intention," Onrush answered, dipping her head.
"I know of you. They say you are a raised immortal, relying on another's strength. The things I have to speak with are for a sect head's ears only. An Italian Farsola was an ascended realm cultivator, and a sect head before her death was announced across the world. That she is here in your sect is a mystery, but she, at least, is someone worthy enough to hear that which I have to say. Your sect head's deeds have spread wide. He stood and held the tide of monsters in the tournament city until the portal was closed. He acted when others saw only to the matters of their greed and defeated the Dome Leader. His honor is undisputed. Yours, Onrush Kesh, is honor by association, not your own.
That made Onrush angry. Yes, her name wasn't known, but she didn't sit behind Ryun and hide. Who was he to decide that she didn't have honor, deserved no respect? "I was there too, sect head," she said, some of her scorn seeping into her tone despite her trying to hold herself back. "I fought those same monsters in the tournament city, fought to give others time to run, to escape their deaths. I died there my first death, and I fought for my sect. I protected her. Where were you when the necromancer rose on the frontier, when sects fell and innocents died? Where was your honor then? I stood at the head of the army that stopped him, while you hid in your palace of gold." She shouldn't have said that. Her anger had gotten the better of her. She knew why they hadn't come, or at least why Tully thought they hadn't. Because they were undead, and a powerful necromancer was their greatest weakness. One could never know what kind of perks a necromancer had. It would take only one powerful perk to give him control of an undead he hadn't raised himself. The Midnight Rain sect couldn't have risked it. Sect head Repesh Emsis looked at her without a change in his stony expression. Then he waved his hand, and it took her a moment to realize that it was a gesture that meant he had conceded to her point. Emboldened, she continued speaking. "Sect head," she said calmly, getting herself under control. "We've found your message, we've investigated, and we know what our fellows have done. At least let me see them, confirm that they are safe."
Your people are whole,
Repesh told her.
They are criminals who have stolen from my sect. Their fate can and will be dealt with when I get to speak with either Anatolian Farsola or Ryun Nacht.
"Anything you wish to say to them, you can say to me."
No.
Her anger rose again, but this time she didn't let it out. Why was it always like this? She continued to gain a measure of respect here and there, but never enough. She always failed in some way. She knew that there had to be words that could get him to speak with her, to tell her what he so desperately wanted to tell them. But she didn't know. Tully had taught her well, and it was not her failing, but Onrush's. She was not worthy enough, but she wanted to be. Fine, then, she thought to herself. The sect head might not want to talk to her about whatever it was that he hid, but she would not leave this city without knowing the fate of her people. She knew that she couldn't. Ryun's words echoed in her head. I would look for a reason to bring him to an end. It was a part of Ryun that he had sealed inside of himself, the part that always kept his word, and he had promised to protect his people. That he trusted Onrush was the only reason why he could stay away. He trusted that she would do everything in her power to protect them as he had promised. But if she failed, if she returned without knowing anything, Repesh would not get his conversation with Ryun. He would get to meet the undying void as he smashed through the earth above their city, as he came for their people. Ryun did not compromise. That was what he had her for. I am the Twilight Melody sect. Onrush said slowly, her voice carrying across the room.
You have taken our people when words could have accomplished more. You've taken it upon yourself to punish those who were not yours to punish. You speak of honor and respect, but you have showed none to us. Your emissaries come and demand to speak with our sect head as if they have the right to ask for such an audience. You have overstepped.
She could see his expression changing now, the stony blank turning to anger and disbelief.
The Twilight Melody sect has taken offense. You will show me to my people, and this matter will be settled.
His eyes narrowed, and then he spoke, his voice like the thunder.
You dare to disrespect me in my own home?
I gave you respect, and you gave none in return. You listened and assumed, based on what others have told you. I don't know you. I have never heard of you, and I came here with all the respect that I could muster. But all things have limits. I understand that you think this is the way to get what you want, to speak with those you think I answer to. It is not. My sect head would often say something to me that I never quite understood, but I see it now. He says that respect is earned, never given.
Respect is earned.
His eyes looked over her, studying her, and she felt a deep hole opening up inside her chest where her two hearts started beating faster and faster as an uneasy sensation settled inside her mind.
You want to demand things of an ascended in his own home? You, an immortal child? Very well. Your sect head might have the right of it. You will earn my respect.
She felt as if the room was suddenly smaller, as if he was sitting right in front of her, towering and filling her entire vision. She had made a mistake.
I will meet you in the arena, and we shall see how much respect you are owed.
She closed her eyes as she realized where she had made her mistake. She had given him a way to take what he wanted, to punish her without insulting the sect further. It was her own words that had doomed her. She opened her eyes and saw the undead sect head looking at her, a smile on his face. She was fucked. Chapter 17. Arena.
Tell me there's something that I can do to fix this,
Onrush whispered. They were in a small prepping room, and the smell of death, blood, and sweat was everywhere. The room was beneath the arena. She had overheard their escorts explaining its history, but she hadn't really been listening, her mind occupied with trying to find a way out. Still, she did hear enough to know that the arena was used both for training and for public matches. It was cleaned, of course, but the scents were still there, ingrained in the essence around her.
You all but challenged him yourself, Lysimetrius responded. In his seat of power, after our people had stolen from him and his will made clear, at least from his point of view, that he only challenged you and not killed us all on the spot is a testament to his honor. He would have been within his right to do so. Well, he would have been skirting the edge of the rules.
Onrush nodded, then kept her head bowed. She hoped that Lysimetrius knew of a way for her to get out of this. Fighting an Ascended Realm cultivator was not something that she wanted to do.
It was a challenge, sect leader. You can exercise your rights, Lysimetrius suggested in a whisper. You don't need to fight him now. You don't need to fight him at all.
Onrush grimaced. And that there was the heart of the issue. She had been outmaneuvered. Ripesh had made a fool out of her, but she had put herself in this spot. Sure, she didn't need to fight him, and that was the problem. He was the one who had issued the challenge, and that meant that she could pick someone else to fight in her stead, and she could delay until she found that someone. But what then? If she called Tali, it would make a mockery of their conversation, of her honor. She would have hidden behind another. The same with Ryun. She remembered what Tali taught her about the importance of face. No, she couldn't back down now, especially since he didn't know that she wasn't just an immortal anymore. She had No, she was just fooling herself. She had no chance. She had seen the weight of Ripesh's gaze, the belief in his own power, the absolute knowledge of it. That gaze was the same as what she had seen in Ryun's eyes. Even with her advancement, even with her items, she was going to lose. That was not in question. But bending the knee, or running away, that would hurt far more than death. Her sect would lose honor. Her people would lose respect in her. And death was not an option. The sect head had made that clear by challenging her. No, this was about respect and honor. He wanted to humiliate her, to show her the difference between them. If she stayed and fought, he would win and prove his point, that she wasn't in a position to demand things of him. But at least she wouldn't lose her own honor or the respect of her people. They would see her stay and fight, and that would be enough. She wanted more, though. She wanted to show them that she did deserve respect. No one knew about her advancement or her items, and that was going to be her one chance to show them something. She wasn't even sure what she could do. "No," Onrush said, as she realized that Lesametrius was waiting for her response. "I can't walk away now." She was alone with him, the rest of her warriors having been allowed to sit in the stands, to watch and witness the duel, along with some of the Midnight Rain sect's people. She stood up from the bench where she had been sitting, then loosened her robe and opened it a bit. Lesametrius frowned and looked away, but she stopped before she revealed anything. She made just enough room for the shields on her back to get out. They floated up and stopped above her head in an upside-down V formation. Lesametrius glanced back and then noticed them in the air. She ignored his inquisitive look and pulled her robe back into place. Then she equipped her armor straight from storage. The Spectrum Celestial Dragon set appeared on her person, a suit of rainbow-colored scales. Lesametrius's expression was now confused. Of course he couldn't tell that the armor was eternal, but everyone would be able to tell that it was high-tiered. She focused on the armor, then whispered, "Death," and the armor's color changed. The ripple of color flashed, and then, in a wave, the entire armor turned black with cold blue streaks, the color of death essence. Her opponent was an undead. He wouldn't have been able to gain that true body without a death-related essence. Now, she didn't know exactly what aspect he had, but the death aspect should be enough to give her protection from anything that he could do. Even if it was some distantly related aspect, her armor would still work against it. He was ascended, and she had no idea what his secondary aspect was, but she assumed that it was something closely related. Regardless, death was the best choice in her opinion. She pulled out her shield next. The ocean green item that looked like it was carved glass appeared on her left arm. Lastly, she pulled out Kagehime. "Finally," her sword said. "It's been a long time since we fought anyone this interesting." Kagehime's main desire was to fight, to be used in combat. It was why she and Ryun had ultimately not gotten along. In the years since she'd had her, Onrush had fought a lot of different opponents. She fought in wars, against monsters, against challengers to her sect. Somehow, Kagehime fought more with Onrush than she ever had with Ryun, and she had confessed to Onrush that Ryun's style of fighting had never really appealed to her. Ryun tended to overwhelm his opponents without relying on her. Onrush fit her better, as their bond had proven. She had reached a bond level with Kagehime that Ryun never had. She used her Arctic ward on the sword, placing a layer of chi over it. She did it now because she didn't want to give away her ring just yet. Repesh couldn't sense her chi usage while she wore it. She had prepared her chi anchors before they arrived, and she felt like the 5 techniques she put in were good enough for this fight, so she didn't touch them again. "Sect leader?" Lesametrius whispered. Onrush glanced at him and smiled behind her helmet. "If I am going to fight him, I might as well go all the way." She really tried to sound confident, but she could tell that her voice was shaking. An ascended realm cultivator waited on her behind those doors, in the arena. She took a deep breath, then walked out of the room and into the arena. Lesametrius followed behind her as she stepped onto the sand. She glanced around, seeing the stands above the floor. It wasn't as big as she had thought it would be, but it was still pretty sizable. The arena floor was large enough for several dozen people to spar in comfortably, but there were only 2 people across from her, waiting. Sect head Repesh Emsis and his second. She walked a few steps, then stopped. She gestured to Lesametrius, and he continued, heading to the center to meet with Repesh's second. There wouldn't be much to talk about, as this duel didn't involve any material gain. It was about honor and respect. And, just as she assumed, the 2 didn't talk for long. Lesametrius walked back and stopped next to her. "They said that all you have to do to stop the match is to get on your knees and apologize." "Of course they did," Onrush whispered back. Then she tapped Lesametrius's shoulder and stepped forward. "Good luck, sect leader." Onrush kept her eyes on Repesh as she walked a few steps closer. She stopped near the center and waited as his second left the arena alongside Lesametrius. He didn't wear armor, only the same ornamental clothes that he had worn when they met. He had no weapons in his hands, nothing that even suggested that he was taking this seriously. She used Arctic Onslaught, increasing her stats. With her items, she was more powerful than she had ever been before. She just needed to find the time to use that power. She kept her eyes on Repesh. There was no announcement for the start of the battle. They didn't need that. They would start when they were ready. She knew that combat between powerful beings didn't last long. Fights weren't the things of stories. They ended in moments. Unless the 2 were evenly matched, their perks allowed them to survive for longer, or one side was playing with the other. She had an advantage, and she hoped that she could surprise him enough. After all, anyone could lose to anyone. Surprise played a far more significant role in combat than most people believed.
"You can still stop this,"
he told her from across the arena, his voice deep and cold.
"You can save yourself and your sect from humiliation."
She raised her shield and adopted a stance as her answer.
"Items will not save you."
He tried again, as if he really didn't want her to be doing this. She didn't answer. He closed his eyes and then shook his head. This would go one of 2 ways. He was either going to try and end it quickly, or he would play with her to extend the humiliation. His first strike was when she would be able to surprise him the most. The more the fight went on, the more he would realize about her. He narrowed his eyes at her but didn't move. If he was expecting her to attack first, he was mistaken. But she took the time he gave her to prepare. She needed the cold, but she couldn't use it, not yet. Any visible power use would give away the fact that Not only was her core shrouded, but any power use was as well. So she triggered as many passive powers as she could, trying to trigger as many of her armor's abilities by draining her stamina pools. Fighter's Heart, because she couldn't let pain rob her of an opportunity. Fighter's Strike, to make her next strike stronger. Defensive Stance, because she already planned on retaliating after his first strike. She stood and waited. Then his form blurred as her stance anticipated his movement. Her greater threat sense flashed, and he was next to her, tall and moving so fast. Her body moved almost on instinct. Her body turned, her shield coming up for a greater block. She felt a flash of chi, a technique. Then he struck with his fist, a punch at an angle. Even before it hit, she felt the power of that strike, stronger than anything that she had ever been hit with before. She got her shield in place just in time. The air shook around them, and the impact made the arena ring with sound. The force of it pushed her back. Even with all of her stats and everything that was boosting her now, she was driven into the ground. The force made her entire arm vibrate. Her bones shook and nearly shattered. The sand beneath her feet vibrated and exploded in a circle into the air, obscuring her vision. Her feet bent, but she didn't kneel. She felt the charges on her shield fill and was surprised. That one strike had pushed her to 5 charges. Ryun's strongest strike had only been able to fill it up to 2. The man's strength was monstrous, and she didn't know how many such strikes she could take. He paused, almost as if he was surprised. That was when she acted. Her absolute cold aura blasted around them, chilling everything. Frost Ring unleashed an expanding ring of frost across the ground, freezing the sand and the man's feet as the vibration from his strike buried them in a thin layer. She spent one anchor in the same breath, using glacial shaping on his legs, too, freezing the air and sand around them. Before those were even done, she was moving, Frost Dash taking her 2 steps to the right, her movement chilling the air further. Then she charged forward with Grand Frost Charge. In less than a second, the temperature around them dropped far below 0, the bite of the cold hitting him and making him frown. She swung Kagehime with a frosted crescent. He was probably fast enough to respond, but he didn't. He was caught off guard, confused. He couldn't feel anything from her, and none of her abilities or perks were detectable. As her strike approached his side, she triggered 2 more anchors, unleashing 2 Arctic sword storms at once. 16 swords came into being around her and attacked at the same time. Each came near his skin and stopped. She rocked as Kagehime hit something, just a handbreadth away from his skin, as if she hit some kind of fabric. For a split second she saw something appear, like white threads woven in a pattern, holding her swords away from his skin. A moment later a new pattern appeared, and then her shields moved, trying to get into place fast enough. It wasn't enough, though, and she was blasted away. She flew through the air, her vision blurry even though she ignored the pain. Then her back hit something and everything went dark for a second. She tried to move, but found it hard. Then she realized that she was embedded in the wall of the arena. With an effort, she pulled herself out of the wall and crashed on the ground, on her knees. Her chest heaved, and she spit out a stream of blood through the gap in her helmet, half of it splattered inside. For a moment she looked at it and realized that her blood was now pale red, almost pink, as it dripped from her helmet. "That was like you got hit with a mountain," Kagehime said. There was no death essence in that, nothing that her armor could have protected her against. It was just pure force. She realized that she had fucked up. She should have waited until she knew exactly what Repesh used, instead of assuming, but That wasn't any kind of technique, she was sure, as she hadn't felt any chi. There had been no skill, either, as there was no indication of willpower. This was an ability? It didn't feel like it, but she was pretty sure that it was connected to a class. She was pretty sure that she felt his death chi when he punched her, but that was a technique that empowered him, and the result was purely physical damage. She had made a mistake, but on the other hand, she hadn't revealed how her armor worked. So, a victory? Her chest seized up and she vomited some more blood. It was misting, the coldness of her body clashing with the temperature in the air. After she was done, or thought she was, she tried to get up. Her legs shook, but somehow she managed to get up to her feet. She disabled her defensive stance and shook her body once. Her shield's charges had filled to full, even though she had barely blocked his counterattack. She looked up and saw Rupesh standing where she had left him, unmoved. His eyes were glaring at her.
"That,"
he said slowly, his voice filled with disbelief.
"That could have injured me."
She didn't let him recover from his surprise. With another grand frost charge, she crossed the distance. His feet were still covered in ice, and as she entered the area where she had already lowered the temperature, she felt her stats rise just before she raised her sword and used Grand Frostfall. He raised his hand to block her, but then noticed the giant sword that appeared above him, coming down. He punched up, a technique moving through his body, and a wave of just pure physical force that she was pretty sure came just from the strength and speed of his punch and no extra aspect, blasted up, shattering her grand sword. But that left him vulnerable, and she put all of her willpower into a crescent strike. Her sword approached his abdomen before he managed to lower his arms and block. Again her attack was stopped by the white threads. Just like the last time, a pattern flashed, but this time she was ready. She used enhanced dodge, her shields already in place. She spent charges and used Shield of Lasik, too, but it still didn't matter. The counterattack sent a blast of force at where she used to be. The edge of it still caught her, broke through the shield, and even though she had her arm and her other shields raised, it still sent her flying. She hit the sand, not as far away as before, and rolled across it. Once she came to a stop, she coughed, more blood spilling out of her. She could pull out a potion, but she resisted. The point of this battle wasn't to prolong it. She got up again, on shaking legs, and looked at Rupesh.
"2," he whispered. "You cost me 2 of them."
She frowned, but something in her head made a connection. Those patterns, the threads, they didn't feel like something that he used. They intercepted her attacks, not the ice at his feet, though. They were protections, layered over him, protecting him from things that he couldn't catch. She wondered what or how he placed them, but it was unimportant at the moment. She wondered if he was going to change his approach to the battle, summon his armor or weapons, but he didn't do anything. She saw it in his eyes. To do that would be to accept that she had pushed him to that point. She felt him channeling his chi, and a lot of it. She didn't hesitate. She triggered her evolved form. Chi spilled out of her, and her body changed, grew, and turned into that of a red and white wolf. Her armor adapted to her new body and covered her whole. Then she triggered another of her anchors, and her avatar of frost formed next to her. She and the avatar both drew on her chi, abandoning her previous technique and preparing glacial shaping. Her shields floated above her as she ran. She saw Rupesh's eyes widen, and then both she and her avatar released the technique. The entire area around him was suddenly filled with absolute cold chi. Ice was forming, growing from the ground, freezing the liquid in the air. entombing him in a box of ice. She switched her technique back to increase her stats and raised a clawed paw to strike at the ice. Then the world shook and the ice shattered. Rupesh broke out, and before she could react, he was next to her, kicking her in the side and sending her rolling across the arena. Her avatar attacked, and he shattered it with a punch. She shook her head and stumbled back to her feet, shaping another technique, ready to release her last anchors.
"Enough,"
Rupesh said, and she froze. He landed on the ground and just looked at her.
"Evolved realm and items. That doesn't make you powerful, but you could have done worse. The duel's over, and you have already cost me more than you are worth. You can take your people."
He waved his hand.
"But while I will grant you that much, I will still need to speak with your sect head, or Anatolian Farsola. And this is not meant as a stab at you, or your sect, or your honor. It is a necessity."
Onrush ended her evolved form, returning back to her usual self. She looked at the man, then nodded. Her legs were shaking, and she wasn't sure that she could have taken another one of his strikes.
"I'll send someone for your people,"
Rupesh said. "No," Onrush told him. He frowned.
"No."
She cleared her throat, coughed up some more blood, then spoke. "No, they can stay here. They still stole from you. They will stay until they have repaid all that they have taken," she told him. "But I will still want to see them and make sure that they are unharmed." He looked at her for a long moment, and then he nodded. Onrush kept his gaze for a few seconds, and then collapsed on the sand, exhausted and hurt. She heard shouting, but the darkness swallowed her before she could figure out what was said. Chapter 18. Talking. Ryun sat inside a tree, his feet dangling over the edge. Kilometers away, Onrush was approaching the city of consequence. Her trip had been successful, it seemed, or at least that was what he gathered from her conversation with Lysimetrius. Good for her. He knew that he could trust her. Before they had entered the city, she did remind them not to reveal anything about their advancement to anyone in the sect. Now they had seen her fight, which was enough to know that she was now in the evolved realm. Her body's changes could easily be attributed to something else, of course, but he did wonder why she was keeping it hidden. He didn't particularly care, though. It was more of a passing thought. She had to have her reasons, and information was valuable. He didn't move from his spot as Onrush made her way through the city. Her first stop, the training grounds, where Naira was training with Kree. Tali stood near them, and he overheard their short conversation. Tali was very much interested in how Onrush's body had changed. It was obvious that she was suspicious about something, but she didn't press, and instead left Naira and Onrush alone. She flew out of the palace and headed out of the city. Ryun kept his attention on Naira and Onrush. As he listened in on the reunion, he was pretty sure that she would tell Naira about her advancement this evening. He had only asked her to keep his return a secret until she returned. He'd had a few weeks to get a feel for the sect. He had visited all of their territories and made sure to learn more about their guests. In that time, he had learned a lot. Now that Onrush was back, they were going to need to come up with ways to deal with all of them. He listened for a few more minutes until a person walked toward him, coming near his tree. He didn't acknowledge her presence. He had known that she was on her way since she headed in his direction. Her wings were folded on her back, and her hands crossed on her chest as she glared up into the tree where he sat.
"How long have you been back?"
Tully asked. Ryun turned his eyes in her direction, then tossed the orb in his hand gently as he tilted his head and thought about it. A few weeks, I think. He caught the source of stillness essence and then put it into his storage. He had learned how to draw in essence without having to be focused on only that.
You think?
Tully asked as he slid from the branch and floated to the ground. He turned and met her eyes. I didn't keep track. She narrowed her eyes at him, for a moment looking confused. She opened her mouth as if she was going to say something, but then seemingly thought better of it. She looked him up and down, studying his appearance. Ryun pulled back the hood of his black cloak and his features shimmered, his body shrinking to its usual height.
That is a powerful item. I couldn't even tell that it was a glamour,
Tully said. Ryun shrugged, then tilted his head at her. When did you catch me? She grimaced, but answered.
3 days ago.
Ryun felt his lips curve into a small smile.
Yeah,
Tully said.
Not everyone can sense people leagues away.
How? Ryun asked.
You walked through one of the air currents I set up near the palace, where no one should have been.
Ah, Ryun just said. There were a myriad of ways for one to be detected. He had found a cloak inside Zenker's storage that could make him look like someone else, and had used it to walk through his territories without being recognized. Still, somehow Tully had known. True, it didn't obscure his chi or his core. He had to have slipped up, and she had sensed him.
I assume you are the reason why Onrush has a new body? Why I can't sense her core, despite her being incompetent at veiling it?
Ryun just nodded. She sighed.
So when are you planning on revealing yourself?
Tully asked. Soon, Ryun answered. I was actually just about to look for you, as I wanted to talk with you first.
Oh?
Yes. Ryun gestured and started to walk through the forest. I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Tully said as she started to walk next to him. To celebrate your return to power, Ryun told her. He felt her face soften at that.
Thank you. Without you, I would have still been crippled.
He waved his hand. You've done a lot for me, too. Your advice has helped me a great deal.
You don't follow my advice,
Tully said. Ryun chuckled. I follow it more than you think, but it isn't just following it that helps. Your insights, your thoughts, they matter more than you think, even if I don't agree. Tully didn't respond, but he could tell that she was pensive. They reached a small clearing that was somewhat hidden from sight, the place where he had spent most of his time. He took a seat on a stone slab nearby, and then gestured for Tully to sit next to him. She climbed on top and mirrored his cross-legged position. Ryun pulled out a small chest and placed it between them. Here, he said. This is for everything you have done for me. Tully reached for the chest and opened it. He already knew what she would find inside. He had picked 3 elixirs from Zenker's treasures. He hadn't picked any stat-increasing ones, as he believed that she had already used many of those in her life. Instead, he had picked 3 that he thought would help her become stronger. One was a potion that would improve her core. Another was one that would increase her body's passive resistances, and the last was supposed to sharpen her senses. He had taken the last 2 as well, and while the effects were small, everything added up. The last thing in the box was a ring, an eternal rarity one. He saw her reach for it, then raise the ornate ring to her eyes. It is supposed to give your soul additional protections. The ring boosted soul defenses and completely nullified the first instance of damage sufficient to critically injure a soul once every 3 months. It should prevent any kind of ambush to deal enough soul damage to cripple her again. She looked at it for a long while before she raised her eyes and met his.
"Thank you,"
she said as she slipped it on her finger and put the potions in her storage.
"Where did you get it? Your reward for the Dome Leader kill?"
No. Ryun shook his head. My reward is with Celia. I died before we killed Hastur, but I did travel through the ruins of the Empire. I have scavenged quite a few things. And he had. The ravaged cities had been left in a hurry, and not all valuables had been taken away. Ryun had taken everything that he found, from furniture to materials, art and clothes. He had filled 6 storage items with all of it, plus some he had put in Zenker's giant space. He had even found several vaults, sealed by the people that ran away. He hadn't even managed to get into all of them. He had items of rare, epic, legendary, and mythic rarities, with only a few higher than that, though what he had found paled in comparison to what Zenker had. Tali narrowed her eyes at him, but before she could voice her skepticism, he spoke. "But no," Ryun said. "That ring came from this." He pulled Zenker's ring from his void storage and showed it to her. "It was
"Zenker's,"
Tali whispered as she took it. "You recognize it?"
"Of course,"
Tali said as she looked at the ring in awe.
"I was there when he got it. A perfect reward for a hoarder like him."
That last sentence had some affection slipping into her tone. "I found him, his body," Ryun said. "He's dead," he added uncomfortably. Tali closed her eyes for a few seconds and then spoke.
"He used to say that we were all insane for trying to... that he would rather explore the world than get himself killed for stupidity."
Hastur was injured, an old injury, probably from their fight. Ryun voiced his belief. "If Zenker hadn't fought him, I doubt that we could have won." Tali just nodded. After a few more seconds of silence, Ryun cleared his throat and spoke again. "I have his body. I didn't think that it would be... I didn't want to leave it there. If you know what he would have wanted?"
"It is just a husk,"
Tali shrugged.
"If his soul survived, he is somewhere else. If not, well, you could sell it to a necromancer, though I don't know if there is anyone who could afford to buy it. Erasmus, perhaps. An alchemist, maybe, as high-tiered essence is worth a lot, no matter the focus. His body will be weaker than an eternal cultivator's, but the passive effects of his skills will remain."
Ryun blinked. That hadn't even occurred to him. Before he could say anything, though, she spoke again.
"How did you even get into this?"
She pointed at the ring. Ryun tilted his head. "What do you mean?"
"This storage has protections. You shouldn't have been able to access it unless you fit certain conditions,"
Tali said. "I just picked it up. It was open for me," Ryun said.
"Here."
Tali handed it back.
"You see the small gem at the bottom? Press it for a few seconds."
Ryun frowned, but did as she said. 3 seconds later, a window popped up in his vision. "Storage ring ownership protection. If the current owner is alive, no one other than the owner can access the storage. If the current owner is dead, the new owner will be the first person not aligned with the previous owner's killer and allied with the owner's faction. If the current owner has been slain by a monster, the new owner will be the first such person who picks up the ring." Ryun wondered if the Dome Leader was considered a faction. It probably was, as otherwise anyone, even Hastur's Taken, could have picked it up and used it. He saw that he could change the conditions, but he left that aside. He showed the window to Tali, who read through it.
"Quite like him,"
she just said.
You've obtained what is likely the largest treasury in the world, just from what I know about it.
It does seem like it, Ryun said. I am hoping that with all of this we can turn our sect into something powerful.
If used well,
Tali said. I am going to need your help with that. A lot of things have changed. Ryun looked away in the direction of consequence. I have many thoughts, many plans, though I don't know how to implement nearly any of them. My outlook has changed. I died. He turned to look back at her. Did you ever die? Tali nodded.
Once, long ago,
she said.
It does change you.
What did you do after?
I sequestered myself for 50 years, until I reached the Ascended Realm.
Ryun couldn't quite understand that, how it took some of them so long to advance. He doubted that he ever would really understand. I think that we made some mistakes, that I made mistakes.
Regarding?
Tali asked. Everything, Ryun chuckled. But one that is the most pressing on my mind is Cree. I wanted her to advance far, to advance right. But with the dome monsters and Haster, we don't have the luxury of time.
I know,
Tali agreed, to his surprise.
It is hard. We want to spare them the struggle, to teach them what we had to learn the hard way. And, yes, many people in our world are raised like that. They are taught right, and they are strong. But they are not monsters like we are.
And that was why Ryun liked Tali, why he had trusted her from the moment he came to know her. He could see it in her. She was a monster just like him. I can advance to the Ascended Realm, he told her. Tali sighed.
Of course you can.
I'm going to do it soon, but I need to talk with Celia and Dardania beforehand. Get my rewards, Ryun said. I've picked through Zenker's treasury and have found some things that might help me. Like this. He showed her the path-removing potion and told her about his plan with the stillness aspect. She sighed.
It could be good,
she started.
Your secondary path is defense, though you've managed to gain utility and control from it, but you are a regenerator. Those techniques drain too much of your chi, especially that avatar one. It hampers your ability to heal. Even your main path is a chi sink. People like you don't rely on defense, not in the traditional sense. You take what would be critical damage for someone else in order to get an advantage, often surprising your opponents.
Ryun agreed on all points. He even had some ideas about how to change both paths' techniques, but he was just trying to decide what exactly to do. His core was large, and he did have ways of effectively doubling his capacity by burning essence. He also had a core that would only get deeper with cycling.
Some cultivators do as you have done, spreading out. If their main path is offensive, they pick a defensive one as their secondary. That you've managed to get some utility out of it is impressive. Others would double down, increase their power by taking another offensive path. Both sides have their strengths.
What did you do?
Offense and control, kind of like you.
Ryun frowned. I've taken this path far. I think I could take it farther still.
Have you decided if you will merge your aspects or keep them separate?
Tali asked. I was thinking about merging them, Ryun said. Tali became thoughtful then.
Maybe you shouldn't. Your void aspect is already one of the most destructive aspects, and it fits your main path. You don't know what stillness will do with it, though I suspect that the aspects are compatible. Still, your secondary path, if you chose to keep it, will benefit a lot from just the stillness aspect. It is a bit unorthodox for pure defense, but I'm sure you can figure out a way to make it work.
Ryun was, for the first time in his life, truly undecided. He was going to need to think about it a lot. It was true, what she had said. His secondary path allowed him great utility in terms of speed, flight, and control. Without his secondary path, he would have never made it back in such a short time. There were items that could grant him flight in Zenker's treasury, and Ryun had considered them, but he didn't like to rely on items, unless he took another similar path that could provide him with flight. But why change it, then? With the way that his body worked, he was often far more maneuverable in the air than all but the most powerful flyers, and he bet that he could do things that not even they could. "I'm going to think about it," Ryun said, finally. Now he needed to make one more stop before he advanced. "I have one more thing for you," Ryun told her.
"Another gift? You spoil me."
She smiled, but she didn't protest. Of course she didn't. She was a cultivator. "This is just a story, a memory," Ryun said. "Words that might help you with something." She tilted her head inquisitively. "While in the Empire, I was granted a payment for— It doesn't matter. I was given a fruit that allowed me to see another's memories." Tali frowned.
"Whose memories?"
Ryun smiled. "Those of an eternal realm cultivator, an insane one." Tali's eyes widened, and he cursed his vision for not letting him read expressions better, but he thought that it was both amazement, shock, and incredulity all wrapped up into one expression.
"What?"
"Yes, and perhaps you can help me find more insight from them. Perhaps, together, we can get a step closer to the eternal realm." Chapter 19. Celia. Celia sat in her and Dordania's rooms, in their home. The house was rustic, by their standards, but it was what they had. Celia did feel somewhat guilty. Their house was in the expanded area of the town known as Wolf's Grove, and what Zhenxuan's people had erected outside of their walls had expanded the city significantly. She had been peeved when she learned about it. Her family had pressured the others, had made them build it all without the permission of the sect that they were guests in. She knew that her family had ideas about what they should do, that they, and by they meant her, should take over and rule the Twilight Melody sect. The others in her now small group were receptive to those kinds of talks. She didn't quite know what to do about that. She had told them that they should be grateful to their hosts, but it was hard for them to look at a sect leader that was an immortal, barely 40 years of age. Most of those who came with her were old, with their families, those who thought in a certain way. Ryun they might be able to swallow, but he hadn't been here for years, and neither had she. And her family, they had always been her blind spot. She knew it, but she just couldn't bring herself to do anything about it. Erdania disliked it, too. They had their biggest fights regarding them, but she had been brought up in the sect as well, and she knew how much family meant, so they mostly ignored them. They had overstepped, she knew that, and she worried about Ryun's reaction. She knew that he was back, and with every day that she felt him move around and not come to meet with her, she got more and more worried. He still talked with her through their bond, but he never spoke about anything related to the sect. They spoke only about advancement and techniques. She felt him approach the Wolf's Grove again, only this time he entered the city. She stood up as she followed him coming.
"What is it?"
Erdania said from the corner of the room where she was doing a handstand. "Ryun is coming. Here?" He landed on their balcony, and Celia walked over, Erdania following close behind. On the balcony was a cloaked figure, and she frowned. The man on their balcony didn't look like Ryun. He was taller, his skin tone darker, but inside her head she felt him. "Celia?" Erdania said slowly. Celia tilted her head. "Ryun?" He smiled, then pulled the hood back from his head. His body shimmered, and then Ryun was standing there. "Wow," Erdania said. "That is useful." "It is," Ryun agreed. "Hello. It's been a while." He smiled at Erdania. She returned the smile, but hesitated and didn't move. He looked around. "This is a nice little house you have here." Celia grimaced. She opened her mouth to try and explain somehow. "Ryun—" "It's fine, Celia," Ryun said. "I am not here for that. The sect stuff will be dealt with soon. Today, I am not here as a sect head, but as I don't even know what to call us. Are we dating? I guess that works, yet we haven't seen each other in 3 years. A lot changes in that time." If she didn't know better, she would have thought that he might be insecure about their relationship. Erdania snorted. 3 years might be long for you, not so much for us. Ryun smiled. "Well, I did miss you. I don't think I appreciated just how much I enjoyed both of your company until I was stuck in the void with nothing to do." "Well," Erdania glanced back at Celia. "Why don't you come in? Let's celebrate your return. I got some new spirits for us to try out." She raised her eyebrows at him. Ryun chuckled and stepped forward. Ryun. They walked through the twilight woods, Ryun guiding them away from everyone else. Last night had been nice. They spent the evening talking, drinking, laughing. It had been a long time since he had been so relaxed. But now was the time for something else, for advancement. They stopped in a small grove, and Celia reached in front of her. A moment later, a chest materialized from her storage. "Your reward," she said. He looked at it and then knelt. There was a kind of a lock on it. To his sense it was smooth, but it appeared as a black hole to his eyes, a circle of void essence. He placed his hand on it, and it clicked open. Ryun glanced at Celia and Erdania standing next to him, and then looked into the chest, picking up each item in turn. Eternal Elixir of Void. Drinking this elixir will boost the effectiveness of your void aspect by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Elixir of Pure Willpower. Drinking this elixir will replenish your willpower to full and increase its effectiveness by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Draft of Path Perk Upgrade. Drinking this draft will improve a perk of your choice to a tier equal to your eternal Tier 9 Cultivation Realm Evolution choice. Ring of Full Reflection. Plus 1500 to Endurance. Plus 1500 to Vitality. The Ring of Full Reflection stores the damage your body has suffered and allows you to reflect the full extent of the wound suffered onto a target. The damage will scale to target. It is able to store 3 instances of damage. Each instance can only be used once every 10 days. Inheritance of the Smith. Using this item will show you visions of the greatest currently dead smith of the infinite realm. Essence of Sun and Moon. Using this item will allow you to create a miniaturized copy of a light source. When created, you will be able to set the time of a night and day cycle. The tier of the created source essence will depend on the area where it was created. Focus of Indomitable Might. Plus 1600 to Wisdom. plus 1,600 to intelligence. This focus allows you to channel techniques or abilities through it. Techniques channeled through the focus will have their effectiveness increased by 300% and their chi cost reduced by 50%. Abilities channeled through the focus will have their effectiveness increased by 300% and their cooldowns reduced by 50%. Every third instance of focused technique or ability will have an increased effect. Techniques will be 600% more effective and have their cost reduced by 90%, and abilities will have their effectiveness increased by 600% and their cooldown reduced by 90%. The focus can also fire a blast of concentrated energy. Energy depends on your highest tiered essence, which will deal damage equal to 25% of your wisdom or intelligence, whichever is higher. There were a few focuses in Zenker's storage, though this one seemed like it was better suited to him. When he had tried Zenker's focuses, not all techniques or abilities could be used effectively through them, but most of his could. It was a glove-like attachment made out of a dark blue coiling metal link inset with a gem, the focus placed in the middle. Most of them in Zenker's ring were in the shape of a staff or scepter, but this one was like the ones Eric Orne had on his palms. The ring that he had gotten was better, in his opinion, a true weapon for someone like him. He could survive damage that would kill others, and the ring seemed to transfer not the damage, but the wound. Could he let someone blow his head off, then use the ring to copy that wound, blowing their head off in return? He was going to need to test it out. The elixirs were good, but Zenker had many equally as powerful. The two other objects were smooth spheres. The smith one was going to be very useful, as knowledge about smithing with essence was priceless if he was going to improve with Brightstar. The second one was for his territory, he was certain. He had some plans for it, though he hadn't quite had the chance to enact them yet. He did feel like he had a space inside of his soul. It was small, smaller than his storage, the size of a box. He did feel like he could expand it if he fed it something, and he did have an idea about what that something could be. He was going to wait before he used anything, though, until he advanced. He had a plan. "Good rewards," Erdania commented. They were, but he had a wealth of things just as good. He placed it all in his storage and then looked at the two of them. "Before I advance, I have gifts for you." They tilted their heads at the exact same moment, which nearly made him chuckle. "Gifts?" Erdania asked. Ryun nodded and pulled out a small chest for her. Erdania took it slowly, then opened it. Inside were 3 potions, the same as the ones that he had given to Tully. He had debated what else to get her, but he knew that she didn't need much. There were also 3 essence crystals, each holding a significant amount of the Tier 9 essence of gravity. Then there was an elixir, a class-removing potion, one of 2 that he had. They only worked on classes that were less than 3 tiers and of rarity below legendary, but he knew that her class, just like his, fit into that category. The last item was a pair of gloves, an eternal item, which increased the effects of the wearer's strength by 500% when worn for non-power use. It didn't boost the strength at the source, just the destination, and so while her other powers would not benefit from the boost, her physical attacks, without any powers, would. They also stored portions of the force inflicted and could then unleash a powerful attack with it. Erdania looked the contents over, while Celia looked over her shoulder. "Oh," Erdania said slowly. "This is... Where did you find this?" Celia asked. Ryun explained about Zenker and his storage ring. Both of them were shocked, but before they could say anything more, he pulled out another chest for Celia. She got the same 3 potions as Erdania and Tali had, plus a potion that increased willpower effects, similar to the one that Ryun had gotten as his reward. It was an eternal item, a small circlet that increased the wearer's speed of thought and boosted intelligence. Lastly, he gave her a small fruit, the fruit of Lockrood's physical legacy. He had thought long about what to do with it, but in the end it would probably do little for him other than mess his body up. He didn't think that his body was at all compatible with it. He wasn't even closely related to flesh essence. Celia, on the other hand, was still flesh and blood. Though her blood was sanguine silver, it was still blood. She looked through everything and then stopped when she reached the fruit.
"What is this?"
She raised her eyes to meet his. He explained where he found it and then said the reasons why he had chosen it for her. "It will remake your body, but it will also, I think, help you reach the ascended realm." She blinked at that.
"How would you know that? You have your inspiration already?"
Ryun shrugged. "I do. I figured it out while training in the Empire." Both Celia and Urdania blinked at that.
"And you didn't think to advance before fighting the Dome Leader?"
Celia asked. Her eyes narrowed. Ryun saw Urdania look away, and he waved his hand. "A mistake, I realize now. I fell victim to the basest cultivator sins, arrogance and desire to become stronger. Fighting the Dome Leader while in the evolved realm would guarantee better choices when I reached the ascended realm." Celia closed her eyes and shook her head.
"Thank you for this, but if there is only one, maybe Urdania would be a better fit. She relies on her physical body far more than I do. This would help her more than me."
Ryun glanced at Urdania and saw her shake her head slightly, barely enough for anyone to see, but she knew that he would sense it. He gave her a small smile. "Urdania, we agreed that there should be no secrets between us. That doesn't apply only to me and the two of you, but between you two, too." Celia frowned and looked from Ryun to Urdania, then back, and then she realized what they were talking about.
"You have your ascended inspiration, too," Celia whispered. "How long?"
Urdania looked away, but then forced herself to look back at Celia.
"A few decades. I don't want to advance without you."
Celia dropped her head.
"So instead you let me hold you back?" she whispered. No, you are not holding me back. I love advancing together. I didn't feel held back. It matters more to me that we are together than to just go forward by myself."
Celia didn't move, so then Urdania got closer and pulled her into an embrace. She whispered into her ear, telling her that she was sorry and that she shouldn't have withheld the information.
"Both of you,"
Celia said as she raised her head and looked at Ryun.
"I guess that there are some things that the two of you have more in common with each other than you do with me."
Ryun walked up to her and put his hand on her cheek, Urdania still holding her. "Focus on our bond. Do you feel what I feel?" Celia closed her eyes. It still didn't come naturally to her. He could feel her emotions change as she felt his. The three of them were not the same people. They each had different things in common with one another, which was a reason why Ryun even believed that they could work. He loved his talks with Celia, theorizing and speculating. He loved that Urdania was free-spirited and did what she wanted when she wanted, just like him. He just didn't know how to put it all into words. He wasn't good at talking, but he could let Celia feel how he felt and hope that she understood. And she did. "Right," Celia said as she took a step back and composed herself. "We'll help you through this," Ryun said. "I don't doubt you will figure it out soon, and that fruit will help." She nodded in agreement.
"Thank you."
"Now I'd like you to watch over me," Ryun said as he pulled out the second fruit he picked from the tree. The fruit of Jikarood's insight appeared in his hand. There is something that I need to do before I advance. Chapter 20. The Mind.
What are you worried about?
Celia asked as he prepared to bite into the fruit. Many things, Ryun said. At the top of the list is that it might drive me mad. If it does, I am going to need you to stop me. Both Celia and Dardanian nodded and took positions around him. He settled on the ground, and then he ate the fruit. For a few moments he didn't feel anything, and then, suddenly, as if someone flipped a switch, he was somewhere else. He immediately knew that this place wasn't real. The clues were obvious. He could see how he'd used to before he received his current eyes. He was on a plain. Tall green grass swayed up to his knees, and above him was a sky filled with colors and stars. There was no sight quite like this in the infinite realm, not for anyone who had normal eyes. The sky could change color, but there was no great tapestry like this one. His powers didn't work either, which was another clue. A noise made him turn around, and he was met face to face with his deepest self. He raised his head to look at the eyes of a wolf, a copy of the Reaper that he had met so long ago back on Earth. But this couldn't be the Reaper. It had died. He had felt the last of it fade away. What remained was just the perk, and what Ryun believed to be just the last vestiges of power that the framework had been unable to bundle up into a perk. Yet he still had the dreams. Less now, but he dreamed the Reaper's life.
"The Reaper is dead,"
the wolf said, answering his thoughts.
"But did you really think that that was going to be it? That you could inherit a power from the aspect of true death and remain unchanged?"
"You are my deepest self?" Ryun asked, confused. The wolf chuckled.
"The better question is, who do you think you are?"
Ryun opened his mouth, but then closed it. He remembered what Jikarud had told him, what he had called him.
"You are he who is feared, he who is underestimated, he who reaches beyond, and he who fears himself, the liar and the mad. You are echo of true death, and wolf of the end, and harbinger of the final end, the witness of the journey's end, the half of one whole that once was and always will be, a law of all things. You are he who sees and he who knows. You are loved and loving, honest and deceiving, enduring and broken, arrogant above all."
Some of those names he understood. He was feared by some. He was often underestimated, and he did reach beyond. He didn't know if he feared himself, though, or why he was the liar and the mad. The true death and the end names seemed more clear now that he could see what his deepest self looked like. He who sees and he who knows were obvious, as his sense gave him great knowledge. Loved and loving? He had a family with people who loved him and whom he loved in return. Honest? He didn't lie, and he kept his word. Deceiving? He didn't know what that meant. The last three he agreed and knew as well, however. So why was his deepest self the wolf? He had put what remained of the Reaper into his technique, had given it autonomy. The wolf laughed.
"You put nothing into that technique."
He said. Ryun blinked, but before he could ask the question, the wolf answered it.
"The Reaper died, but what remained was the mantle of the Reaper, one part of true death. You cannot destroy something that was the law of a universe. The Reaper reached his end, and the mantle that was filled by a new one, you. You took all that remained, including the memories, even though you cannot comprehend them. There is nothing left of what is old. All that remains, all that you think of as a remnant, is just you. Every time you use that technique, you pull me out and let me, the subconscious part of your mind, take control of it.
He held the mantle of the Reaper.
So,
the wolf started again.
Who do you think you are?
Ryun hesitated. Things were starting to occur to him, confusing him. If he had assumed that mantle, just how much of himself was him, and how much was what remained of the Reaper? His old life on Earth, before the framework, had always seemed so disjointed relative to what had come after. Had he changed from the moment he and Melody walked into that cave? From the moment the twin aspects of true death surrendered their power to them? It had changed his perspective, had made him look back on who he was before that moment and after. He was a loner, a person who had disliked the monotonous life of the world before the framework. When it had arrived, it had liberated him in a way. It had given him a way to be free of all the systems that people put into place before. After they encountered the Reaper and the Scythe, he had become calmer, happier, for sure. He and Melody had gotten even closer, their bond gaining a substance that had been lacking before. He raised his eyes, looked at the wolf, and wondered just how much of himself was what remained of the Reaper, his focuses, his path, his power. It was all tied to an end, a finality, and true death. He had taken the Reaper's place, and even though the framework had tried to contain it inside a perk, it didn't contain everything. He was the wolf of the end. The things that he put inside his skills, that he locked in, even they were influenced by that. He was a monster who went through anyone who stood in his way, like the Reaper hunting his marks, those who ran from death. He didn't break his word, like the aspects of true death, which had never strayed from their purpose. Still, that still left a few of the things that Chikarud called him unclear to him.
Do you want to see?
The wolf asked. See what? Ryun frowned.
Everything.
Ryun was about to ask for a clarification, but the wolf opened his mouth first. The wolf's jaws gaped open, disjointed and unnatural, until all that Ryun could see was the darkness inside its maw. And then that darkness surged forward, swallowing him whole. Ryun was the Reaper, or the Reaper was Ryun. It didn't matter. Who he was didn't matter. What mattered was simply that he was. In the beginning they were one, and set apart from the others. After all, the one's purpose was to be the final destination, the end to all things. Even other aspects were meant to meet the one at the end. The one was, therefore, lonely. Their creators saw this, but cared not for the plight of the one. The purpose of true death was not to be happy, but to bring the final end to their toys when they decided the time was right. The one existed before all the others, older than the footsteps of the ones who were long since vanished. But the loneliness grew, and the one made a decision. The one picked up their scythe and split themselves in half, right down the middle, so that the one might always have a friend. Time surged and memories flashed, too grand and incomprehensible to the one who was half. Ryun, who was the Reaper, and who was one half of the one, could not grasp, could not comprehend, his mind too small to hold the weight of so much time. As his mind buckled under the weight, in pain, seeing only flashes of memories that were grand enough to punch through even the primitive and small nature of his mind, another part of his mind understood. The dreams he experienced were a release valve, slowly giving to him that which he had taken on to himself when he had assumed the mantle. He had gained power, distilled through the framework to protect his fragile mortal form. But the rest of what made for an aspect of true death, was still there. His perk had improved before, in the tournament city. As he grew stronger, more and more of that power slipped by the framework, and more would come in the future. These memories were too much for him to hold. He couldn't understand any of them. They were memories of a being that was beyond his comprehension, and yet he could see now, could see how he had been and was being shaped by their weight. He wanted to see the end of all things, to live until that final moment where true death was the only thing that remained. But just as this mantle had influenced him, so too had he influenced it. The aspect of true death did not cause true death before its time. It did not pick and choose. Ryun had done something to it, too. The flashes increased, the Reaper hunting down those who struggled against their fate, standing side by side with the scythe, its other half. Flashes of death and battle. It was all too much. It turned to noise that made his mind hurt, that made everything go white. He was pretty sure that he was screaming, or at least a part of him was, and then it all went out. Ryun was standing in front of the wolf again. For a while he couldn't even think. Everything was slow. He couldn't tell how long he had been stuck in that, whatever that was. He looked around, trying to grab on to something, anything that would anchor him. Then he noticed something in the distance, a boulder, with someone sitting on top of it. It was too far away for him to see any of the details clearly, but somehow he knew who it was. The wolf glanced behind it in the same direction, too.
"The scythe," he said slowly. "She has not yet taken the mantle as fully as you have, but in time she shall."
Celia. He was a bit confused as to why she was here, or even why a part of her was. This was supposed to be his mental scape.
"Two parts of one whole,"
the wolf said, as if that explained everything. And perhaps it did. Ryun closed his eyes. He had started to feel... It was strange. That experience had exhausted him. He hadn't retained any of the memories that had flashed through his mind, but he did get an impression of who the Reaper was. A hunter, someone who liked to stalk his prey, to listen before pouncing, who hunted only those who had broken the rules. He realized just how much the Reaper's mantle had influenced who he had become. He stalked, moving through the shadows, listening with his skill. He punished only when they crossed the line and actually did something. He didn't punish others for mere thoughts about breaking the rules. But he knew that he had changed the mantle, too, and it almost broke his heart to know what he had added to it. He had killed or caused the death of an entire world. His time in the infinite realm, surrounded by people who were kind, had made him doubt himself, almost deceive himself. They looked at him and saw someone who was extreme in his actions, But in their eyes, he was good, and he had almost believed it, too, that perhaps he had been mad, that perhaps it hadn't really been his fault. The moment he said that to himself, the wolf's expression changed. It lowered its head further until its snout was almost touching Ryun.
"Hey," the wolf whispered, "I want to know. If I tell you a secret, will you keep it?"
But Ryun already knew it. Then memories flashed before his eyes. The blood, the death, the rage of one part of the twin aspect of true death inside of him, the pain that they had both felt at the death of their other half. All of it came back. The memories cleared, too, and he saw them all, the faces of everyone that he killed, that he convinced himself he forgot in the haze, that they didn't matter. And they hadn't, not to him. In an instant he lived through it all again. He saw it through the eyes of the wolf, the mantle, the remnant of the reaper that was inside of him. Ryun didn't remember their faces, but the reaper had. The voice, the madness in my head that I thought was the reaper. Then his voice came down to a whisper. It wasn't the reaper losing its mind. That was me. The pain and the rage, that was the reaper crying out in agony for what I made it do. It was all me, just me. I killed them before it was their time, and the twin aspect of true death could no more do that than it could change its nature. True death comes only when it is time. The deal-maker sealed the aspect behind the wall inside my head, and still I murdered them by the thousands. That is who I am. A monstrous being that took over the mantle of a being with rules. Ryun closed his eyes and let himself accept it. The first thing he did when he arrived in the infinite realm was kill people who had done nothing to him. Oh, he had done it to protect Onrush and Kree, but that was just an excuse. Or perhaps a release condition was a better term for it. He fought and killed the warriors of the sect. He walked through this world like all of it was his for the taking, because he believed in his might. How many times had he wanted to just go crazy, to murder everything and everyone, to bring them to an end? And how many times had he stopped himself because of the rules he lived by? It was clear to him now. Those rules were not those of who he had been before the aspect of true death. The rules were part of the Reaper's mantle, perverted by him, but still holding true. Without them, he would have done what he had done on Earth, before the deal-maker had taken a part of him away. He remembered the rage he'd felt when Eirv had surrendered, the desire to kill him and the others. But he couldn't bring himself to, just as how the Reaper would never hunt those who accepted their fate. Those who did went with the scythe. What would he have done in the Empire if they hadn't let Naira go free? His rules give him a strict guideline for when he could act, but if they crossed his lines... Back then, he hadn't given much thought about how he would have made true on his promise, but here, in the deepest parts of himself, he knew exactly what he would have done. He would have turned the Empire into another Earth, and it would have been easy. Get out of the city, go along the wall, find the least protected part of it, or one that was already under attack, then hit it hard, destroy the wall, and let the monsters in. Then repeat, keep to the dark, or simply move too fast for them to counter. Make a couple more openings in the wall, and with each new one, their ability to counter him would drop. They would hunt him, the same as the people of Earth would, But Ryun became stronger the more he fought, the more he killed. With each attempt against him that failed, he would have gotten stronger, learned more. The empire would have collapsed. That was the part of him that was the monster, the true Ryun Nacht unleashed. Just how he had simply pressed forward when the framework just arrived, keeping his own counsel, doing what he felt was right, brutal and unrelenting. But he wasn't just that. Hadn't been since he received the mantle. He was an amalgamation of Ryun Nacht and the Reaper's mantle, the monstrous capacity for destruction, a final end, and the rules of a being that had been as old as a universe. This was him. Atonement, forgiveness, change. There was never going to be atonement for what had happened on Earth. Ryun had always known that. He didn't want it. There was no forgiveness for it. Now he understood that he had never really cared about it, even when he had tried to convince himself that perhaps it wasn't his fault. The one who cared was the last vestige of the Reaper. He had seen Onrush, had seen Naira, Ierv, and the others. He saw them living a different kind of life, and he thought perhaps he could, or should, be more like them. But he survived, he grew, he became stronger, and he changed. The memories from before the framework, the remnants from the Reaper, they had put things into perspective. He had always hated Earth, hated that life that was so controlled. Afterward, he only needed an excuse, something to let him throw it all away. The Reaper gave him rules to keep him from going down a truly monstrous path. But as it gave him the rules, so too had he changed the mantle. No longer did he grant true death only when it was time. Now it was Ryun's choice when to do so. He did change in the infinite realm, but it was more of a clean slate. It was a world that held the promise to let him live freely. In contrast, he loved this world, and he loved these people, at least most of them. They were different than what the people of Earth had been, but no one was safe from who the rules kept caged inside should they cross him. The memories. He remembered their faces now. He remembered Linda and the child, knew why Zack hated and hunted him so. Ryun had done what he would have considered a breaking of the rules himself. Zack was right to seek revenge. Ryun would have done the same if someone had killed Onrush or Kree or Celia and Dardania. But that was the past. What was he supposed to do? Cut his own head off? Kill himself? There was nothing that could change what he had done. If someone stood in his way, if they crossed him, he was going to fight or try to remedy the situation the only way he could. He was not a creature of the past. He was one of the present and of the future. That was all that mattered. Seeing the ends of stories, a bastardized version of the purpose of true death. It was, in a way, liberating. There had been something beneath the surface that had held him back, he understood now. Something that had made him hold himself back. No more. Ryun opened his eyes. Celia and Dardania stood in front of him, studying him. "Ryun, you still there?" Dardania asked. Ryun nodded. "Yes," he said slowly. There wasn't much of a change that he could notice, though he did feel freer in a way. "How long?" he asked. "Half an hour, maybe," Dardania answered. Ryun hummed to himself, then noticed that a notification was flashing in the corner of his eye, so he brought it forward. "Congratulations! You have gone through a crucible. Fruit of Jikarud's insight, plus 100 to base intelligence and wisdom, plus 500 to intelligence and wisdom. New title available. Lesser Crucible of the Mind. Lesser Crucible of the Mind. Go through a mental experience to improve your mind by forging it under unusual conditions based on your mind state. Plus 200 to intelligence and wisdom. Plus 1% to all stats. Lesser Enlightened, Mind Perk. 20,000 Greater Essence. Lesser Enlightened, Title Perk. Your mind is resistant to mind effects and can function at moderate condition in all states, even after being damaged beyond the point where most would falter. He'd wanted more mental protection, and he'd received it. He would need to test it out and see how it worked later. The experience of the fruit had left him feeling calm, understanding. He didn't change how he was. It was just that all those tiny little voices in the back of his head were now gone. "I'm advancing," he said, then raised his eyes to meet Celia's. "Watch closely. It might give you a bout of inspiration." She nodded seriously, and he closed his eyes. To advance to the ascended realm, one needed to cleanse their body of all impurities, of any essence that was of a lesser tier. Ryun had done that easily. Well, not easily, but it had been a natural step for him. His body was made out of Tier 9 Qi. He did believe that Tier 8 Qi was sufficient. However, there was also the inspiration part of it. For him, it was a realization about the lengths he was willing to go to achieve his power. He pushed through pain, cut his own body up, something that most would shy away from. He looked at his path, and then advanced. Congratulations, you have reached the early ascended realm stage on the path of the final end. Reward. Secondary aspect available. You have stepped into the realm of the ascended. As such, you now begin to manifest power over aspects. You may choose in which way that power manifests. Merged aspects. Merge your secondary aspect with your primary aspect. The resulting merged aspect will depend on the compatibility between the two aspects. The resulting qi will be generated from your current core. Secondary core. Split your core in two. Each new core will retain 40% of the original core's current size. One core will continue producing void, and the other will produce your secondary chosen aspect. Dual core. Your core will become capable of producing your secondary chosen aspect. You will keep the two different aspects inside and will be able to control the ratio of aspects inside. He was already prepared. He pulled out the aspect orb that he had filled with Tier 9 stillness and crushed it in his hand, pulling the essence into himself. He had given thought to how he was going to proceed from here on out. He had considered every option, but in the end he had decided on dual core. It was risky. His regeneration relied on void qi, which stillness wasn't. If he split his core, he would have significantly less void to regenerate. If he merged them, it might not even work until he managed to upgrade his body, and his techniques might be more limited. With dual core, he would at least be able to control the amount of void that he had, though, and he believed that he could cover that weakness once he advanced his second path and improved his body, or when he used the elixir for perk improvement. He made his choice. Stillness Qi, 9, Aspect Perk. Your Qi passively enhances your body with the essence of the stillness. Any forces or objects approaching you lose momentum depending on their power. While stillness Qi is moving through your body, all essence seeking to influence you is 20% less effective, and you are influenced by slowing down towards stillness. Any techniques you use that utilize stillness qi will seek to bring any essence they touch to stillness. Gain plus 25% to endurance and wisdom. He stood up and felt his core. It was entirely filled with void, so there was no stillness inside of it, but he could tell that it was different. He put his hand to the side and fired a technique, spending void. Then he felt it. Both void and stillness were regenerating inside his core. He even felt like he could stop one and focus only on the other. The framework gave him the knowledge of how to cycle his chi inside his core to keep the two aspects separated. He didn't use that, but instead used the cycling technique that Tali taught him. Now he needed to practice, to figure out everything that he could. After he had, he would advance his secondary path and use the resources he had set aside for himself from Zenker. He had many things to figure out. Chapter 21. The Price of Power.
"Why are we here?"
Cree asked her mother. A couple of days ago, her mother had just picked her up and, without any explanation, taken her out of the city. They had ridden out across the territories, just the two of them. Cree would have to be blind to not notice that something was up. She was being far more motherly with her than she had been before. She talked with her about the most mundane of things and caught her looking at her when she thought Cree couldn't notice. One of her skills was enhanced vibration sense, and Tali had forced her to train it to the extreme. She had made her wear blindfolds and earplugs for hours while she trained with the spear, relying just on her skill to take in the world around her. She could tell that her mother was acting weird. But now they had stopped. Her mother walked their mounts away and tied them to a tree, then returned to the small cliffside.
"We are here because we are going to have a very important conversation," her mother said while looking out in the distance.
Cree followed her gaze and saw what she expected to see. The ruined city of Van Oren stood in the distance, covered by nature now, the green vines covering the walls and trees growing from inside the buildings. There was some talk about rebuilding it, but there was just never any time. She turned her eyes back on her mother, studying her skin. The white snowflake patterns on her skin were a clear indication that her body had changed. Most people thought that she had advanced her second path and improved her body, but Cree knew that her mother had gotten her second path past that point long ago.
"We had to go all the way here for a conversation?"
Cree asked. Her mother smiled, but she couldn't help but think that it was a sad smile, a worried smile.
"Not for the conversation. For what comes after."
Cree blinked. She had questions, but her mother shook her head and spoke again.
"You told me that you wanted to advance," she said.
Cree immediately straightened, hope blossoming inside of her.
"I do."
Her mother nodded.
"I don't think you really understand what that means." "Mother,"
Cree started, but she raised her hand to stop her.
"No, Cree, you listen now. We could raise you, even all the way to the immortal realm today. In a day, you could be like me. Is that what you want?"
Cree frowned.
"I mean, I do want to advance," she said slowly.
She knew that there was a difference between being raised and doing as much as you could on your own, but she had never really seen that difference. They all talked about it, but her mother was still strong. Cree had seen her fight against the undead. It was amazing.
"There is a difference," her mother continued. "The way that is, our sect, works is that we do not grant power freely. All power has to be paid for. I pay for it through my service, by putting myself between Ryun, the sect, and everybody else. Others struggle, they fight, prove themselves in combat, or prove their talents and craft by creating something of worth. We reward them all. We will rework that part of the manner in which that sect is run. New rules will be put into place,
But the bottom line is going to be that everyone will contribute if they want to be supported. Cree nodded. That did make sense to her. You are going to have a choice now, daughter. Her mother turned to face her. 3 choices, actually. You can remain as you are, train, master each realm and each of your powers slowly. When Tali thinks that you are ready, she will grant you permission to advance. You will advance slowly, but you will be safe, and you will do it right. Next, you can decide to abandon that path and follow mine. We can advance you now, but you will sacrifice your future potential. You can stand by my side and learn how to run the sect. You will fight, but you will never be someone who shakes the world. Cree felt unsure. This wasn't what she expected. Had she overstepped when she pushed her mother before? Was this the result of that? And the last choice? Cree asked slowly. You can do what Ryun does, her mother answered softly. Take a shorter path, one that isn't perfect, and one filled with a lot more danger. One that could get you killed in the process. Cree shifted as that set in. Her mother stepped up to her and placed a hand on her cheek. I love you, Cree. You are my everything, but you are also a grown woman. I was younger than you are now when I had you. I wish that I could keep you safe, keep you away from danger, but we live in a world full of it. I understand that you need to be able to protect yourself. So, even if it might lead to your death, I know that I can't keep trying to keep you safe, that it is, ultimately, your decision to make. Cree opened her mouth, but then closed it and thought about it. She had been getting frustrated with the way things were now. She knew, at least intellectually, that she would advance eventually, and that when she reached higher realms she would be better than those she now felt were passing her by. But it was frustrating, always being placed in the safest place possible in combat, always being held back. Yes, she had seen fighting. She had fought monsters, undead, and other cultivators, but it never pushed her to her limits. She didn't even know what those limits were. Her mother ruled their sect. Cree knew that she had been raised, that she depended on Ryun for advancement, but she had seen her mother's life, staying in the sect, helping run everything, being a presence. She didn't want that, though she understood and appreciated her mother for all that she did. She had dreams of her own. She wanted to be out there in the wild, fighting, surviving, exploring and finding treasure, pushing herself as far as she could go and more. There was one moment in her past that had always been so clear to her, a shining moment that she wanted so hard to reach for, when Ryun arrived in the infinite realm, when he found them. She remembered him fighting against dozens, and the effortless strength that he had displayed. That was who she wanted to be. She made her decision. Her mother sighed, already understanding, without her even having to say anything. She leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. Okay, then, her mother said slowly. I hope you don't come to regret it. Cree frowned, but her mother spoke again before she could ask her to clarify. She pointed at Venorin. Go to the mountains above the city, through the pass. Cree tilted her head, but felt like she shouldn't ask any questions. Her mother walked away, leaving her alone and confused. After a while, she turned to look at Venorin and the 2 mountain peaks stretching above it. She climbed the mountain as her mother told her, going through the pass, wondering why she was being sent here. But while she did wonder, she wasn't really worried. This felt like the things from the stories, when a young cultivator was sent out on a quest to prove themselves. So she was ready for anything. She held her piercing spear of speed in one hand and wore her epic armor on her body. She kept her sense alert, looking for any signs of monsters. Once she got through the pass, she stepped onto a small stone plateau, seeing a person standing at the edge with their back turned toward her. She approached slowly, until her skill entered the range such that she could sense them, which was just over 15 meters. They didn't move, didn't breathe, even as they stood next to a crack, a crevice in the stone that seemingly led to a cave below. She tried to move silently so as to not alert them. If you only try to move silently once you are aware of someone who can observe you, you have most likely already failed. She froze, but then recognized the voice. Ryun turned around and tilted his head at her, and she ran up to him. As soon as she was close enough, she threw her arms around him, hugging him.
"I didn't know you were back."
"Not many people do," Ryun said as he returned her embrace. She took a step back and looked at him. He was the same as she remembered, and it had been years since he went away to fight the Dome Leader. So much had happened since then. There was so much that she wanted to say, but she just couldn't get the words out. "So," Ryun spoke first, "you have made a decision." Kree sobered immediately. She should have known that he was involved in whatever just happened with her mother. A part of her was elated at that.
"I did,"
Kree said. "You don't think that you were taught enough in all these years?" he asked. Kree shifted her weight. It wasn't that she was ungrateful, she felt like she could do more. "Tali's way would have taught you much. You would have seen a large payoff in the future, and with a lot less pain and suffering for it." Kree grimaced. She could take some pain and suffering. She didn't need or like that everyone wanted to cuddle her so much. "Tell me," Ryun interrupted, "did you make friends in the sect?" Kree blinked at the sudden change of topic.
I guess?"
Ryun narrowed his eyes at her.
"Okay, it's not... It's hard,"
she said lamely. "Why?" She didn't know why he was asking her all these questions, but then no one else had ever really asked her this question.
"I'm the daughter of the sect leader," she shrugged. "I am trained personally by an ascended of the sect. They all know about our... I don't even know what we are, but they know we are close."
Ryun nodded. "We are family. Your mother is as a sister to me, and you are like a niece, I guess." To hear him say it clearly like that made her feel so many things that she couldn't even explain. Before she could say anything, he continued. "I understand. It is hard to get close to people when they want something from you." She nodded.
"Yeah, and I always wanted something more. Their worries, their goals, they just seem so..."
"Small?" Ryun asked.
"Yes."
"I am not sorry for the time you spent training slowly, for the peace that you have had." Kree tilted her head. "It will give you perspective," Ryun just said. "It will make you realize just how different everyone else is from you. If you survive, that is." Kree frowned.
"Survive?"
she asked slowly. "I think that you have talent, Kree, but doing things my way requires something more. An inner drive that few others have. You need to be a bit unhinged. I saw glimpses of it in you before, when you and your mother ran from the sect, but you can never truly know if you have what it takes until you try. And if you are wrong, well, death is the price." Kree swallowed, then tried to hide the stab of fear that flashed inside her chest. Ryun nodded, then changed the topic once more. "Tali told me that you were exceptional with the spear." She blinked. Tali had never said that to her, but she was good, better than anyone else who had started to train at the same time as she had. She had even improved her skill to spear art. It was her highest skill, the one that she was the most proud of.
I am.
She didn't feel the need to be humble, not with Ryun. And you have vibration sense?
Enhanced vibration sense, yes.
What is your range?
Around 15 meters, depending on what is around me,
Cree answered. 15. Ryun mulled it over. It will be close. She was about to ask him what it would be close for when he extended his hand. Give me your spear. Cree did as he asked. He looked it over and then made it disappear, probably inside his storage. Then a different spear appeared in his hand. Here, you can have this one. She took it from him slowly. Spear of cold thrust, +5 to dexterity, +5 to strength, +10 to wisdom. Any attack with this weapon inflicts cold damage equal to 5% of your wisdom. The damage will tick every 5 seconds, dealing 1% less damage for the next 5 intervals. It was a better weapon than the rare one that had been given to her. She looked up at him, confused. He placed a hand on her robes and frowned. These will work, I guess. She was completely confused, but he again spoke, not letting her question anything. Show me your screens, all of them. Cree frowned, but did what he asked. Ryun hummed. Tali gave you a few more stat potions, and you have a couple of titles, I see. Cree nodded. She had gotten the One Against Many, the Lord, obviously, and the Apprentice Warrior, Twilight Melody Sect titles. 2, Tali had given her 1 more bath to increase her stats. It'll be hard, Ryun said, but that is the point.
What is?
Cree asked finally. I'll give you one last chance, Cree, Ryun said, his face serious and his black eyes holding hers. This is your last opportunity to choose another path. If you stay, I will push you more than you have ever been pushed before. It will hurt, and you will hate me. You will curse yourself for wanting this. But if you survive, you will get what you want. Cree frowned. She felt like she was at a crossroads. A part of her was terrified, but another wanted to advance more than anything. She wanted to be like him.
I've made my choice,
Cree said. Ryun nodded, and for a moment she could have sworn that she saw some expression on his face. Sympathy? Then the world went black, and pain followed a moment later. She fell to the ground and screamed. Her face was on fire. She put her hands on her face and felt blood, her eyes were gone. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even think. Focus on your skill, a voice said, and she realized that it was Ryun, standing next to her. He had done this. For a moment she felt hurt beyond anything that she had ever felt before, betrayed. But then she remembered. He had gouged his own eyes out, had trained himself while blind. He was doing this for her. She tried to calm herself and pushed up to her knees, then up. She was shaking, but she tried to keep a strong front. Ryun hummed. Now the real test begins. Try not to die. She frowned, but before she could even register what his words meant, she felt herself thrown to the side and then down. She was falling, her heart beating in her chest like crazy. She smashed into something on her way down. A stone, a wall, she didn't know, and she didn't have the time to wonder. She hit the ground hard and groaned. He had thrown her down the crevice they had been standing next to. She scrambled, tried to get to her feet, and felt her leg hurting. She had to have injured it on her way down. She reached for the bag of potions on her waist, but found it missing. She didn't know if she had lost it on the way down or if Ryun had snatched it away from her. Then she heard a sound, and something hit the stone next to her, rattling against it. She focused her sense and realized that it was her spear. He had to have thrown it down after her. She moved toward it, but then froze. Her sense caught something else at the edge of her range, and then there was a sound, a grinding of something against the stone. A moment afterward, a deep noise, like a growl, filled the air, and she felt the aura of something fill the cave. She wasn't alone down here. It moved, and she threw herself to the side, her sense alerting her of the attack. One of her hands trailed behind her, and she felt her palm slide across something hard. The contact was enough for the identification window to appear. Black Viper King, Tier 5. She was going to die. Chapter 22. Cold. An Italian landed on the ground next to Ryun and the crevice leading down into the cave. She could hear Cree scrambling around, trying to put distance between herself and the Viper, trying to get an idea of her surroundings. She stumbled over a rock, and the Viper's leap missed her as it flew over her head. Luck. That could have been the moment when she died. This was far crueler than anything she would have done, even in her worst moments. She had pushed her students before, thrown them into battle, sent them against tough odds, but Ryun was... He had even refused to give her legendary armor and weapons. The most he agreed for was an epic spear. Having gear of the same rarity as the monster wouldn't have made things that easier. And what had he done with her eyes? It was insane. She could tell that Cree was barely able to evade, that she had no idea about her surroundings and was struggling to keep track of the monster and her own body. Just taking someone's eyes out and expecting them to adapt so fast, with no prior preparation, without at least knowing that you would have to. No one did that. Tali had been against this from the moment Ryun had told them. Onrush had nearly lost her mind, and if she was being honest, Tali had no idea how Ryun had managed to convince her. But in the end, she had agreed too. There was something about him that had changed since they last spoke, and she couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly that something was. She glanced at him standing there next to her. His eyes were closed and his body relaxed. If one didn't know anything about him, they would think that he wasn't even paying attention to what was happening below. He might not look it, but she knew better. He was following everything just as she was. The shifting of the air painted a picture in her head.
"You do realize that she can really die?" Tali whispered. "Even if we keep watch, that monster can kill her before we can get to her." "Of course," Ryun whispered back. "Real danger is the only way for the framework to recognize and reward." Tali grimaced, but it was true. She almost regretted telling him all that could happen if they did this right. She didn't know if Cree could even get close to that kind of state, but... The Viper caught her off guard, its tail swinging around and hitting her in the back. Tali winced as Cree was thrown across the cave. The Viper was massive, at least 10 meters long, and it was smart. It attacked from the distance, from outside the range of Cree's sense. She was lucky that the Viper's main power was neutralized by her not having eyes. It had the ability to exert venomous pressure that would make anyone sick through eye contact. Without her eyes, she would still feel the pressure, get weaker, but at a far reduced rate. Ryun hummed. She won't be able to do it like this. Tali had to agree. She hadn't even retrieved her weapon, and she was struggling to make sense of her surroundings. She saw her use a technique and force the monster back, but it wasn't nearly enough. Ryun tisked to himself, and then spoke loudly.
Cree. She hit the wall hard, but managed to scramble to her feet quickly. She put the wall at her back and listened. She heard a hiss in the distance, a grinding sound of a large body moving across the stone, but she didn't sense the monster. It was outside of her range. She froze, not moving, not knowing where it was safe to move. She couldn't tell where the monster was just by her hearing. The sound was echoing through the cave such that even when it reached her sense, she couldn't discern which direction it was coming from. For a moment she felt like this wasn't worth it, that she shouldn't have ever asked for this, though in her defense she hadn't asked for this. She hadn't known what she was even asking for in the first place. She was scared, and her heart was beating so hard that she feared it would break out of her chest. Her cold mantle was moving through her body, increasing her stats, but the cave was warm, so she didn't get the full bonus. She formed another technique, her lesser chi controller, letting her use 2 techniques at once. She shaped her cold breath, too, and when she heard movement, she let it out. Her mouth opened, and a plume of absolute cold filled the air. She moved her head, spraying everything in front of her. She heard a hiss, and then more movement, and she hoped that she had managed to hit the monster, even if she doubted that she had hurt it much. She felt her stats increase as the temperature dropped, which had been her plan in the first place. "You are going to die if you continue like that." Cree startled at the sound of a voice. It took her a moment to realize that it was Ryun, talking from above. She heard the monster hiss and knelt, getting closer to the ground. She couldn't afford to respond, and she didn't even understand what he meant. "Your skill's range is too short," Ryun continued. "Either you get close enough to the monster that it always remains in your range, or you figure out a way to sense more." Cree frowned. Sense more? What was he? Then she understood. He meant for her to increase her range by evolving the skill. She still hadn't finished her quest, but she knew that some people could guide the skill evolution, that they could evolve it through willpower alone, force it into what they wanted it to be. She heard a snap in the air, and then something entered her range, small and heading straight for her. She moved, enhanced dodge throwing her to the side, but it still clipped her shoulder. She winced as she felt it scratch her and then impale itself in the wall. It was a spike? It vibrated as it impacted, and it felt like bone? No, less dense, cartilage, or something in between the two. It had thrown it at her. Then another entered her range, and she threw herself to the ground in a roll. Her left hand slipped, and her roll turned into a fall with her head hitting the stone, disorienting her for a second. She shook off the pain and rolled to hide behind a stone nearby. She felt another spike impact the ground near her. She frowned. That roll. She looked and then realized that she had no eyes. The pain was there, always present, but she couldn't even get a moment to focus on it. She touched her left arm and realized that it was numb. She felt up to her shoulder and found a small scratch. The spike had injected her with something, a paralytic. "No time," Ryun's voice called from above. She focused her mind, all of her willpower, everything that she had, all on her skill. More range, more precision. She needed to feel more everything. She remembered when she was a child, up in the mountains where she had first met Ryun. She remembered their chess games, remembered pestering him with questions about his skills and how easily he had answered them. Now she knew what a treasure he had given her. Her skill never had nearly the same range as his had, nor the same power. She wasn't him. But she wanted to be. She felt her range crawling, expanding slowly, and she pushed more. She felt the air around her move, the slight tremors in the ground, and everything that was vibrating. But she needed more than that. She needed to feel the innate resonance of everything, like he did. Her head was pounding from the effort, from the pain, and then as she pushed, it all went blank for a moment. Enhanced vibration sense, 10 of 10. Sense 1,000 different sources of vibrations, 478 of 1,000. Reward, skill evolution, 3,000 greater essence. Text stricken. Enhanced vibration sense, evolved to tier evolution, evolved to resonance sense. Her world expanded in an instant. She felt the cave, the stone around her, the two people far above her, and she threw herself to the side as the monster snapped with its two-pronged tail, sending 2 spikes at her. She managed to get out of the way just in time. The monster hissed from above. It had climbed on another section of the cave that had been above her hiding spot. She kept her sense on it, focused, and tuned everything else out. She could track it from a distance now. She could feel how its body coiled, how the muscles in its body readied it to move. It tensed, and she jumped back, rolling over the ground before grabbing her spear. Her left hand's grip slipped, and she cursed. She could barely move her fingers. She couldn't fight with her spear while she could only use one arm, so she pulled back. The viper leapt, uncoiling with its maw open wide. It flew toward her, and she threw her spear with all of her strength. She missed her target, its gaping maw, but her spear clipped the monster's side, opening a gash along its side. It hissed, distracted enough that she managed to drop low and roll beneath it. Her sense followed it as it passed above, and she felt its body move. She knew that it was coming, but she wasn't fast enough. The poison had spread through her body, making her slower. The viper's tail lashed out and smacked her in the side. She flew across the cave, scraping her cheek on the stone floor. The monster coiled and turned, then slithered at her quickly, too fast for her to get away. She moved her chi quickly as she could, and then, just as it came at her, she opened her mouth and breathed out a cold breath. She hit it directly. Through her skill, she sensed its hide crackling, freezing. It turned away, and its head smashed into the wall of the cave, making it shake. She was forced to stop her technique as a piece of the cave roof shook off and dropped down, nearly hitting her head. The viper slithered away, putting distance between them. She channeled her chi, filling her conduits and preparing her fruit technique as she kept her attention on the viper. Its tail rattled, and she could feel something forming inside of it, another spike. She couldn't let it stay far away and take shots at her from range, considering she was already feeling wobbly on her feet. So she ran forward, getting closer to try and end it quickly. Tali. It wasn't going to work. She could see it. Cree had seemingly managed to improve her skill, to get the same evolution as Ryun had, but that wasn't enough. She could track the monster, could sense what was happening, but she still couldn't see. Her technique hadn't done nearly enough damage to the viper's tough skin. It had frozen a part of it, but the only place where the breath had done any damage was the wound made by her spear. There, her technique had managed to penetrate deeper. The rest was annoying the viper, but it wasn't going to kill it. She shouldn't have thrown her spear, and she shouldn't be doing what she was planning to do now. "Inexperience," Ryun whispered, and she grimaced. That might as well have been a slap. It was her and Onrush's fault that Cree didn't have as much experience as she should. They had allowed her to fight against other sect members, against monsters, but they hadn't given her all the tools that she needed, that innate understanding of the flow and the tiny little clues that she needed to be able to recognize when fighting an unknown foe. Every foe that she ever fought she had known and understood. Until now. Now that she was without her eyes, she couldn't see that her attacks weren't doing damage. She was rushing forward to end a battle that she had no tools to end. Tali felt the changes in the air and watched the image inside her head as Cree jumped forward. The viper reared back and she unleashed her cold end. A blast of chi exploded out of her, hit the viper and made it whine as it turned away. Its skin was covered in frost, biting, hurting, but it didn't kill it. Cree was breathing heavily, her entire left side dropping from the effects of the poison. She had to have expended almost all of her chi supplies by now. She couldn't have much left. The viper turned back and moved, surprising Cree. She yelped as it surged next to her and wrapped itself around her. She tried to get away, but she wasn't fast enough. It squeezed as it trapped one of her hands. She was punching down with her right hand when Tali felt her move her chi, and then she opened her mouth and blasted the viper in the face with a breath attack. It turned away and squeezed more. All the way up, out of the cave, Tali heard the snap of bones, and then the scream. She recognized it, a scream of pure terror when you realized that you were done for, that nothing you could do would change the outcome. Cree pointed her hand at the viper, and Tali saw her cycle her technique in a slightly different manner. She had been working on changing her techniques for a while now, and now, in this moment of struggle, she executed it perfectly. Instead of a breath of chi, she released a beam of pure, absolute cold chi. It hit the viper in the side of the head, and the cold burned through the skin, carving a piece of it off and spreading frost and ice around the wound. The viper roared, and then its head moved in a blur. It snapped to the side, out of Cree's attack, and then its head coiled down. Its maw snapped on Cree's arm just below her shoulder. It squeezed, and Cree screamed as it pulled. The ripping sound of tearing flesh echoed as it ripped Cree's hand off. Cree didn't even scream this time. Her bones popped again as the viper squeezed more, and her head lolled about without any strength. Tali took a step toward the crevice, her wings spreading, and then Ryun caught her arm.
"She is going to die,"
Tali yelled, trying to get out of his iron grip. "Do you feel that?" Ryun whispered, his eyes now open and looking down. Tali followed his eyes into the cave, saw the viper's head raised and ready to bite Cree's head off, and yes, she felt it too. Tali almost couldn't believe it.
Damn.
She was going to die. The viper had ripped her hand off, she was bleeding, and too much blood had seeped from her body. The pain was manageable somehow. The paralytic was helping, probably, but half of her bones were mush. She was cold, so cold. Her core was nearly empty, but she could feel the aspect of the absolute cold even though she had no chi. She never really understood it. Her core, it created the aspect on its own, but how? How could it just adopt the essence type and then know how to create it? It made no sense. Or it did. The fuck did she know? She had made a decision that had killed her. Everything was so slow. The viper was raising its head, preparing to kill her, and it moved so slowly. Her sense told her that half her bones had cracked, that her ribs were puncturing her lungs, and she couldn't even breathe. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't. She felt tears bubble in her eyes, dropping down so slowly. She was scared, and she wanted to cry. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She wanted to ask for help, to say that she was wrong, that she should have never been so arrogant to think that she could do this. She wasn't Ryun. She was just Cree. Everything hurt. Her world was black. No sight. The sound was the grinding of her bones, the grinding of stone beneath the viper. Her nose was filled with the scent of blood, and her skin hurt from the cold. Everything was so cold. Was this how death felt like? Like a cold that seeped into the bones? It almost seemed to be coming from her core. The few drops of absolute cold chi trickled in, created as her chi regenerated. Created from where? From nothing? From her body? From somewhere else? The framework? She couldn't think. Even her mind was slowing down, though this moment seemed like it was stretching for an eternity. She just wanted it to end, for the death to come. She had failed. But the cold, it wasn't as welcoming as she imagined it would be. It was harsh. It bit her skin, and it made her hurt. It was cruel, and that made her angry. She remembered Ryun on the ground after Fier had captured him, bloody and chained. She remembered his eyes, the defiance. She had wanted to be like him so much, and now the death and the cold were coming for her. She knew that he was up above her, but he told her that she could die. Perhaps he never intended to help her. Perhaps she had always been on her own. Her mom, she remembered her look when they said goodbye. Was that a final goodbye? No. Cree wasn't going to go. She didn't want to. She needed something. She raged against the cold, against everything. The viper's maw was open, snapping forward. Why was everything so slow? Why was it so cold? Her core pulsed with the cold, and she tried to grab at it. She forced all of her willpower, willing for her core to pull more of that cold in. If she was going to die, she was going to let the viper feel this cold, too. Then she felt something, there at the edge of her comprehension, inside her core, or beyond it. It didn't want to let her in. It refused. She was as alien to it as it was to her. Her mind froze, then everything froze, and she glimpsed something that was beyond her, so unlike everything else that she had encountered before. It was so incomprehensibly vast that she couldn't hope to understand it, but she knew it. It was cold, the absolute cold. It had secrets, she knew. It sought to achieve something, as all essence did, but it was guideless. For a moment she felt like it was waiting, like she could reach out, and it hurt her just by her noticing it. It was the plane of absolute cold, touching her core, helping her create chi. She didn't understand how it worked, but she opened herself to it. She let the deepest parts of the absolute cold in as death approached. Insightful knowledge acquired. You have peered into the deeper law and the concept of an essence, glimpsing the truth behind it. Personal feat accomplished. Rewards. She knew the absolute cold title and grand perk. Personal feat. Glimpse of aspect title. It flashed across her mind, and she couldn't even read it. Then everything stopped. Ryun landed near the viper and Cree, stepping close quickly. His sense told him that she was still alive, though barely. The viper had frozen, the air had frozen, as had the ground, everything. The essence around her had stopped. All of it had its heat robbed from it, and movement was nowhere to be seen. It reminded him of his stillness. He reached with his hand, and his skin froze. The deepest cold tried to seep into his body. It was biting him, fighting with his void. It was as if even moving through that area was somehow abhorrent. But the area affected wasn't large. It encompassed only Cree and the Viper. He flashed a blast of void around her, destroying the frozen body of the Viper that was holding her and the absolute cold Chi with such precision that only Cree remained. He was surprised that he had to use so much of it, though. He caught her as she fell, her body as stiff as if it had been frozen completely. He couldn't pry her mouth open, so he grimaced and snapped her jaw off. Then he poured the highest-grade healing potion he had down her throat. Nothing happened. Her heart had long since stopped beating, and he could see the soul essence still present, but it felt like it was slipping. He pulled out another vial, a vial of distilled greater fire elemental essence, and poured it down. It ignited on the way down, the heat of it blasting out. He burned her, but he poured another healing potion down immediately after, then another, and one more. After the third one, he sensed her heart beat again, the burns inside her healing. "That was too close," Tali said from behind him. "It was worth it." "Should wait to see what she thinks before we say that," Tali told him. Ryun nodded, agreeing. Chapter 23. Aspects. He looked at Cree's sleeping form, his eyes seeing more than anyone else in the room could. A soul-healing totem was placed in one corner of the room. What happened to Cree had damaged everything, even her soul. After the healing potions rebuilt her body, he had been forced to feed her the only soul regeneration potion that Zenker had. Ryun assumed that, with the totem, he didn't need many of them. Onrush sat next to her, softly brushing Cree's hair. Her green body was pale, but Ryun was sure that she would recover. Her hand had been regrown by the potions, as had her eyes. He had gouged them out again, though, and had used a lower-grade potion to heal over the wounds afterward. That part of her training wasn't done yet. They all had questions, but right now they were just waiting for her to wake up. Ryun already had ideas. What he had sensed and saw with his eyes had revealed something that he hadn't thought about before. He saw Cree stir, and then, slowly, over the next few minutes, she woke up. He detected the moment she went from sleeping to wakefulness, and was about to speak when Onrush beat him to it, realizing it too.
"Cree, it's okay."
She patted her hand.
"You're okay."
Cree sat up suddenly, and then her body tensed. A moment after, she screamed, her hands moving over her ears, her body thrashing. Onrush moved for her, but Ryun used inevitable step and grabbed her arm before she could touch her. "It's her sense," Ryun told Onrush before she whirled on him. "She isn't used to it. In battle, she was sharpened in the moment. It's overwhelming her now." "What do we do?" Onrush asked as Cree twisted and turned on the bed. "Wait. She'll remember," Ryun said. Over the next few minutes, Cree's twitches and screams lessened, then stopped. Her breathing was still quick, and she would wince from time to time. They had brought her into the city, and depending on her range, she would be feeling quite a lot of things. Not that it would have mattered even if they had stayed out of the city. Everything in the world constantly created resonance, constantly created a noise that she would feel. Finally, Cree stilled, remained unmoving for a minute, and then moved her head as if she was trying to see. A moment later, she raised a hand to her face and found the blindfold. Her fingers slipped beneath it and touched the scar tissue. He sensed her body tense as memories came back to her, as she realized that she was blind. Her head turned toward them, even though she couldn't see. He would need to get her to break that habit of having her head pointed in the direction of the person she was focusing on. Her head paused in his direction, and then she spoke.
"I'm alive?"
"You are," Ryun responded.
Everything is so loud, Cree whispered. There is so much noise.
You evolved your skill, Ryun told her. You'll get used to it.
Is this how it is for you all the time? Cree asked. I can sense everything.
Do you know how far you can sense? Ryun asked. Cree shook her head.
I can't tell.
Ryun walked over to the window and opened it up. Tell me when you can no longer sense me. Then he jumped out and started climbing through the air. Back in the room, he heard Cree ask how she was supposed to do that in confusion, and Tali told her that she just needed to say it, that he could hear. He didn't get far before she spoke to the room, and Ryun returned back down. Around 500 meters, he said as he stepped back in. Not too bad.
You blinded me, Cree whispered. You threw me into a cave with a monster.
She was starting to breathe quickly again, and her heart started to beat faster. You made your choice, Ryun said. Cree shook her head, then started touching her right arm.
I lost my arm. I was dead.
Nearly, Ryun clarified. But you didn't die, and you gained what you wanted. Power.
I did survive,
she said slowly.
But I don't remember how. Tell us what you do remember,
Anatolian said. Cree started retelling the events of the previous day, starting with Ryun throwing her into the cave. She went through the early moments of the fight with the monster, her focusing and evolving her skill.
Then
Cree hesitated.
I lost my arm. The viper ripped it off. I remember losing blood, feeling cold, dying. And then?
Anatolian leaned closer when Cree paused.
I don't know, I just felt cold.
Tali glanced at Ryun. It seemed like she truly didn't remember. Can you show us your screens, Cree? Ryun asked. Cree hesitated for a moment before she made her screens visible to all of them. Ryun immediately found what he was looking for. Titles. Personal feat, glimpse of aspect. Glimpse the core concepts of your aspect and gain a deeper understanding of it. Plus 5% to all stats, aspect improvement, 50 celestial essence. She knew the absolute cold. Your achievement, drive, or effort is recognized. Plus 100 to base wisdom. She knew the absolute cold, grand perk. 10 celestial essence. Absolute cold, 6. Aspect perk. When using infusing techniques, your attacks inflict cold damage. Cold chi courses through your body, making you resistant to cold. Gain plus 90% to cold resistance. Gain plus 25% to endurance and wisdom. She knew the absolute cold. Grand perk. You came face to face with your own death. You saw through what was beyond it, and you defied it. The closer you are to death, the more you connect with the plane of absolute cold. The closer you are to death, the greater the cold that seeps from the plane of absolute cold into you and then emits from your body. The cold effect culminates with death and deals ultimate damage at the end. A powerful perk, a dangerous perk. There was much that he needed to learn, it seemed.
A personal feat is not required for a grand perk. It just so happened that she gained one because of the other, Tali explained. The two of them had left Cree to rest, as she was still not quite recovered. They had a lot of things to do, too, all of which she would need her strength for. She reached for her aspect at the end, Ryun said slowly. He saw what Tali was trying to say. Cree, glimpsing the core of her aspect, was not tied to what her grand perk was. It was when she pulled from the plane of absolute cold that she had gained the grand perk. I remain unsure as to how she did that, Tali said hesitantly.
If all of our cores are connected to the planes of our aspects, then that opens up a lot of interesting questions, Ryun said. He had never wondered how a core replenished chi. He chalked it up to the framework doing its thing, but now, if our chi regeneration actually represents the amount and speed of essence that we can pull from the aspect planes, I've always thought that there were clear differences between the three focuses, but perhaps I was wrong.
What do you mean?
In the end, it is all about essence, Ryun answered. A classer has perks and abilities that are essence-flavored. Everything is essence, so of course it is so. I've never given it much thought, but I think that perhaps they simply pull essence from the planes when they need to do something. The framework just facilitates that. A skill user does the same thing, except they spend their willpower to force the world around them to obey, to change the rules. And then we have us. We pull in the essence from the planes and pass it through our core, changing them and making them more personal. In the end, everything is just about the essence.
I see. It still doesn't tell us how she somehow opened the floodgates inside her core,
Tali said. Ryun didn't know that part. He had felt the change, but he hadn't seen the start of it with his eyes. The aftermath showed him absolute cold seeping through her core, freezing her from the inside out and freezing everything around her. The effect had even damaged him, as it had pulled in Tier 9 absolute cold. But it was more than that. For a moment there, it had felt as if he had been fighting against the ultimate expression of the absolute cold aspect itself. Cree didn't remember much of what happened at the end, not even what she had glimpsed, but Ryun believed that it would come to her again with time, with training. One did not just forget an insight like that. It would be buried deep, but still there. He did wonder why he hadn't ever felt anything like that, or had even gotten close to it, though he did have a suspicion. An aspect was shaped by a person, or rather their understanding of it. It could change from person to person. But now Ryun was starting to believe that each aspect had an ultimate expression, an ultimate truth to it. What if a person could shape the aspect with their understanding, but only within the confines of that truth? That would mean that Ryun didn't understand the truth of the void. He had his own, which did fit into that larger whole, but he knew only a part of it. He had walked far down on his path, believing that he could bend an aspect how he wished. Every cultivator knew it, even classers. Everyone had their own idea about their aspects. Cree was young, inexperienced with her aspect. She was a blank book. Perhaps that had allowed her to see through, to glimpse that truth.
If we can figure out how to pull in pure essence through our cores, then—
Tali paused, frowning. Then her eyes widened.
Oh.
Ryun turned his eyes to look at her. He saw that she had straightened, stiffened, as if something had just occurred to her. "What is it?" Ryun asked.
"I just figured out how a Wirren beat me,"
Tali said. A Wirren Goldfeather, the Golden Phoenix, the sect head of the Golden Sky sect. Ryun remembered seeing her fighting in the tournament city. She had held off a large part of the dome monsters all by herself, had forced nearly all of their air combatants to go after her.
"She always had secrets, as we all did,"
Tali began.
"We all had items or powers that hid our screens from others. That is one of the first things that we learned to do. Knowledge is power. She never appeared to have any, but I knew. I was her friend. She didn't hide everything, only a few important things. A title that I knew she should have. Her second path was always displayed as something else. I guess that there was more that she hid than I knew."
Tali had told him about how she was defeated, how she was ambushed. Even with that ambush, she had nearly won, until Awirin overwhelmed her.
I always thought that it had to be her ideal at the end,
Tali continued.
Her aspect is insanely difficult to fight against, but now I think that she perhaps just opened herself up to her aspect, like Cree did. Though she had control over it, it wasn't like what Cree did.
I would assume that there are many things that can be done with this, Ryun added. Tali nodded.
I always underestimated Awirin. Everyone always does. She never lost a fight, even if that meant running away. But she never lost. Her power is deceptive, you see.
Ryun could tell that she was lost in her memories, reminiscing about the past.
If you could see her screens, you would think that she was frail, weak, but her true body is peculiar. She used to be a priestess on her home world, high priestess of the Church of the Ever-Rising Currents, the Warden of the Sky. They adored her, worshipped her, and she led them to the infinite realm. The more of her people who love her, who worship her, who think her to be beautiful, the stronger she gets.
You think that she had more insight into her aspect, and that she had a grand perk?
A personal feat, like the one Cree has, or a grand perk,
Tali said.
It is impossible to know now. We don't know if Cree could leverage the insight she gained without a perk.
Ryun nodded. We'll figure it out. Now we know that it is possible, that there is more to a cultivator's core than we previously realized. Tali met his eyes, then nodded. I need to consolidate my power, my advancement. I hoped that you would give me some of your time. Tali tilted her head and then nodded again.
Of course, as long as you tell me again about the memories of the eternal cultivator you saw.
She grinned at him. Ryun chuckled. He should have known that she wasn't going to be satisfied with just one conversation, and if the last one was anything to go by, he should expect a long session filled with questions designed to drain even the insights that he had missed. But that was fine. It helped him, too. Chapter 24. Adapting Power. I never realized just how much control high-tiered people had until I became strong enough to affect the environment just by moving, Ryun commented. His total stats were so high now that he had to hold himself back constantly in most territories he entered. He moved faster through low-tiered ones, and his passage alone caused damage.
It is annoying,
Tali nodded.
I must admit that I didn't miss that part, nor the fact that I need to eat high-tiered foods.
She shuddered.
The sect can barely afford to feed me as it is.
Ryun blinked. Really?
You are lucky that you can survive on the void alone. The more of my power I recovered, the higher the tier of food I needed. I think that something like 5% of the sect's food budget goes just to feeding me.
Onrush had told him a bit about the sect's struggles, but she hadn't mentioned that. He had put most of the pure essence crystals that had been in Zenker's storage, as well as a few interface disks that held essence too, straight into the sect's framework account. He had given her many of the flavored essence crystals to sell or do with as she wished, though not the higher-tiered ones, not yet. They really needed to get a real vault, something Onrush was already working on, sending out feelers, looking for some quality builders and vault makers. "What kind of food do you need?" he asked her.
Tier 10, at least, Tali answered. The lowest I can use to survive is the tier of my main focus, but it takes a lot to keep me sustained. Higher is better. Onrush imports most of it, though Embesh has managed to cultivate a disgusting crop that is... Ugh. The faster you deal with the sect and I get something better to eat, the better."
He heard the disgust in her voice and chuckled. "Soon," he said, and turned his attention back to the spread of items in front of him. He was in the early ascended realm now, and would be for a while, not just because he needed to cycle and increase the size of his core, but because the perks that came after were peculiar. The next one was Power Manifest, and he needed to get in tune with his secondary aspect, to reaffirm what his own power meant before he went for that one. He didn't want a solely void-focused perk. But he was in a bit of a bind. His core was filled with two types of chi, void and stillness, equally. His Ascended Realm core was almost twice as large as his Evolved Realm one had been. The speed of his core's regeneration was faster now, too, and the chi felt greater. By filling the core with both aspects equally, he was hindering one of the main pillars of his power, his regeneration. He had come to realize that being able to take nearly any injury and recover in seconds was his greatest strength, what his entire power revolved around. The issue was that his regeneration required void chi to work, and now half of it was being used up by stillness. He needed to upgrade his body, to make it so any type of chi could be used to regenerate. He also had an idea, but he wasn't quite sure how it would work. He had asked Tali for advice, and while she thought he was insane, she did say that perhaps he could find a way to achieve his goal. He glanced around. The two of them were up in the mountains, on one of the tallest peaks in the territory. They were all alone, where no one could see them. He picked up 2 vials from the spread in front of him, but focused on one, the potion that would allow him to remove his secondary path.
"Specialization can bring great strength," Tali said.
They'd talked about it before, and he did know her opinions. He could remove his second path, and he would lose little. His second path wasn't nearly as interconnected with his perks as his primary path was. If he did do that, though, his next path wouldn't start from nothing again. It would start from the same realm as this one. He couldn't reset it and just upgrade his perks again. He didn't lose anything, but he gained little, too. The path of the unbreakable wall was compatible with his second aspect. He had already tested things and tinkered with his techniques, so he had ideas about how to change everything. Alternatively, he could also take another path. Tali had offered one of hers, the path of the empty dominion and the path of the clear sky. Her primary path was similar to his path of the final end in many ways, and while it sounded like it would be compatible, he had his reservations. The path of the clear sky might give him a way to fly without his platforms, but, if he was being honest, he did like the utility of his second path. He shook his head and stored the potion. No, he didn't need a new cultivation path. He would make do with what he had. Plus, he needed the influence of the second path to temper his need to seek an end. He did like that path, too. He had taken it when no one saw any potential in it, and he made it something better. He would make it greater still.
"What now?"
Tali asked. Ryun glanced at the second potion, one that would remove a class. Removing focuses was not an easy task. A secondary path was one thing, but an entire focus. The higher in tier they were, the more intertwined they were with the person's identity, and the more damage removing them would cause. Tali had told him that removing Tier 6 skills was the hardest, that it was like cutting a piece of yourself off. A path? It could cripple a person if it was past the true body stage, depending on the type of body. Ryun had at least kept his class low in level, so it shouldn't be too bad for him. The issue was what he would lose. His class perks were what gave him his regeneration, what made it powerful, even now. It synergized with his body. He couldn't lose those perks. He picked up another potion from the ground, the same as the one he'd given to Onrush. His body was Tier 5, which meant that he could use it. The issue he was having now was what to do first. He could join his body with his class perks and gain a unique body based on what he already had, or he advanced his secondary path first, trying to somehow incorporate stillness into it, and then merge with his class and gain a unique perk. He was just not sure what his upgrade from the second path would be. The nature of the path and of stillness was more related to endurance, to protection rather than regeneration. He could end up diluting his body's power. He didn't know what the framework would grant him as choices. He stood up and made his choice. Storing both potions, he started pulling chi out of his core. "Techniques first," he said.
"I agree,"
Tully added. He focused first on his primary path and his void aspect. He had figured out many things about paths, but there were things that he had only learned from Tully, primarily how exactly technique naming worked. He could change his techniques, but he was slightly confused as to why the changes didn't always register with the framework. He had made a dozen different variations on his techniques, but the names and descriptions hadn't changed for him now. When he had complained to Tully about it, she just scoffed at him.
"It's your path, not the framework's," she had told him.
He was the one who had made the choice. He only had to accept them, to declare the new primary function of his technique, simply by accepting that that was what it was going to be from that point on. He hadn't been exactly sure so far. Also, she told him that doing that meant that he could also change its name. He hadn't known that. He had always left it to the framework. He turned around, away from Tully, and moved his chi in a pattern, activating his empowering null mantle. He hadn't changed the core of that technique at all, as it was exactly what he needed. He had only worked on making it more effective. His experimentation had allowed him to boost the base boost to plus 55%, which gave him a plus 104.5% boost after his cultivation bonus. After he activated the technique, he let it seep into him, and mentally decided that this was the version of the technique that he would use as primary. He navigated his screens and found the name of the technique, and with a slight mental effort, he forced it to change and gave it a new name, Mantle of Gathering Twilight. Tully had convinced him that if he was going to be a sect head, someone prominent in the sect world, he needed to look and sound the part. Obnoxious technique names were apparently part of that, though he had to admit that it was cool. He had thought a bit on the naming scheme for his techniques and came up with something that could work well. He attached his techniques to the name of his sect, something that was dear to him. He had tried to use it with his stillness aspect, too, though the effect was slightly different, and he could see it in the description now, too. He had two now, one for each aspect. The stillness aspect version increased only his endurance to a really insane level, but it also had serious drawbacks. He doubted that he would ever use it in any real fight. He moved to his branch technique, gathering the chi in his arm. He had changed the void beam technique the most. Its biggest downsides had been the amount of chi that it needed, or rather the amount that he wasted on it. The beam was fast, but it wasn't that fast. In the tournament, he had seen opponents regularly being able to get out of the way, which made him try to follow after them while he kept channeling his technique. The original version of the technique had been burst, and he kept in the spirit of that technique by storing and compressing chi in his arm, but he didn't allow it out. Once the conduits in his hand and forearm were filled, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky with 2 fingers before rapidly pushing the chi out, focusing even his will on it. A thin beam of void then blasted out, splitting the sky for a moment. It lasted less than a second, but in combat, that was enough time for him to cut someone in half. He had gotten good at charging it quickly, and in time he would get better yet. The small charge time and the lack of constant channeling were offset by the improvement in damage. He focused on the technique and, just like before, changed its name. Tali had told him that when he used it, the technique resembled a flicker in the air, a quick flash of violet and black of the void. He named the technique Twilight Cutting Void Flicker. Ryun had realized quickly what naming his techniques meant. It was another advantage, a way of hiding his power. It was why he had debated just making false names. When someone managed to inspect him, they would see these names and try to assume what his techniques could be. Keeping them vague would be best. Tali had went with more impressive-sounding names. She claimed that being pretentious was part of being a cultivator, and, in the end, he had agreed with her. His branch technique was also completely useless with his stillness aspect in its current form. Charging and holding stillness in his body for a prolonged period of time made his hand freeze in space, which was not something that he could afford. Not that the technique even worked. He could expel stillness, but it simply hit the essence out of his body and started to still everything around it. That meant that his fruit technique was unable to use it either, as it froze his body without any real benefit. He moved the void chi, bringing it to every part of his body. He hadn't changed the technique much. He had gotten rid of the 3 waves and instead went with one big one, which increased the charge time. He focused and changed its name back to Final End. He had always liked that name. Then he turned to his second path, his second aspect. The 2 of them had experimented with his new aspect, and he had done experimenting by himself, too. Using stillness was dangerous. The longer he moved the chi through his body, the more it influenced him. So he had adapted his techniques to be quick, to ones that expelled the chi out of his body as quickly as possible. His first technique, shaping, had been hit hard by the change. The range was shorter, mostly because his control over stillness wasn't quite there yet, and he couldn't keep it from influencing the essence around it when projecting it outside his body for very long. He had been able to make it work quickly enough in the 3.5-meter range he had, so he would still be able to create his platforms, though now they would work slightly differently. He would create a shape and fill it with stillness, which would then basically still the essence that came in contact with his chi, making it solid. His tinkering had actually reduced its chi requirements significantly. He didn't need to create big shapes for them to be strong, as the stillness was naturally averse to change, which made it tough. He could create thin plates instead of large boxes to hold himself in the air. The walls, too, could be razor-thin and still retain the same toughness. The other advantage this had was that stillness was invisible to ordinary sight. In his vision, it had a grayish color, but Tali had told him that she couldn't see it. It didn't have a violent reaction to other essence and chi, so it was harder to detect. It merely influenced other essence. When he created a wall in front of himself, it stilled the air, light, and any other essence in the area he was capable of affecting. He had found very interesting ways of using it. His growing spikes weren't really viable. Forcing stillness to move was hard, but razor-sharp wire-like areas that were tough and invisible to most, there were a lot of things that he could do with that. Plus, the stillness would affect any essence it came in contact with for a while before it dissipated. Any attacks that hit his walls would be affected, even those powerful enough to get through. The stillness would slow or stop the first layer of essences that hit it, and while the essence that was coming in from behind would be harder to stop, and the force pushing forward would eat at his chi, it would slow any attacks it caught. They had tested it, and the effect did look strange. He'd had Tully use one of Zenker's wands to throw fireballs at him. The ball of fire would hit the area of stillness and then flatten against it, freezing in the air, until it burned through enough of the stillness to get through, but the change of shape robbed the attack of much power and accuracy. He focused on the technique and changed its name to Twilight Shaping Cast. He could still use it with the Void, and probably would continue to do so, hiding what his second aspect was and how it changed his techniques for now. His branch technique was harder, and had undergone the greatest change. It was an evolution of the base technique, a simple wall, or a brace, as it had been at the start, a shaping of essence into a crystallized form. He had improved on that, and could now have it take on the form of mist. Ultimately, it was projection of chi outside of his entire body, like his final end. So he had taken that idea and ran with it, creating a dual technique. One would blast out stillness at his max range of 3.5 meters and create a still spherical wall around him, a barrier in a way. The second was the mist form version. He could blast a wave of mist that would catch anything coming at him by stilling any essence within it. It took some doing to force the stillness mist wave to move and not impact everything it came in contact with, and it still lost some of its effectiveness on air and light, but through his will he could force it to target things that had a bit more substance. It worked. And though it did make his surroundings somewhat hard to move through, with his stats he could just crash through. Any attacks that came at him would be frozen in the air around him, giving him time to evade. When used on other people, the stillness did anything from freezing them in place to just slowing them down, depending on their power. He changed the technique's name to Field of Twilight's Calm. His last technique still worked better with Void, but it could work with stillness for a short time before becoming a statue that just radiated stillness, which could be useful on its own. He altered its name slightly. With that done, he pulled out his notifications, dismissing the ones informing him of technique names, and then looked over his techniques in full. Path of the Final End Techniques. Mantle of Gathering Twilight. Increase any or all of your stats by up to 114%, 60%, of their total, while this technique is active based on amount of chi provided. You can empower any individual part of your body. You can shift the bonuses from any stat to any other. Increase your endurance by 684%, 360%. Your body will quickly come to a complete stop and make you unable to move. Twilight Cutting Void Flicker. Send a beam of concentrated chi out of your body, dealing void energy damage after 1 second of charging time. Base damage equals 15.2 times, 8 times, your wisdom. The beam marks anything that it touches, dealing 1/4 of its total damage per second over the next 4 seconds to anything it touches. Final End. Unleash a sphere of void energy in a wave all around you, dealing void damage. The wave will deal increasing damage based on the time it had been charged. 1 second of charging will deal 17.1 times, 9 times, your wisdom in damage, and the damage will increase by +1 times every half a second of charging time, to a max of 47.5 times, 25 times, your wisdom. Anything marked by the attack takes 1/4 of the total damage over the next 4 seconds. Path of the Unbreakable Wall Techniques. Twilight Shaping Cast. You may create any shape or anchor out of your chi. The anchors can be fixed in space, and their durability is equal to 15.2 times, 8 times, your wisdom. The void anchors are tied to you with void chi and can be moved based on your commands via chi control. The stillness anchors rapidly become fixed in place. Field of Twilight's Calm. Create 5 anchors in the shape of armor on your body and fill the area between these anchors with void chi that will disintegrate anything it comes in contact with, but will use up and deplete your void chi to do so. You may spend 5.5%, 10% of your total chi to crystallize the outer layer of your void chi. Durability of crystallized armor and anchors is equal to 19 times, 10 times, your wisdom. Destruction of anchors will result in the dissipation of void chi. Send out a spherical anchor of stillness chi that shapes a wall around you. The durability of the wall is equal to 19 times, 10 times, your wisdom. Alternatively, send out a wave of stillness chi that will affect everything it touches. The more mass something has, the more it will be affected. Maximum effect is equal to 19 times, 10 times, your wisdom. Avatar of the Twilight Reaper. Partition your mind and split off a minor part of it to create a chi copy of yourself, one that will have limited initiative and intelligence, but will obey the main part's will. It requires 5.5%, 10% of your total chi to create, and will be able to use your techniques by drawing on your core at a rate of 1.1 times, 2 times, of any technique's cost. The techniques will be only 57%, 30%, as effective as they would otherwise be. The avatar's durability is equal to 3.8 times, 2 times, your wisdom. When made with stillness chi, the avatar will quickly become still and will begin radiating the stillness chi that had been used to create it. With that done, he turned back to Tali. "Now I advance my path," he said. Tali took a deep breath.
Let's hope that your body upgrades are useful enough for what you plan.
Ryun shared her sentiment. Turning his attention to his secondary path, he began to advance. Chapter 25. Regeneration. "Any advice?" Ryun asked. Tali grimaced and then nodded.
You went with utility for your paths and aspects. For this, I would suggest full specialization.
Ryun tilted his head in a questioning manner.
True regenerators like you are rare,
Tali said.
And with reason. To get to such a point, to get the perks necessary, requires both luck and effort. Skill, too. You are looking to make an extremely powerful merged perk, a unique one. You must understand that most people in the world will never get to see such perks. These potions that you found, they are rare enough that only a few people in the world could even craft them. The brother of the Dragonheart sect head was an Ascended Realm alchemist when I ruled my sect. He could have done it. Less than a handful of the alchemist classers from the core could have too. I doubt that many others have risen in the time I was crippled. Still, even if there were 10 people that could do it, it would mean that there were, 100 or a bit more of such potions in the world? On the scale of the population of this place, that is nothing.
Ryun nodded. He understood just how lucky he was to have found Zenker's hoard.
The perk that you will get, Tali continued, will be not only of a higher tier, but of a higher rarity, something that few people will ever be able to replicate. In other words, it will be unique. And let's face it, defense, as in preventing damage from hitting you, was never really your strong suit.
I picked stillness, hoping to cover that weakness, Ryun said, though he knew that the result wasn't exactly what he had imagined.
Bah!
Tali waved her hand.
Why would you even need defense when you can just survive anything that hits you? Regardless, you've done well with stillness. A few more years of practice, and you will be that much better. Even now it can serve as a substitute for silencing power, as you can just freeze in place any attack that comes against you, especially since there are few things that you can't see coming. You just need to work a bit more on your precision with those techniques."
Ryun agreed with that. If he got better with his secondary aspect, he could shape a box around any incoming projectile, stilling it in the air, or around any other powerful attacks coming at him. His sense and his eyes allowed him to see and sense all essence, and anything strange he saw coming he could just still, giving himself time to evade or even investigate. But going all in on regeneration, his endurance was high, but he had no perks that increased it. He realized that, in the realm he was now, there were very few people he would ever encounter that wouldn't be able to just punch through his endurance. He didn't have any ways of boosting it aside from his mantle or all stat increases. His vitality scaled a lot better with several perks.
"You rely on healing yourself from injuries," Tully continued. "True, you can negate a lot of the punch from any attacks against you with your will, but you've seen how hard that was to actually accomplish in battle, and its cost."
Ryun nodded in resignation. He had noticed that. He could decrease the power of a physical or special attack against him all the way up to 90%, but he couldn't focus on doing it for more than once or twice in a battle, and even if he could, it drained too much from him. When he fought against people who could deal that much damage with a single swing, defending himself by expending his will just tired him out faster. There were many resources that he had to juggle in a battle, too many, perhaps. He had somehow gravitated to just taking the hits and regenerating them. He turned to his second path and advanced, bringing it up to the mid-heavenly realm. Notifications informed him that the path had jumped rarities all the way to relic. His main path had advanced to masterwork quality with his rise to ascended, so he wasn't surprised by that. He turned his eyes to the choices for his perk improvement. Path perk evolution available for endless source of stamina. Grand endless source of stamina. Your stamina is strengthened. The effects of your endurance on your stamina are now improved 4 times. Gain plus 20% to endurance. Rapid restoration of stamina. Rejuvenating void. Your stamina pool size is now fixed and can never grow, but the effects of your vitality and intelligence on mental and physical stamina regeneration are now improved by 5 times. Gain plus 25% to vitality and intelligence. There is always more. Slow draining stamina. All stamina costs are now paid over a period of 50 seconds from use, at a rate of 2% per second. All stamina costs are reduced by 10%. Gain plus 15% to vitality and endurance. A direct upgrade, improving the size of his stamina pool, which, with his stats, was large enough. He had never really gotten too tired in battle, and he spent stamina for powers only rarely. He could get tired, but it was mostly from exertion over time in prolonged fighting. The last choice was interesting. It probably had something to do with stillness, if he had to guess. It delayed the stamina costs of his techniques, but again, he didn't really burn through much of it to begin with. The second choice was the obvious one. Rapidly regenerating his stamina resources would let him stay in fights for longer, and if he was going all in on regeneration, it was at least thematically fitting. He picked that one and put more essence in for advancement, reaching his most important perk, Mu. He felt his body undergo a change, and a rolling sensation of rebuilding came over him. Path perk evolution for Mu, primordial void. Grand Mu, primordial aspects. Your body is forged by your aspects and your paths. You are able to mitigate and ignore the effects of gravity, as well as bring your body to a completely still state according to your will. Physical force influences against you can be absorbed by your body, up to 90% of their power according to your will. Allows you to spend void chi to absorb special attacks impacting your body, up to 90% of their power according to your will and chi spent. Void and stillness effects on your body, your chi conduits, and your core are lessened by 90%. Sufficient damage to your body will turn it into an insubstantial void stillness mist form. Expending void or stillness chi can allow you to reconstitute your form. All void and stillness powers are 40% more effective. Gain plus 25% to wisdom and plus 80% to endurance. The only one who influences here is me. Consume and still. Tali had warned him that he would have no choice here, as he had decided to merge perks. If he had picked one of the other options, he could have had a chance to take something else. There was no reason to regret, though. The upgrade was exactly what he had hoped for, even though it didn't amount to anything special beyond integrating his second aspect into it. It would help him nonetheless, by making his techniques with stillness easier to use, allowing him to handle stillness better and for longer before it started to affect him. He looked at his path, now peak heavenly, and debated with himself if he should continue. He knew now why people kept their secondary paths low for long periods of time. Tali had told him that some kept from advancing them for centuries. His improvements were good, but what could he have gotten if he had waited another 100 years? The perks that he would be able to improve next were not necessary for what he planned, nor could he really use anything other than his immortality, which he didn't want to mess with. So ultimately he decided against going that way. He showed Tali his body upgrade and pulled out the merge potion.
"Well," Tali started, "let's hope you don't kill yourself."
Ryun knew that it was a possibility, but the choice of perks was essential. He took the potion and then drank it. A prompt appeared, and he made his choices. The process started, and he felt his body collapse into nothing. Void and stillness surged out of his core into a mist, which coiled and twisted in the place where his body used to be. His mind was fuzzy, and all his senses cut off. There was only the void, seeking to consume, and stillness, seeking to halt everything. Ryun felt his end. The void and stillness would battle each other, consuming and stilling until there was nothing left. He needed to do something, and so he exerted his will onto the two aspects. Void came more easily to him than stillness, but his will took control of both. He tried to guide them to an equilibrium, but quickly realized that it wasn't going to be possible. He didn't understand stillness nearly enough for that. Void was going to be the primary base of his body no matter what he tried. Yet the stillness remained, tempering the void's need to expand, to consume everything. There were other things settling into him that he didn't recognize, threads of the framework, his class perks. Slowly, Ryun felt the mist stabilize, more void than stillness, and his body came into being. It was done. He looked at his notification first. Congratulations! Perk merge successful. Base perk. Grand Mu. Primordial aspects. 100%. Perk 2. Inner refinement. Void chassis. 98%. Perk 3. Regenerator. 91%. Perk 4. Rapid regrowth. 88%. Perk 5. Feast. 78%. Perk 6. Rapid restoration of stamina, rejuvenating void, 86%. Synchronization at 90.16%. Perk merge successful. Adaptive infinitum chassis, twilight of the end. Perk gained. He had placed his stamina perk on a suggestion from Tali because it involved vitality, which was the main stat that he wanted to focus his new body on. He glanced down on his body and saw it was strange. He felt different in a way he never had before. His frame was made out of the void, with stillness streaked through it, almost holding it together, giving it firmness in a way. He still looked the same, thankfully, though he did see that the cracks in his body had multiplied and grown larger. The void no longer left the cracks, though. Now it was stilled inside the cracks, looking— well, he didn't know how it looked, as his eyes couldn't really see it. His sense told him that the cracks were now filled up, being smooth and tough like crystal. He glanced at Tali and saw her studying him.
"Well, how is it?"
Ryun pulled out the window and read through the description of his new body. Adaptive infinitum chassis, twilight of the end. Your body is forged for adaptive regeneration. It is made out of the void and stillness. You no longer suffer from stat impairment or sickness. You no longer have endurance. Your previous endurance stats and bonuses are added to your vitality, and you can never gain any more endurance. Endurance-based effects don't work for you. As you have no endurance, any force impacting you will damage you. The effects of your vitality on your base regeneration of all types are increased by 5 times. Your body constantly regenerates, and your passive regeneration drains your stamina. The more damage it needs to regenerate in order to keep your body whole, the more it drains. Anything that pierces your body will immediately start the adaptive regeneration process. The stillness of your body will still an attack and still the expansion of a wound, and void will start destroying any foreign essence and start regenerating your body, draining your stamina and chi. Anytime you are damaged, your vitality scales and increases based on the amount of damage suffered. The higher the damage you suffer, the higher the boost to your vitality, starting at a range of 2 times to 100 times. The disadvantageous effects of stillness and void no longer apply to you. Your void and stillness effects are 30% more effective outside your body. You are able to halt your momentum instantly and can ignore the effects of gravity on your body. Adaptive regeneration allows your body to adapt to any harm after regenerating. Suffering the same manner of attack again will have your body adapt and compensate, decreasing the effectiveness of the attack. Each successive attack of the same damage type you take reduces the damage you receive by that type by -20% additively. Second attack, 80% damage. Third attack, 60% damage. Fourth attack, 40% damage. Fifth attack, 20% damage. Sixth attack, 0% damage. The effect lasts for 3 minutes, and the timer is reapplied with each instance of attempted same manner of damage. Gain plus 50% to wisdom and plus 130% to vitality. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. After reading, he understood. The strange feeling that spread through his body was everything damaging him. The gravity pushing down on him was hurting him, but he just regenerated so fast that it didn't matter. His stamina regeneration was high enough that he didn't even sense that either. He glanced at Tali, who was studying him with interest. He made his screen visible and let her read while he turned his attention to his body. He still had crystallized chi on the tips of his fingers. Reaching over with one finger for the forearm of his opposite arm, he gently scratched. His body parted with no resistance. He had no resistance to anything. He had no endurance at all. But as he traced the claw across his arm, the wound was closing up right behind him, so fast that it almost caught his hand. Next he pushed his claw straight through. It punctured his body and then slowed. He could feel the stillness attempting to slow it, to bring it to stillness, But it wasn't doing anything, really, as he was immune to those effects. The wound was attempting to regenerate, pushing his finger out. He would need something else to test it out.
"Heavens,"
Tali said as she finished reading.
"How are you feeling? This—"
Ryun stood up. He had gained a unique perk, something on the same tier as an Eternal Realm perk, he felt. It was greater than the sum of its parts, but he needed to test it out, needed to learn everything before he stepped into combat. He pulled out an Eternal Axe from his storage and offered it to Tali. "I need you to cut me." Tali swung the axe from above, straight at his collar. It hit and cut through, moving downward, splitting him in half. But he could feel it slowing as stillness chi flooded out of his core. It stopped inside his chest, stuck, still. Then the void tried to attack it, disintegrate it. He saw Tali struggling. This was the second attack, the previous one having punched through to his stomach. Ryun felt his vitality soar, hitting into the high 40,000s without any mantle boost. Tali had increased her strength, but if his endurance was that high, it wouldn't have done nearly as much. Still, he watched as the axe was pushed out.
"Hells,"
Tali whispered, and then she attacked again. It barely cut into his collar. The next attack barely scratched him. After some more experimenting, they realized that if she changed the direction of the attack, shifted the angle, or attacked in a different manner, his adaptive regeneration didn't work. It counted it as a new manner of attack. He was more than satisfied with the way his body had ended up. Now there was just one more thing left for him to do. Chapter 26. Training and Advancing. They trained for a few days, trying to get Ryun accustomed to his new body. Tali punched him, her increased strength high enough that he felt his vitality scale up even as she punched through the surface layer of his skin. The void immediately attacked her hand, and the stillness slowed her strike. Despite that, he felt the power of the attack ripple through his body and explode out of his back. His stamina regeneration dropped, and he felt a small chunk of it surge into the wound, along with a bit of his chi, some void, some stillness. Tali pulled her hand out of him before his body damaged it and frowned.
"That is so weird,"
Tali said.
"It's like your body is made out of dense liquid."
Ryun nodded in agreement. More precisely, it was almost like his insides were made out of a thick gel. His shape was only held together because of the stillness, but he had no bones, no organs. There was nothing inside of him but void and stillness. His conduits were warped around his body, far more intricately than they had ever been, and his sustenance core sat inside his chest just above his cultivation core, even though those cores and conduits seemingly existed both inside his body and his soul somehow, as if they existed in both phases of reality at once. Strange. His skills were helping him a great deal. His greater restoration improved his regeneration, as did even his celerity. His enduring trained body skill made him able to use it better and ignore most of the tiny pain spikes that happened constantly. The one that was helping him the most was his enhanced adaptation, though, which allowed him to almost seamlessly adapt to this new body and use it without issues. Still, they had realized a big problem with this body. He was very hard to damage. His regeneration restored him nearly immediately from almost any type of damage, and as long as he had the stamina and chi, he just couldn't die. The issue was everything else. He had no endurance, and that meant that he was always damaging himself when he tried to utilize his strength and dexterity. When he threw punches, his arms ripped apart, bending unnaturally as if they were made out of rubber. The two of them assumed that his body remained in a human shape only because that was what his soul wanted him to look like. They believed that his soul was why he still had sensations: pain, touch, smell, even hearing and sight. His body was more complicated than he thought, as the essence, when in touch with his soul, had properties that could detect all these foreign influences, and his body translated them into what he understood. Throwing a direct strike at Tali did damage, but it was as if he was, well, punching with a hand that was made out of liquid. It had force and power, but it splashed. He could shatter nearly anything that he touched still. He had punched a stone once and broke it to pieces, but the type of damage was very different. It wasn't just pure bludgeoning damage, but rather the power of liquid void. He translated a lot less kinetic energy to his targets.
"You want to try again?"
Tali asked. Ryun grimaced, but nodded. They had been working on a solution to his lack of solidity. Ryun felt like he was close, that perhaps even this would be the moment. He closed his eyes and focused, then started his technique, Mantle of Gathering Twilight. His technique allowed him to target certain points inside of his conduit network, basically the gates inside of his body that correspond to a certain stat. He used to have 6 of them, but now he had only 5. The technique twisted and compressed his chi while it traveled through the conduits, and then it fed the chi into these points, circulating through his entire body when he increased all of his stats. This time, though, he didn't do that. Instead, he focused his mind, feeling the effects of his perk, Tinker's Mind, and his skill, Divided Mind, Trigger. It was hard, what he was attempting, but instead of targeting those gates, he targeted his entire body, splitting the chi streams in ways that he hadn't even known was possible. Tali's instruction had allowed him to do this, and he was still not perfect with it. It was actually a devolution of his technique, something far more akin to his Empower, the most basic form of his technique. That was what he was doing, in essence, empowering his body and doing it with stillness chi. He felt the technique settle, stilling the essence of his body, giving him rigidity. Keeping the technique running was hard, but he managed. He could feel his regeneration slow immediately, with the damaging effects of everything around him no longer applying, because while he didn't have endurance anymore, he had a layer of essence that acted like it was endurance. Stillness chi was affecting his skin, some places more and some places less, allowing him to easily move without his body bending like it was made out of rubber. He opened his eyes and looked at his body. "Ready?" Tali asked, and he nodded, offering his hand. She pulled out a weapon, a simple epic sword, then she pressed the blade against his bare forearm. The blade didn't cut through immediately, which was good. If that layer of his body wasn't stilled, it would have cut him no matter the amount of strength that Tali used. He felt her increase the pressure, and then the blade started cutting through. She stopped immediately and pulled back. "How much?" Ryun asked.
"Around 4,000, I think," Tali answered.
That meant that she had used around 3,000 strength to get through his layer. It was better than it had been before, but he was still losing effectiveness. The void of his body was actively resisting the chi's attempts to keep it still. It was devouring it, in a way, or maybe spending was the better word. Still, he got barely 30% of his wisdom to apply on his body through his chi. He didn't think that he could do any better right now, as he just didn't understand stillness well enough yet. Plus, keeping this empowering mantle active drained too much of his chi, the very chi that he needed to regenerate. They had already come to the conclusion that he should only use it when he really needed it, in bursts, when he needed to block or attack or jump with his body, or pick up something that was too heavy for his regeneration to compensate for. His body might make him nearly unkillable, but it also came with a lot of other headaches. "I think this is it," Ryun added. "I don't think that I'll get it to something better than this any time soon."
"So, are you doing it now?"
Ryun nodded at her question and pulled out a vial, the eternal draft of Path Perk upgrade. He had debated using it for his body, but he had expected that the sum of the different perks would give it a higher rarity and tier, which it had. He would place his new body firmly in the eternal tier and perhaps even rarity, though he couldn't tell since it was a unique perk now. Tali said that there were people who could evaluate it, but he didn't care enough to know. It was a shame that such potions couldn't be used more than once, but he felt like he had gotten a lot of benefits out of it. No, he had kept the draft for something else. It seemed far smarter to improve one of his other perks, such as a lower-tiered one, and there was only one option, his Chi Controller perk, which was one of his most important ones. He hadn't used it before training with his technique, mostly because he wanted to see how far he could get it without an improvement to his perk. He opened the vial and downed its contents, and felt it hit the center of his body and then spread out through his body, his conduits, and core. It burned. The change happened gradually, as if the heat were moving through each part of his cultivation system and improving it meticulously. Then it was over, and he brought up his new perk. Eternal Chi Control Master, Endless Threads. Your Chi control is perfect, your ability without peer. You are able to finally manipulate your Chi and use as many techniques as you want at the same time. Each technique after the third has its Chi cost increased by 25%, and the cost increases by 5% with every additional technique. Additionally, every technique beyond the third slows down your Chi speed by 5%. Your Chi speed is increased by 200%, and your control is dependent on your wisdom stat. Your Chi is so finely manipulated, and your conduits and core perfectly aligned that nothing leaks out, making it difficult for other cultivators to detect your Chi manipulation without aid. Gain plus 40% to wisdom. You weave endlessly, holding all until the end. He immediately tried his empowering technique and felt it settle a lot faster, nearly instantly, which would come in handy if he had to switch it on and off constantly. That, coupled with the fact that he could now use more than just 3 techniques, meant he didn't even have to worry about taking up one slot for it. Still, there was a price. He showed Tali, and she just shook her head at him, obviously done with being surprised. Then Ryun pulled out the last potion he planned on using. With it, he could remove his class easily. His class wasn't high-tiered, wasn't integrated much into his being, especially now when he had taken out several of the perks. His body had turned into a unique perk, which meant that it was no longer a cultivation or class perk, but something separate. Focus-removing aids could only be used once per focus, but Ryun didn't really have any reason to put it off. He opened the vial and drank it. This time, when the effect spread through his body, he could feel it touching the places inside that he had always associated with his class. It had gotten him far, had fueled his advancement on Earth, and saved him countless times. But it was holding him back now. The effect wasn't nearly as unpleasant as the perk upgrade potion, probably because his class wasn't even level 90. Once it was done, he checked his screens and found his class gone. He glanced at his full screens, seeing all of his advancement. He smiled at seeing that he could finally take on more skills. He already had plans for that. After he was done, he glanced in Tali's direction. Now we should pay a visit to the Midnight Rain sect. Ryun Character Sheet Chapter. Titles: First Kill, Kill the first monster in the Framework Run world. 5,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Transcended. First cultivator in the world to reach the Foundation stage. +10% to all stats. 100,000 essence. First Body of Iron. First cultivator in the world to forge their body. +20 endurance. 10,000 essence. Beaten but not broken. Survive torture for more than 30 days. +10 to all stats. 50 greater essence. First quickened mind. First cultivator in the world to forge their mind. +20 intelligence. 10,000 essence. Cannibal. Kill more than 5,000 people of your own race for their essence. +10 to all stats. 50,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. First Lake of Chi. First cultivator in the world to forge their Chi. +20 wisdom. 10,000 essence. First Lord. First cultivator in the world to reach the Lord stage. +10% to all stats. 100,000 essence. First Chi manipulator. First cultivator in the world to gain Chi manipulation. +5 to all stats. 10,000 essence. Class Evolution 1. Evolve your class for the first time. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. One against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win. +10 to all stats. 10,000 essence. First True Body. First cultivator in the world to obtain a true body. +5 to all stats. 100,000 essence. Hated Foe. Be hated and hunted by more than half of a world's population. +50 to all stats. 100,000 essence. One-man army. Fight against more than 1,000 opponents and win. +40 to all stats. Indomitable. 500,000 essence. Butcher of Humanity. Kill more than 500,000 people of a race by yourself. +200 to all stats. Reaper's Aura. 5 million essence. True Understanding 2. Evolve a skill to Tier 6. +20 to all stats. 20,000 greater essence per Tier 6 skill. Limit Break. Reign of the Three Territories. Defeat the 3 rulers in the Reign of 3 Territories scenario while on a lower realm and lower level. +40 to Strength, Endurance, and Vitality. +5% to all stats. 10,000 greater essence. Monarch. Reach the Monarch realm. +10 to all stats. 1,000 greater essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory. +5 to all stats. Small mansion unlocked. Town upgrade. 5,000 greater essence. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +2 to intelligence. 500 essence. Heartstone Core. First to clear the Heartstone Core dungeon. +2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Heavenly. Reach the Heavenly realm. +30 to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types. +50 to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Crucible of the Body. Go through a harrowing experience to improve your body by forging it in the harshest conditions possible based on your body type. +500 to endurance and vitality. +2% to all stats. Unyielding. Body Perk. 50,000 greater essence. Immortal. Reach the Immortal realm. +50 to all stats. Aging process halted. 100,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 2. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. +250 to all stats. 100,000 greater